my name is Xiao Jie. I was staying up late to watch the World Cup final in modern times. The exciting moment when the Chinese national football team won the championship 6 o'clock unexpectedly made me travel back in time. When I woke up, I was in the Bayin County government office, and people were pointing at me. I saw a middle-aged man in green official uniform and official hat sitting behind the documents in front of me. There was a young lady who was as big as a mountain crying with her face covered. Behind him stood a young man in white clothes holding a folding fan and looking like a nobleman. Is this a lawsuit? I blinked and realized that I might be the defendant. If this young lady is the plaintiff, then I am accused of doing something to her. I looked at that young lady next to me, who was estimated to be 300 pounds, and my heart was pounding. Don't tell me this is a rape case. At this time, the county magistrate suddenly picked up the gavel and slapped it, and said in a daze, "How dare Xiao Jie?" He actually wanted to do evil to a young girl in broad daylight. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter outside the door. But I was dumbfounded and cursed in my mind, "Have you drunk too much? With her figure, how can she be a young girl? I only weigh 120 pounds with my skin and bones, and my waist is not as thick as her thighs. She can sit down and die." "Me, you said I molested her. Please open your eyes and tell lies." The man in white came forward and said, "Sir, Xiao Jie's crime is extremely heinous. If I hadn't been lucky enough to pass by, I'm afraid he would have succeeded. According to my law, if you fail to commit indecent assault, you will be exiled." I turned around with question marks on my face, thinking about this guy. Who is it? What does it have to do with him? At this moment, a lot of memories suddenly flooded into my mind, and after merging, I understood everything. It turned out that it was the man in white, Liu Shirtsai, who was behind this. This Liu Shirtsai is a direct descendant of the Liu family in Bayin County. The Liu family has people in the court and is considered a local gentry. They claim to be a family of scholars, and all the children in the family have to study and participate in the provincial examination to obtain fame. Previously, they took the back door to the provincial examination, but after the change of the prefect, this way was blocked, so they wanted to find me to write the article for them. After I refused, they asked Dong Shi to perform this drama. And this county magistrate has obviously been bribed, and he pronounced the verdict without asking any questions about the case, which clearly means that he wants to put me to death. Damn it, this Liu guy is so bad, and this dog official is not a good guy either. I gritted my teeth. The original owner had been killed by them, but now it was me who was going to be exiled. I didn't come here to suffer. My mind raced, thinking of ways to survive. The county magistrate opened his eyes and nodded. "Xuezi Liu is right, then Xiao Jie's reputation will be revoked, and then he will be exiled to Lingnan." What? I couldn't help but shout out, "You dog official, do you know how to judge a case? Exile will start, right?" The whole audience was silent, and everyone thought I was crazy for daring to scold the county magistrate. The county magistrate was also angered by me. "You are so good, Xiao Jie, you dare to insult an official appointed by the court. I think you are tired of living." I risked my life and stood up to argue, "You dog official, you take money to do things, and you lie with open eyes. I am a scholar, I am powerless, and my waist is not as thick as her thighs. You say I molested her. Is there still the law?" The county magistrate was so angry that he trembled all over, and sneered, "You said the law. Well, this official will let you know what the law is today." Xiao Jie attempted to molest her, refused to plead guilty, and contradicted this official. His crime is extremely serious and his crime is aggravated. Exile will be substituted for beheading. Take him to Kaishiku and behead him immediately for public display. Everyone shook their heads and sighed when they heard this. At this moment, a voice rang in my mind, "The system has been loaded. The Yin-Yang Judge system is activated. After the host dies, he can become the Yin-Yang Judge, judging the Yang during the day and the Yin at night, presiding over the justice of heaven and earth." I was stunned. The plug-in is here. Then the system interface appeared in front of me, showing that I can become the Yin-Yang Judge after my death, and open the godhood after the first 7 days, and obtain the ghost fairy cultivation. Become a god after death. I came to my senses and straightened my back. I thought, I'll die, I must die in front of them today. So I stretched my neck and shouted to the executioner, "Brother, come and chop me, chop here." The executioner was stunned. How could a death row prisoner be so proactive? The county magistrate asked me if I was wrong. I angrily said, "I know your sister, if you don't kill me today, your whole family will be bastards born by me." The county magistrate was furious and trembled and shouted for someone to chop me to death. The executioner swung his knife and my head fell to the ground. Instantly, everyone's heart trembled for no reason. The sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. It was pitch dark. The wind blew suddenly, and there were lightning and thunder. Lu Shirtsai looked at my eyes that were still open, and he felt scared. He thought I had turned into a ghost and wanted to cause trouble for him, so he planned to ask Master Song to save my soul. But the strange phenomenon disappeared quickly. Lu Shirtsai and the county magistrate thought everything was fine, laughed loudly, and asked people to carry my body away. However, they didn't know that my death caused a huge sensation. The practitioners, ghost kings, and demon kings all looked up in horror. The sky was covered with dark clouds, gusts of cold wind, lightning, and thunder, and a pair of bloodshot eyes looked down at the world. Many powerful people who could predict the secrets of the heavens tried to spy on them, but they were beaten by the might of heaven and vomited blood. They died and disappeared, leaving only 6 inexplicable words such as indescribable. Lu Shirtsai asked Master Song to help me to transcend. Master Song performed a ritual for 7 days, thinking that my ghost had been transcended. Lu Shirtsai then had my body thrown into a mass grave. But just after 7 days, there were thunder and lightning over Bain Mountain, and the evil spirit was surging. A government office that was completely black, with carved beams and painted buildings and full of ghosts and monsters, the underworld slowly rose from the ground. There was a drum for grievances at the door, and a couplet read, "Whether you are a human or a ghost, if you have grievances in your heart, you will be given justice after entering this door. If you dare to commit crimes, you will be punished for your crimes after entering this place." The door of the underworld opened, and I walked in holding my head, put my head on my neck, and my body and head merged, turning into golden light and pouring into the shrine, becoming a statue of a god. I am wearing a black robe with dragon patterns, a golden crown on my head, a handsome face, holding the book of life and death in my left hand, and the Yin-Yang mace in my right hand. The system has been updated. I understand that the title must be given by all living beings, and the authority can be increased by solving cases or adding incense points. I am currently a ghost fairy, not afraid of thunder and immortal. There are only 8 people in the world who can fight with me. I also have the ability of wandering gods and dharma eyes, but wandering gods need to consume incense to leave the underworld. I decided to take revenge first. I used the parade to consume 1,000 incense points and walked out of the statue. I was very satisfied with my current appearance, but I felt that using the Yin-Yang mace to kill Lu Shirtsai would defile the treasure, so I prepared to pick up a brick. I came to the sky above Lu's mansion and saw that there was a lot of lewd music coming out in the dead of night. I knew that there was a lot of resentment in this place, and the Lu family must have harmed many people. I picked up the brick and walked towards the gate of Lu's mansion. I passed through easily, and the bronze mirror on the door shattered. Inside the Lu mansion, Lu Shirtsai found that the door could not be opened after he went to the toilet. He kicked it open but no one was there. The whole Lu mansion was gloomy and scary. He went to the front hall and the back house but no one was there. When he was wondering, the door of his father's room slowly opened. He walked in and saw me sitting on the armchair. He was terrified and thought that I had been saved. He even raised the jade pendant blessed by Master Song to attack me, but the jade pendant shattered instantly. I stood up and told him that the Taoist Palace Realm Seeker he raised had been killed by me. He fled in panic. I was not in a hurry and let him run for 10 minutes. When I left, the Lu mansion was suddenly filled with ghosts howling, blood raining, and ghosts everywhere. I used my physical power to distort the space to form a ghost world. Lu Shirtsai screamed for help in fear, but was dragged into the room by countless bloody handprints and palms. The doors and windows were closed, and there was no movement in the Lu mansion. I threw down the bloody brick and turned to leave. The next morning, Lu San, a servant of the Lu family, went to the toilet and was sickened by the stench. He also found the body of Lu Shirtsai who had drowned in the pit. My son. The stench was overwhelming in the backyard of the Lu residence. The servant stood aside, looking at the marinated corpse in the middle of the yard. My son, oh. You died miserably. Lu Shirtsai's mother knelt on the ground, heartbroken, and Lu Yud, the head of the Lu family, had a gloomy expression on his face. Lu San, what is going on? Lu San stepped forward quickly and said, Master, when I went to the toilet this morning, I saw that the young master had drowned in the pit. I quickly called someone to come. As for how the little one drowned, I don't know either. Lu Yud frowned. The death of one or two more of his sons was no big deal to him, but he could not tolerate anyone daring to kill someone in his family. After all, if they could kill his son in his home, then they could also kill him in the future, which he could not allow. Master, you must avenge Shirtsai. Lu Shirtsai's mother knelt on the ground, looking pleading. Lu Yud said nothing. After a long silence, he looked at Lu San beside him and said, Go, invite Master Song here. Lu San nodded and hurried to another house, but as soon as he entered the door, he found something wrong. A strong smell of blood filled the yard. Moreover, the entire house was empty. You should know that in order to win over Master Song, the Lu family arranged a lot of servants for him. But today, there was no one in the whole house. Master Song. Lu San walked inside with gritted teeth, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that the entire inner courtyard was full of people lying there. The bodies of those people were shriveled, as if all the blood had been sucked out, turning into dried human flesh. Ah! Lu San trembled all over, turned around and was about to run, but in an instant he froze in place. Because behind him, a person appeared out of nowhere. The man stood there straight, his body was skinny, like a bag of bones, and his hair was completely gray. Master Song Song. Lu San knelt on the ground with a plop, trembling all over. Master, please come to your house for a chat. Immortal Master Song nodded calmly, find a few people to deal with the body. After saying that, he turned and left, and Lu San finally breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth is going on? How could Master Song become like this? It's horrible. It's scarier than a ghost. Lu San's heart was pounding, and he thought he was finished. Lu Mansion. Lu Yud stared at Master Song in front of him and felt horrified. Master, how did you become like this? This immortal Master Song used to look ugly, but at least he was a human being, with flesh and blood. But now he looks like a piece of dried bacon, all skin and bones, not looking like a human at all. Could it be that he was drained dry by overindulgence? Lu Yud frowned. That's impossible. This immortal Master Song knows the art of collecting and replenishing energy. After learning it, he can still enjoy himself every night even when he is nearly 60 years old. Master Song has profound skills, how could he be sucked dry? Don't worry, you won't die. Immortal Master Song's voice was hoarse, like the sound of two wooden sticks rubbing against each other. Last night, an evil ghost came to Lu's house. What? As soon as these words came out, Lu Yud felt a chill on his back and quickly stood up. Master, have you dealt with that evil spirit? Immortal Master Song's face was gloomy. That ghost is very powerful. When he entered the door, he broke my mirror, and then destroyed the formation that I set up for the Lu family. Lu Yud's expression changed slightly. Then, is the ghost still in Lu's house now? Immortal Master Song shook his head. The ghost's target is Lu Shirtsai. After these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that Lu Shirtsai was killed by this evil ghost, but everyone was relieved to hear this. The ghost's target was Lu Shirtsai, which meant that the ghost would not kill anyone again after killing the latter. Master, if this ghost kills Lu Shirtsai, will it no longer target our Lu family? Lu Yud was a little nervous. However, Master Song shook his head. Not necessarily. That ghost is extraordinary and has a strong consciousness. There are no rules to restrain him at all. Just because he's targeting Lu Shirtsai, that doesn't mean he won't target you too. Upon hearing this, Lu Yud was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Master, you must save us. Our whole family is counting on you. As long as you are willing to help, I am willing to give everything I have and serve the immortal master for generations. Greed flashed across Master Song's eyes, but was quickly overwhelmed by fear. That thing is horrible. I'm definitely no match for him now. Last night he had a fight with a fierce ghost that broke into Lu's house, but the other party only needed to look at him and drained all his energy. If he hadn't accidentally obtained a death substitute talisman, he would have been able to save half his life. But even so, he almost died, because the ghost's ability was too strange. It could ignore space and time and attack him from all directions. Finally, he had no choice but to use evil methods to suck the blood of more than 30 people, and only then did he save half his life with the help of the death talisman. However, I cannot refuse the Lu family's offerings. Immortal Master Song's eyes flickered. He had been living a luxurious life in the Lu family over the years, with beautiful women to play with him every day. He was so happy. He was unwilling to give up his wealth and glory and continue to be a Taoist priest. After a moment's silence, Master Song said, "I was fighting with that evil ghost yesterday and consumed too much energy. Now I am no match for that ghost. Wait for me to go back and call my brother. With the two of us together, you can rest assured." Upon hearing this, Lu Yud nodded quickly. "Okay, thank you for your help, Master." Immortal Master Song stood up and was about to leave when Lu Shirtsai's mother knelt on the ground and said, "Immortal Master, what about my son? Shirtsai is always very respectful to you, you must save him." Upon hearing this, Master Song looked at Lu Shirtsai's body, walked forward and chanted a spell. After a moment, a wisp of soul floated out of the latter's body. "Go." Immortal Master Song pointed at Bayin Mountain, and the soul flew to the top of the mountain. "I have already secured Lu Shirtsai's soul and now have it on the top of Bayin Mountain. The Yin energy there is strong, so it can ensure that he remains conscious. When I come back, I will find him another body and cast a spell to bring him back to life." "Thank you, Master." Master Song waved his hand, picked up his things and hurriedly left Lu Mansion. Upon seeing this, Lu Yud quickly ordered his family members to stay at home and not leave. While everyone in the Lu family was hiding at home, in a state of constant fear, Lu Shirtsai's soul was floating on the Bayin Mountain and finally came to the underworld government. The underworld. Lu Shirtsai looked at the plaque on the door and then at the notice posted on the bulletin board at the door. "This is the place that governs the laws of Yin and Yang and enforces justice between heaven and earth. All living beings in the world, whether human, ghost, demon or beast, who have grievances, can beat the drum and cry out for justice, and the Yin and Yang Judge will uphold justice for you. Is this the underworld?" After reading it, Lu Shirtsai was delighted. He was killed by the evil ghost Shao Jie, which was a huge injustice. He wanted to sue Shao Jie for turning into a ghost and harming people, bringing disaster to the world. "Shao Jie, wait for me. I'm going to ask the Lord of the Underworld to arrest you." Lu Shirtsai turned around and walked to the drum for appealing for justice and struck the drum loudly. "My lord, this is unjust." In the underworld, Shao Jie was looking at the Book of Life and Death when he suddenly heard the drum sounding outside, and he was immediately perked up. Family members. Opened. The underworld. After Shao Jie came back from Bayin County, he returned to the statue. "That bastard Lu Shirtsai is finally dead." Shao Jie stretched and lazily felt much better after taking revenge. By the way, the dog county magistrate has not been arrested yet. The county magistrate is a bastard, he is even more hateful than Lu Shirtsai. The reason why Lu Shirtsai dared to do evil so blatantly was not only because he had connections in the court, but more importantly, because of the protection of the county magistrate. It can be said that this guy's protection is the reason why the Lu family and Lu Shirtsai dared to act so presumptuously in Bayin County. He is one of the sources of evil. Go find this old guy tonight. Chu. As Shao Jie had just thought about it, the county magistrate, who was far away in the Bayin County government office, couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body and sneezed. "What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel cold all over?" The county magistrate shook his head and touched his nose. "It should be the weather that has changed. Let the Lu family send a fur coat tomorrow." Thinking of this, the county magistrate pushed open the small door in front of him, and inside was filled with dense gold, silver and treasures. Hey, my baby." The county magistrate rubbed his hands with an excited look on his face. He would feel uncomfortable if these treasures of his didn't smell it every day. While he was sleeping with the gold and silver in his arms, he didn't know that he had been targeted by the men on Bayin Mountain. And in the underworld. After Shao Jie decided to go see the county magistrate tonight, he took out the Book of Life and Death and the Yin-Yang Mace and looked at them. Yin-Yang Golden Mace, a magical treasure that can fight ghosts and people. It can travel between Yin and Yang and transform into Yin and Yang energy to kill all sinners. This stuff is pretty good. Xiao Jie fiddled with it in his hand for a while and found that this Yin-Yang Golden Mace was indeed very handy. After playing with it for a while, Xiao Jie put away the Yin-Yang Golden Mace, and then looked at the Book of Life and Death in his hand. Book of Life and Death, an innate treasure, the Book of Men among the three books of heaven, earth and men, is created by the cycle of Yin and Yang, and contains the destinies of all living beings in heaven and earth. It can be used to check the information of all living beings, determine their future and rewrite their destinies. Disclaimer: the information in the Book of Life and Death is copied from the universe by the system. The system is not responsible for any omissions. It's not your system, why are others different? Why is there a disclaimer? Besides, am I missing a spring and autumn reincarnation pen? Xiao Jie flipped through the Book of Life and Death. Without the spring and autumn reincarnation pen, he could not change the information in the Book of Life and Death. System, can you send all the items when you send them? Where is my spring and autumn reincarnation pen? Without the spring and autumn samsara pen, the power of the Book of Life and Death is greatly reduced and it can only be regarded as a household registration file. Xiao Jie was helpless and bored. He opened the Book of Life and Death and checked the information inside. Yes, it is clearly written here. In the Book of Life and Death, everyone's present and past are recorded clearly. Lu Shirtsai. Just then, Xiao Jie saw a familiar name. Lu Shirtsai, from the Wuzhou dynasty, was from Beiyin County, Donghai Commandery. He was kind and generous, and was a great philanthropist in Beiyin County. He lived to be 99 years old and lived a peaceful life. Ah. It should be the same name. Xiao Jie rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Guess what, this is a person. Are you kidding me? Lu Shirtsai is kind and generous. I think he likes whoring. Xiao Jie also laughed. Lu Shirtsai was actually a good man and a great philanthropist at that, according to the Book of Life and Death. Isn't this funny? Let me take another look. Xiao Jie searched again and found the county magistrate. Beiyin County Magistrate, Wu Guo, was born in the Wuzhou dynasty and was from Xuzhou. He was studious since childhood. Because he was honest, he was demoted to Beiyin County. He lived an upright life and never coveted a single ounce of silver. He lived to be 105 years old. He had a bumpy career in the first half of his life, but a smooth career in the second half. He knows every word, but why does it seem a bit difficult to understand when they are put together? Xiao Jie turned the Book of Life and Death over and took a look at it. The more he looked at the three words, Book of Life and Death, on it, the more confusing it seemed. How could that dog official not be greedy for a single penny? Aren't you kidding me? If he is an honest official, wouldn't I become a corrupt official? Xiao Jie frowned slightly. What a good disclaimer. He finally understood. The information on this Book of Life and Death cannot be trusted. In the future, when making judgments in the underworld, we must always be realistic. If we go by this confusing account, he has many unjust, false, and wrong cases on his hands. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the drum of complaint outside suddenly sounded. Xiao Jie was stunned, and immediately became alert. Family. It's time to live. Xiao Jie put away the Book of Life and Death, and a system prompt came to his mind. The drums of injustice sound, and the underworld begins. The door of the underworld slowly opened, and then a ghost walked in from outside. The ghost lowered its head and its face could not be seen clearly, but before the ghost came close, a foul odor hit me in the face. Xiao Jie frowned and asked, "How did you die? Why does it smell so bad? Could he have fallen into the pit and drowned?" At this time, the ghost came to the hall, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times to the superior. Little ghost Lu Shirtsai pays homage to the Lord of the Underworld. Please, Lord of the Underworld, make the decision for me. Who? Lu Shirtsai. Xiao Jie, who was originally confused, suddenly widened his eyes. This guy's soul actually came to Beiyin Mountain. This luck. That's really good. Xiao Jie was stunned for a long while, then suddenly grinned and said, since you came here yourself, don't blame me for being rude. Are you going to sue a human? Or a ghost? If you have any grievances, just tell me directly. I will do you justice. Xiao Jie spoke with a smile. Lu Shizai was stunned when he heard this, his heart beating fast. Why did this voice sound so familiar? He raised his head slightly, glanced at the statue, and found a pair of angry eyes looking at him. He was startled and lowered his head quickly in fear. The little ghost is originally a descendant of the Lu family in Baiying County. He has never harmed anyone. But a few days ago, because a man in the county was caught molesting a girl, Xiao Gui heroically saved the girl, upheld justice for the girl, and brought the murderer to justice. But I didn't expect that the murderer would not change his bad deeds. After his death, he turned into a fierce ghost and ran into my house and killed me. Lu Shizai started to cry out in grievance as he spoke, My lord, I asked someone to tell my fortune before I died, and it said I would live to be 99, and I would live a peaceful life. Now I am being killed at the age of 25, you must help me. You bastard, you are so good at confusing right and wrong and telling lies. If I wasn't the person involved, I would have been fooled by you. Xiao Jie sneered, and suddenly his eyes turned, revealing a wicked smile. Who is the murderer? Lu Shizai stopped crying and said, the murderer was Xiao Jie, a scholar from Baiying County. He was beheaded 7 days ago. Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie sneered and revealed his true self from the statue. Lu Shizai, please raise your head. Lu Shizai was stunned, then slowly raised his head and saw a young man in black sitting inside the shrine. Xiao Jie. When Lu Shizai saw the man's face clearly, his pupils shrank immediately. This person was none other than the murderer Xiao Jie whom he wanted to sue. You. Lu Shizai jumped up from the ground and pointed at Xiao Jie in horror. The god in the underworld is actually Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie is a god. Lu Shizai only felt his brain buzzing. It turned out that it was a god who killed him. And he even sued Xiao Jie in Xiao Jie's government office. For a moment, Lu Shizai felt like the sky was falling. Xiao Jie revealed his true form, waved his hand, took out the Yin-Yang golden mace and placed it on the table, looking dignified and solemn. I am the scholar who was beheaded 7 days ago. Xiao Jie. You want to sue me? Lu Shizai's face was filled with despair. He was finished. The people in the hall. Why are you suing me? Hearing Xiao Jie's voice above his head, Lu Shizai suddenly collapsed to the ground, completely dumbfounded. I sue Xiao Jie in his underworld. Isn't this just seeking death? Wait, how can Xiao Jie be a god? Suddenly Lu Shizai thought of something. Xiao Jie was just a scholar. He could be killed by himself when he was alive. How could he suddenly become a god after his death? Wrong. Lu Shizai suddenly stood up and stared at Xiao Jie. You are not a god, you are a ghost. You are such a jerk, Xiao Jie. You are a little sneak and you are pretending to be a god here. This is a heinous crime. Xiao Jie found it funny to see Lu Shizai suddenly becoming tough. Could it be that this guy thought he had discovered a huge secret? Little did they know that he got his position as a god in a legitimate way, and it would be useless even if they complained to heaven. All right. Xiao Jie waved his hand. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Whether I am a god or not has nothing to do with you. You should think about one thing now. Lu Shizai was stunned. What are you thinking about? Xiao Jie smiled slightly. How to die? Lu Shizai's face changed, and he looked at Xiao Jie warily. I'm already dead, what else do you want? Even if the body dies, the soul still exists. Xiao Jie looked at Lu Shizai and said, just like you asked that immortal master to use his magic power to save me, I plan to use physical salvation to save you. Think about it yourself. How can I guarantee that you won't die at my hands? No, I guarantee that your soul won't be torn apart. Lu Shizai was stunned for a moment, then he realized something. There is an insurmountable gap in strength between him and Xiao Jie. Even if he is not a god, there is no problem for him to kill himself. Wasn't he seeking death by jumping like that just now? After figuring out the problem, Lu Shirtsai turned around and ran without even thinking about it. He's a ghost. I am a ghost too. I want to run, he shouldn't be able to catch me. Lu Shirtsai thought to himself and rushed out of the door with all his strength. However, his behavior was very funny in Xiao Jie's eyes, like an ant running around on the ground. Is it too late to run now? Xiao Jie snorted coldly and raised the Yin-Yang golden mace in his hand. You committed many evil deeds during your lifetime, and you dare to fabricate and slander me after your death. If you don't change your bad behavior, you should be killed. Buzz. The Yin-Yang golden mace flew out of his hand and turned into two streams of light, one black and one white, and instantly flew towards Lu Shirtsai. Boom. Lu Shirtsai, who hadn't even run out of the door, was instantly shattered by two streams of light, and his soul flew to pieces on the spot. Kill an evil spirit, incense plus 1,000. Xiao Jie raised his hand to take back the Yin-Yang golden mace, and couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. He didn't expect that this Lu Shirtsai was quite expensive. 1,000 incense sticks are enough for him to celebrate the parade once. It's a bit of a return on investment. Xiao Jie smiled, and at this moment the system sent another prompt. Corrected information in the Book of Life and Death. Lu Shirtsai, Donghai County, Beiyin Mountain, a direct descendant of the Lu family, has committed many evil deeds, including bullying men and women, harming 363 people, and seizing countless other people's land. His crimes are extremely serious. Originally, his lifespan was set at 99 years, but his sins were so severe that his lifespan was shortened to 25 years. After his death, his soul will be sent to the netherworld, where he will be tortured by mountains of knives, seas of fire, heart-digging, and oil pots. Xiao Jie was stunned for a moment, then he opened the Book of Life and Death, and found that Lu Shirtsai's information had indeed changed. This guy has killed so many innocent people in just 25 years. Isn't it too easy for him to just kill him just now? It's a pity that I don't have the power to send him to hell. Xiao Jie shook his head. His underworld office was responsible for killings but not burying people, but there was no place to lock people up. I'll create a hell when I have a chance. In the future, there will be more and more people and ghosts seeking justice. Those who have committed minor crimes must be given a chance to atone for their sins. We can't really start with the death penalty and end with killing everyone. Xiao Jie stood up, put the Yin-Yang golden mace back into the statue, and muttered something in his heart. God of Parade. Incense, 1,000. Xiao Jie's ghost body walked out of the statue and looked outside the underworld. The sun has disappeared and the entire Beiyin County has fallen into darkness. Dog Magistrate. It's your turn. Xiao Jie snorted coldly, and the next moment he arrived above Beiyin County and then appeared in front of the county government office. Looking up, Xiao Jie looked at the plaque of the county government office, only to see that the entire county government office was shrouded in an aura. Dragon energy. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows, but he understood after thinking about it. The Beiyin County Yamen was granted by the emperor of the Wuzhou dynasty himself. It is a national artifact and is blessed by the national fortune of the Wuzhou dynasty. The Wuzhou dynasty was considered a powerful and great country in the world at that time, and the sneaky and evil spirits like these county yamen could not get close to it. But for Xiao Jie, it was just a layer of window sticker that could be broken with a poke. Xiao Jie walked towards the gate of the county government office with a swagger. The plaque above the gate suddenly glowed with golden light, and a golden armored general flew out from the plaque. Buzz. The golden armored general landed on the ground, slamming the axe in his hand heavily on the ground, and glaring at Xiao Jie with his tiger eyes. Who are you? How dare you offend the Imperial Majesty? If you don't leave quickly, I will call you back. Roll. Before the golden armored general could finish his words, Xiao Jie waved his hand and shattered him to pieces. Crack. The plaque of the Beiyin County Government Office was instantly covered with dense cracks. Xiao Jie snorted coldly and strode through the door with his hands behind his back. And at the moment when Xiao Jie broke into the room, far away in Luodu, the capital of Wuzhou, there was a building towering into the clouds. This building is called Jinghua Tower, and it was the place where the Wuzhou dynasty suppressed the destiny of the country. There are a total of 72 4 Extreme Realm Grand Masters and 36 Martial Soul Realm Grand Masters in the building, who use their great abilities to gather the earth veins from all directions to protect the prosperity of the entire Wuzhou dynasty. Puff. But suddenly, a golden-armored warrior who was a grandmaster of the 4th level suddenly opened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath instantly became weak. Wu Kuei. What's wrong with you? The nation's destiny was shaken, and everyone in the Zhenghua building opened their eyes immediately. What happened? Was the place you were guarding attacked? Someone helped Wu Kuei up, who looked horrified and puzzled. Just now, a strong ghost energy appeared in the place where I was guarding. But before I could determine my location, my consciousness was forcibly erased, and my soul was damaged. That's why I had no choice but to leave the Zhenghua Tower. What? When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Wu Kuei represented the entire Wuzhou dynasty and was blessed with the fortune of the Wuzhou dynasty. How could a ghost easily wipe him out? Doesn't that mean that the ghost also has the power to destroy the Wuzhou dynasty? This is a shocking event. Hurry and report to the emperor. By the way, Wu Kuei, where did the incident happen? Wu Kuei heard this and shook his head in frustration. That ghost was too scary. I didn't even have time to confirm his location before he was wiped out. Besides, my soul is damaged, so I can't find out which government office is missing in the area under my jurisdiction. I can only trouble the brothers from the Demon Suppression Division to make a trip. Everyone felt helpless when they heard this. When did such a powerful ghost appear in Wuzhou? Just when they were puzzled, the Beiyin County government office suddenly flashed red light, and the next moment all the candles lit up. County Magistrate Wu Guo walked into the county government office in a daze and knelt on the ground. Gold, hey hey gold hey hey. Bang. Just when he was still dreaming, he was suddenly awakened by the gavel above his head. Wu Guo, you are corrupt, you have taken bribes, you have committed crimes, you have helped the Liu family to bully men and women, you have exploited the people in your hometown, you really deserve to die. While Wu Guo was still confused, he heard a cold snort above his head. He quickly looked up and saw a young man in black sitting on the desk. But when Wu Guo saw the young man's face clearly, he suddenly became frightened. You are Xiao Jie. Are you a human or a ghost? Wu Guo pointed at Xiao Jie in horror. Xiao Jie. How could a dead person appear here? Xiao Jie. Why are you here? Wu Guo's face was filled with horror. Xiao Jie was clearly dead, and he had witnessed with his own eyes the Liu family performing a ritual to help him reborn in heaven for 7 days and 7 nights. There was no possibility that he could even become a ghost. No, you are not Xiao Jie. Who are you? Wu Guo suddenly stood up and pointed at Xiao Jie. This is the government office of the Wuzhou dynasty, the country's sacred artifact. With the fate of our Wuzhou dynasty in charge, ghosts can't get in. You are not a ghost. Tell me, who are you? How dare you come here to tease me, the master? Wu Guo appeared fierce but was actually weak, but Xiao Jie sneered. The fate of Wuzhou. Don't even mention your small county government. Even if it's the Wuzhou imperial city, I can come and go freely if I want to. Xiao Jie said as he casually picked up the command arrow on the table and played with it. I will rule the laws of heaven and earth and enforce justice in the world. As the chief official of Beiyin County, you should have benefited the people and upheld justice. However, you were corrupt and took bribes, helping the Liu family to cause trouble and bully the people. Your crimes are extremely heinous and unforgivable. I am here today to take your life. Wu Guo's face changed slightly when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down. Xiao Jie, don't try to scare me. I think you are just full of resentment, so you turned into a ghost and set up a private court here, hoping to take revenge. But don't forget, I am from the Wuzhou dynasty, an official appointed by the emperor himself. I abide by the laws of the Wuzhou dynasty, and I eat the salary of the Wuzhou dynasty. The only one who can judge me in this world is the Wuzhou emperor. The only thing that can kill me is Wuzhou's guillotine. Even if you, Xiao Jie, are really a heavenly official, you have no right to hold me accountable. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. Wu Guo usually looked dazed, but unexpectedly, he became eloquent when facing disaster. You have a point. Xiao Jie nodded. Wu Guo was delighted when he saw this and quickly continued. Shao Jie, if you leave immediately, I will not hold you responsible. How you cause trouble for the Lu family is your own business. I will just ignore it. If you keep pestering me here, don't blame me for reporting you to the Demon Suppression Bureau. When the strong men from the Demon Suppression Bureau come, your ghost body that you have managed to preserve with great difficulty will be in danger. Wu Guo looked proud. Shao Jie looked at this and laughed out loud. Why are you laughing? Wu Guo's face darkened slightly, and Shao Jie waved his hand and stopped laughing. Nothing, I just feel like you don't understand the situation at all. Shao Jie leaned back in his chair. All you said is based on the premise that you survive from my hands. Can you do it? After these words were spoken, Wu Guo's face changed slightly and he knelt down with a plop. How could he forget this? Shao Jie is now in the county government office, and it would be easy for him to kill him. Even if the Wuzhou dynasty killed Shao Jie in the future, he was still dead, and everything would be in vain. He embezzled so much money, but didn't spend a penny of it. Shao Jie, spare my life. The Lu family forced me to do this. You also know that the Lu family is very powerful. I, a small county magistrate, can't live without listening to them. You have wronged someone and owed someone. Go find them and ask them to let me go. Looking at Wu Guo, who was arrogant at first but respectful later, Shao Jie sneered. You dog official. You took bribes and abused your power. Many lives were lost because of your connivance. Shao Jie stood up and looked at Wu Guo coldly. I am here to punish you on behalf of heaven today. Wu Guo, you have committed a heinous crime that is beyond the reach of heaven. I will take your life. After saying that, Shao Jie threw the command arrow in his hand in front of Wu Guo. Looking at the command arrow in front of him, Wu Guo was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Shao Jie was determined to kill him. No, you can't kill me. I am an official appointed by Wuzhou. According to Wuzhou laws, I accepted bribes, which means I will be exiled. I can only be exiled. How can you sentence me to death? Wu Guo stood up and protested loudly. I don't accept it, I don't accept it. You, a ghost officer, can't judge like this. I should be exiled, exiled. Shao Jie picked up the gavel and slammed it. Shut up, I will make the judgment, and the death penalty will be imposed. If you don't agree, go and sue me. Wu Guo was stunned. These are my lyrics. Boom. At this time, the entire county government office was filled with ghostly fire, which instantly submerged Wu Guo. Ah, help me. Someone come and save me. The entire county government office was engulfed in flames in an instant. Wu Guo was covered in flames and sought help everywhere. The fire spread to wherever he passed, directly setting the entire government office on fire. The county government office is on fire. What happened? Why did the county government office catch fire? It's probably because the county magistrate has done too many evil things, and God has punished him. So firefighting. When the people of Bayin County noticed the fire, they immediately ran out with buckets in their hands. But when they discovered that it was the government office, they all stood aside and watched. Help! No matter how the people inside shouted, no one went up to help. The next morning, the fire had burned all night and the entire government office had been reduced to ashes, but under the sunlight, something was shining among the ruins. What's in there? I don't know, let's go check it out. What is it? The people walked into the ruins and were immediately shocked by the scene before them. I saw that in the ruins, there was a platform made of silver water, 2 meters high, with more than a dozen golden men standing on it. The golden men all had terrified expressions on their faces and were covered in gold. Judging from their faces, they were the county magistrate's wife, children, and a group of close confidants. There was a person kneeling in the innermost part, his body completely submerged in the golden water, but he was holding a handful of gold in his arms. It was the county magistrate himself. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. How much money had the county magistrate embezzled? After melting, it turned into a golden house. Shao Jie was sitting inside the Yinsi Yamen, but his eyes fell on the ruins of the Bayin County Yamen. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. He was so greedy that he was still thinking about gold and silver when he was dying. In the end, he harmed his entire family in vain. Xiao Jie sneered. He only killed the county magistrate. All the other people in the county government office were burned to death by the county magistrate's ghost-carrying ghost fire. However, they were all protected by the county magistrate and had received his favor, so now they deserved the punishment and were not innocent. Great revenge has been achieved. Xiao Jie stretched and lazily. Now that the two people who harmed him were dead, his mood instantly improved. However, as he dealt with his own affairs, he began to worry. If his underworld office wants to obtain incense and offerings, someone must be able to file a complaint. But now his underworld office has no reputation in the human world, nor in the ghost world. It has nothing to do with either humans or ghosts, and has no business at all. If Lu Shirtsai hadn't lost his mind and offered his life voluntarily on the first order, he wouldn't have been able to open the business. We need to think of a way to get some publicity for ourselves. Boom boom boom. Just as Xiao Jie was thinking about his next move, the drums of injustice outside suddenly sounded. Business is coming again. Xiao Jie perked up and quickly sat up straight. It's unfair. As the door of the underworld slowly opened, a cry was heard outside, and then a group of people walked in. My lord, it's unfair. Xiao Jie looked at those people and was stunned. No way, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. Xiao Jie frowned and looked at the group of people who walked in. The group of people were covered in black air and had a strong smell of burning. When they arrived in the hall, the leader knelt down. My lord, this little devil is innocent. Please help me, sir. Xiao Jie frowned. Who are you going to sue? The little devil is the magistrate of Beiyin County, Wu Guo. We need to sue the new local ghost in Beiyin County, Xiao Jie. Wu Guo raised the petition in his hand and said, I solved a case not long ago. Xiao Jie was caught molesting a young girl. He refused to repent and openly slandered the little devil in the court. Seeing that he refused to repent, the little devil sentenced him to death. But I didn't expect that Xiao Jie would feel resentful when Xiao Gui enforced the law impartially. He turned into a fierce ghost and came to take revenge. He set fire to the county government office, causing Xiao Gui's entire family of 18 to die in the sea of fire. Please, sir, help me and give the little devil some justice. Xiao Jie frowned. What a fair and impartial law enforcer. Just like Lu Shirtsai, he wanted to confuse right and wrong in front of him. That's right. Wu Guo thought of something and suddenly said, that Xiao Jie is really abominable. He actually pretended to be a ghost messenger and set up a private court. This is extremely disrespectful. Please capture him quickly, sir, to prevent him from causing trouble in the world any further. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. There is such a thing. Wu Guo nodded repeatedly. Yes, this Xiao Jie is very arrogant. Not only did he seek revenge on me, but he even dared to use the name of an adult. This is destroying your reputation and is extremely disrespectful. If this isn't dealt with quickly, I'm afraid the kid will cause trouble and bring trouble to the adults. Xiao Jie laughed when he heard this. This old guy is quite good at sowing discord. After thinking about it, Xiao Jie took the petition from Wu Guo's hand, opened it and took a look. Suddenly his face changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. How dare you, Wu Guo, to make random accusations in front of me? Wu Guo was stunned and shook his head quickly. Sir, everything I said is true, there is no falsehood at all. And the ghosts behind me are all my family members. If you don't believe me, just ask them. The ghost behind Wu Guo knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Jie repeatedly. Master Yinzi, everything my master said is true. That Xiao Jie is really abominable. Please, sir, make the decision for us and bring Xiao Jie to justice. Sir, we are wronged. A group of people were howling like ghosts and wolves. Xiao Jie's face darkened when he heard it. These bastards are still biting people even after they are dead. Their crime is truly unforgivable. Xiao Jie's mind moved, and his true self revealed from the statue. Wu Guo, who do you think I am? Wu Guo looked up and was stunned. Why do you look so much like Xiao Jie? Wrong. Wu Guo was suddenly startled. You are Xiao Jie. You are actually Xiao Jie. Wu Guo was stunned. Xiao Jie was actually the judge of Yin and Yang. How is it possible that a ghost who had just died less than 10 days ago could become the judge of Yin and Yang? Wu Guo was confused. He originally thought that Xiao Jie was just a little ghost pretending to be a ghost catcher. Even if he really became a ghost catcher, he would at most be a minor official in the underworld. If he goes to the underworld to file a complaint, he will definitely be brought down. He didn't expect that he was the judge of Yin and Yang, the highest judge of the underworld. This result completely stunned him. How could a new ghost suddenly become a god? This is unscientific. Wu Guo's family was stunned. They actually sued Xiao Jie in his underworld. This matter has now made them embarrassed. Wu Guo. Xiao Jie took out the Yin-Yang golden mace and glared at the little ghost below. You accepted bribes privately, took bribes and perverted the law, and you are an accomplice to the evildoer. As a senior official, he actually helped the Liu family to oppress the people. This is a heinous crime. I will burn your body to eliminate your sins, but you refuse to repent and even dare to slander me here. Xiao Jie raised the Yin-Yang golden mace in his hand and said, You seem to have no intention of repenting at all. If that's the case, I will beat you to pieces and cut off your path to reincarnation. After saying that, the Yin-Yang golden mace in Xiao Jie's hand flew out and hit Wu Guo on the forehead. Boom. Wu Guo's soul was instantly shattered by the Yin-Yang golden mace, and his soul was scattered to pieces. When the little ghosts around Wu Guo saw this scene, they were so scared that they ran away immediately. Xiao Jie's eyes were cold. As Wu Guo's family and servants, you usually use his power to do evil and plunder money. Now you are implicated and killed by him. You deserve it. If you still dare to complain in front of me, then disappear with Wu Guo. Xiao Jie snorted coldly, and the Yin-Yang golden mace vibrated, directly smashing those little ghosts into pieces. Kill one evil ghost, 17 little ghosts. Incense value plus 2,700. Obtained spell, 5 Thunder's Righteousness. Xiao Jie took back the Yin-Yang golden mace, and a book appeared in front of him. 5 Thunder's Method. This method of thunder practiced by the Taoist Jingyi Tianchi can mobilize heavenly thunder and has extremely strong killing power against evil spirits. Thunder Method. Xiao Jie took the thunder technique and felt a little strange. The sneaky force is powerful and possesses very strange powers, but it is completely suppressed by the heavenly thunder. The ultimate goal of their practice is to become immune to heavenly thunder, so that they can survive future thunder disasters and become ghost immortals. I, a ghost, actually practice thunder magic. It's somewhat abstract. Although he was a ghost fairy, the thunder magic in the world was useless to him, and he was even immune to the thunder from heaven. Practicing thunder magic was nothing to him. However, I wonder how others would react when they see a ghost fairy like me using thunder. Xiao Jie shook his head, and with a thought, the 5 Thunder's Righteous method disappeared between his eyebrows. We should think about how to make people and ghosts come to complain. Without a fixed income, he dared not touch the incense sticks on his body. If they were all used up, he would really have no choice but to sleep in the shrine. Just when Xiao Jie was worrying about the future, the news of the death of the Beiyin County magistrate reached Taiyuan County. The magistrate of Beiyin County is dead. Is this true? How could this be false? I heard that not only did people die, but the entire county government office was burned to ashes. Who did it? How dare you? Although the county magistrate is a minor official of the 9th rank, he is also an official appointed by the court. Who is so bold as to dare to kill him? Inside the restaurant, everyone was talking about what had just happened this morning. Beiyin County is not far from Taiyuan County, and what happened there soon spread here. I heard that when the county magistrate died, his body was covered with golden water, and the silver under his feet melted and formed a 2-meter-high pillar. What? How much gold and silver is this? I don't know. Anyway, I heard that the people of Beiyin County rushed forward and divided up all the gold and silver. Everyone got a piece of gold and silver the size of a bowl. It is impossible for a county magistrate to save so much gold and silver even if he doesn't eat or drink. It seems that the county magistrate of Beiyin County has been very greedy. I heard before that he was an honest official, but now it seems that he is a corrupt official. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. People's hearts are hidden. Who could have thought that the honest official praised by everyone was actually a corrupt official? What? The Bayin County government office was burned down. When Taiyan County Governor Zhang Gao heard the news, he frowned and said, "Immediately ask Gao Lian to take people to Bayin County and find out what happened." Yes. The next day, 2 people came from Bayin County. The leader was a man wearing leather armor and a sword on his waist. The man has a full forehead and a steady aura, and at first glance he is a martial artist with profound skills. The person next to him was a woman dressed in brocade clothes with 2 long swords on her back. The woman had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a pretty face, but she also had a sharp air. As soon as they entered the city, they went straight to the Bayin County government office, only to see a mess. "Sir, the county lawyer has brought him here." At this time, 2 yamen runners came with a middle-aged man in official uniform. "Your humble servant Lucien greets you, sir. Your Excellency has come from afar. I have prepared a small banquet at my residence. Please come to my residence and rest for a while." Lucien had a flattering look on his face, but Gao Lian and the woman beside him remained unmoved. "Let me ask you, have you found out who burned down the county government office?" Lucien's face froze, and he quickly laughed. "Well, everyone in the county government office has died. Our preliminary investigation shows that it was caused by a flood. Water." The woman next to Gao Lian snorted coldly. "Was it windy that night?" "Well, I think so. Since there was wind and it was caused by a flood, the fire that could easily engulf the entire government office didn't spread." The woman sneered. "My lord, don't you think this is a bit strange?" Lucien was sweating profusely. Gao Lian narrowed his eyes and looked at the yamen runners. "Please ask some of the nearby people to come over." Yes. After a while, the people living around the government office came over. They were a little scared when they saw the officials. "Let me ask you, when the fire broke out that day, did you see anything unusual?" When the people heard this, they all shook their heads. "I don't know. I didn't hear anything at the time." "Yes, when we discovered the fire, the government office was already engulfed in flames. We don't know how the fire started." Gao Lian and the woman looked at each other, both confused. Logically speaking, there were many people in the government office, so it would be impossible for such a big fire to go unnoticed, unless someone was dead. "You unruly people, when you discovered the fire, why did you just watch and do nothing to put out the fire? After the incident, you also robbed the county treasury. Hurry up and hand over the money. The lord of the county city is here today. If you don't hand it over, I will arrest you all." Lucien suddenly pointed at the people and scolded them loudly, then bowed to Gao Lian with a flattering look on his face. "Sir, these unruly people are not honest. They discovered the fire early that night, but no one went to put out the fire. Let me take a look. It is very likely that they set the fire." As soon as he said this, the people around him glared at him. "Seize the treasury silver." When Gao Lian and the woman heard about the people's treasury silver, they frowned. According to the laws of Wuzhou, this was a serious crime. The 2 looked at each other, and Gao Lian asked, "Is what he said true?" "Sir, how dare I lie to you?" Lucien spoke before the people, but was glared at and scolded harshly by the woman. "Shut up, you unruly dog. Why are you interrupting when the adults are asking questions?" Lucien shrank his neck and quickly stepped aside. Plop. At this time, all the people knelt on the ground, their faces full of pain. "Sir, we did share some gold and silver from the county government, but that was not treasury silver. It was the proceeds of corruption and excessive taxation in the county over the years. That's all our hard-earned money. We're just taking back what we deserve. Sir, please understand that we have not taken a single cent from the court." After hearing the people's explanation, Gao Lian and the woman looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. The reputation of the Bayin County magistrate was rare among the court officials. He was ostracized here just because he was unwilling to go along with the corrupt officials in the court. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, he is determined to reorganize the government and promote people with talent and ability to serve as officials. Many people from all over the country are scheduled to be summoned to the capital. Wu Guo was one of them. The woman in black came for this matter. Unexpectedly, she heard that Wu Guo had been killed as soon as she arrived, so she rushed over in a hurry. But I didn't expect to hear such a secret when I came here. Wu Guo is not an upright person, but a corrupt official who is a small official with huge corruption. My lord, what should we do now? Gao Lian sent a message to the woman in black. The latter pondered for a moment and said, I am hereby ordered to summon Wu Guo to the capital. If this matter is not investigated, I cannot return to the capital to report. Report to the county governor and ask him to send someone to rebuild the Bayin County Government Office and restore the county office to normal. At the same time, assist me in investigating this matter. Good. In the afternoon, the county town sent people over to start rebuilding the Bayin County Government Office. Gao Lian and the woman in black searched the scene carefully for half a day and returned to their hotel late at night. Master Xia. Late at night. Gao Lian walked into the front hall, knelt on one knee in front of the woman in black, and saluted respectfully. The origin of this woman in black is not simple. She is a small flag of the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division is the most powerful sword of the Wuzhou dynasty. It hangs above the sky and is specifically responsible for catching ghosts and eliminating demons. It also has the power to supervise all officials in the world. Great power. Xiaodong stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the half-burned curtain hanging in front of him. Did you feel anything strange in the ruins today? Xiaodong turned around and looked at Gao Lian. Gao Lian shook his head. I found nothing. No, I should say that nothing was left. He was also very confused. Even if someone had set the fire on purpose, it would be impossible for nothing to be left at the scene. But this time there was really nothing left. He searched for a long time but couldn't figure out where the fire started from among the ruins. It was as if the fire appeared out of thin air. Sir, do you know what this thing is? Gao Lian asked. Xiaodong sighed and pointed at the curtains on the wall. Based on my many years of experience dealing with ghosts and evil spirits in the Demon Suppression Division. This fire was most likely started by a ghost, but I'm a little confused as to how the ghost got into the county government office. The county government office is guarded by divine generals, each of whom is a great master of the 4th level, and ordinary sneaky people cannot get close to it. You mean, there is a ghost hiding in Bayin County? Gao Lian frowned. Xiaodong nodded, and this ghost is likely to have a profound origin. What should we do then? Gao Lian frowned. Xiaodong's skills were much better than his. If even she couldn't do anything to her, then he would be even more helpless. Evil ghosts need special places to form, and in the entire Bayin County, only Bayin Mountain can be found there. Xiaodong looked towards Bayin Mountain and said, the Yin energy here is extremely heavy, making it a perfect place for sneaky people to be born. Tomorrow you and I will go into the mountain, and perhaps we will be able to discover something. Good. The next day, Xiaodong and Gao Lian, accompanied by several guides, entered Bayin Mountain early. As they entered Bayin Mountain, they sensed the cold and eerie aura in the air. This Bayin Mountain is very strange. The closer you get to the top of the mountain, the heavier the evil spirit becomes. In the early years, when my grandfather was around, a feng shui master came here and said that this place was some kind of secluded place that connected to the underground reincarnation place, so it was filled with extremely Yin energy. There will definitely be a swarm of ghosts in the future, so let's make plans early. The guide waved his hand and smiled. However, I have lived here for so many years, and have been going to Bayin Mountain for decades, and I have never seen anything sneaky and harmful to anyone. Gao Lian and Xiaodong looked at each other. The ghost energy in this place was indeed much denser than other places, but it was very regular, as if something was suppressing it. The ghost energy here gets heavier the higher you go. Do you want to go to the top of the mountain to take a look? Good. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a huge government office built on the mountain. The yamen was all black and decorated very simply. There were all kinds of terrifying monsters carved on the door, which was incompatible with the architectural style of the Wuzhou dynasty. The underworld. Xiaodong looked at the plaque on the door and frowned slightly. She had been to many temples and Taoist temples in the world, but this was the first time she saw someone build a temple like a government office. Did you build this? Gao Lian looked at the guides beside him. The guides were already stunned, with looks of astonishment on their faces. No, this place used to be a forest, there was nothing here. Why did a hellish government suddenly appear here? I was here just last month, when this place was still a forest. Gao Lian and Xia Dong looked at each other. If it was not built by the people of Beiyin County, then where did this underworld government come from? Could it have appeared out of thin air? The two men came to the underworld government office with doubts, took a look, and then pushed the door open and went in. The moment the door opened, a gust of cold wind blew in, and everyone shivered involuntarily. After walking in, what comes into view is a spacious and majestic hall, but the hall is empty. There are many shrines on both sides, but there are no statues of gods. In the entire government office, there is only one 10-foot-tall statue of a deity in the shrine that represents the main deity. The Dharma image was more than 10 feet tall, dressed in a black robe with dragon pattern, a golden crown on his head, a face as handsome as jade, a pair of half-closed eyes, and holding a book and a golden mace in his hands. However, what puzzled everyone the most was that they could not tell what material the statue was made of at all. It was neither stone, jade, copper, nor iron. The offerings for this statue were also very simple, consisting of only an incense burner, a quiver, a gavel, and an inkstone. "My lord, what have you found?" Gao Lian quietly asked Xia Dong, who shook his head and sighed, "I didn't find anything. Although all the ghost energy from the entire Beiyin Mountain is gathered here, this place is very normal and does not breed any ghosts. Light some incense and go." Xia Dong shook his head in disappointment, picked up a stick of incense on the table, lit it, and after 3 blows, he put it in the incense burner. Buzz. However, the moment she inserted the 2 incense sticks into the incense burner, her mind was instantly pulled into a mysterious space. Where is this? Xia Dong looked around and found that she was still in the underworld, but the people around her had disappeared, and she was the only one in the whole place. What's going on? Xia Dong looked around vigilantly, and suddenly she looked towards the shrine, and her pupils shrank instantly. On the shrine, the statue turned into a young man wearing a black robe, a golden crown, a handsome face, and a red line on his neck. The young man looked at her with a smile, then spoke slowly. "You are the first person to offer incense to me. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Xia Dong's pupils contracted violently. There is actually a true god in Beiyin Mountain. True god? Xia Dong looked at the young man sitting on the shrine with a slightly evil look, and was shocked beyond words. There is actually a true god on Beiyin Mountain. She had heard of gods and had also seen their temples. Every one of those temples is magnificent and golden, just like an imperial palace. Not only are they very popular, but they are also worshipped by countless believers day and night. How could there be a temple like the one dedicated to the deity in front of me? It was actually a government office. Not only was there no incense, there wasn't even a single deity to serve as a deity. What puzzled Xia Dong even more was that this god seemed to have responsibilities. He seemed to be a god who was specifically in charge of the laws of heaven and earth and who settled cases and redressed grievances. This was very different from the gods she knew, because those gods were only worshipped by incense and offerings in the human world, but were not involved in any specific affairs. But it is incredible that this god actually has his own clear responsibilities. Frightened silly. Xiao Jie looked at Xia Dong, who was standing in front of him and just staring at him blankly, and couldn't help scratching his head. Does he look so scary? Plop. At this moment, Xia Dong suddenly knelt on the ground and saluted him respectfully. "My name is Xia Dong, and I am a flag-bearer of the Demon Suppression Division of the Wuzhou dynasty. Nice to meet you, Lord Judge." Looking at Xia Dong, who was bowing respectfully, Xiao Jie nodded slightly. "Get up. I am not a pedantic person. To see me, you only need to explain your purpose. It doesn't matter whether you bow or not. Well, come into my government office and burn incense to me." "What's the matter?" Xia Dong was stunned. He didn't expect that this rather evil god could be so easy to talk to. After thinking about it, Xia Dong said, "I came to Beiyin Mountain this time to investigate the murder of the Beiyin County magistrate. Not long ago, a fierce ghost broke into the Beiyin County government office, set fire to it, and killed the county magistrate and his relatives, a total of 18 people. Does your excellency know who did this?" After Xia Dong finished speaking, she secretly looked up at Xiao Jie, only to find that the latter was looking at her with a half-smile. You already have the answer in your heart. Xiaodong was startled and quickly lowered his head. Seeing this, Xiao Jie smiled and said, "Not bad. I was the one who killed the county magistrate. Not only him, but also Lu Shirtsai from the Lu family. They were all killed by me." Xiao Jie's frank admission made Xiaodong stay in Bengbu for a while. Gods kill people. What to do? Not to mention her, even the entire Demon Suppression Bureau had never encountered such a thing. How to deal with it? There is no reference at all. Just when Xiaodong was helpless, Xiao Jie, who was in a higher position, continued to speak. The county magistrate is corrupt and perverts the law, and Lu Shirtsai is a villain. They both deserve to die. The people of Beiyin County were oppressed by them, but they had no place to seek justice. Many families were destroyed. They deserved their punishment and their death is not a pity. Xiaodong was stunned. So, you killed them for the sake of the people of Beiyin County. As expected of a god, he has compassion for all living beings. No. Killing them was purely a personal vendetta. Speaking of this, Xiao Jie angrily slapped the armrest. I was slandered by Lu Shirtsai and Wu Guo, the dog official, during my lifetime, which led to my unjust death. Before I died, I swore that the first thing I would do after I became a god would be to shoot them all. Xiao Jie looked at the stunned Xiaodong and said, "They killed me, so is it reasonable for me to seek revenge on them?" Haha, reasonable, very reasonable. Xiaodong gave a dry laugh. Isn't it a good thing to eliminate harm to the people and uphold justice between heaven and earth? Nothing wrong at all. Xiaodong smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that this person is a revengeful person. Xiao Jie smiled and leaned back in his chair. I think so too. Hee. Xiaodong's mouth twitched, and he quickly changed the subject. Since you are seeking revenge, may I ask your name when you were alive? I can also compile a file and report back to Beijing. My name in my lifetime was Xiao Jie. He died before the 9th day. You can go to Beiyin County to verify it. Xiao Jie paused for a moment, then said, if you are interested, check the Lu family. This is a cancer. Of course, if you are unable to take action due to matters in the court, then you can go to Beiyin County and make arrangements for me. Leave the rest to me. Xiaodong was stunned, and immediately understood what Xiao Jie meant. His underworld was too remote, and not many people knew about it, let alone any worship. Xiao Jie was asking her to promote his own underworld office. It seems like God has troubles too. Xiaodong smiled bitterly and bowed respectfully. Please rest assured, sir, I will take care of this matter for you when I return. Good. Xiao Jie smiled and said, you are a good girl. If you encounter problems that you cannot solve in the future, come to me and I will definitely help you solve them if I can. Upon hearing this, Xiaodong kowtowed immediately. Thank you, sir. This is God's promise, and it is a life-saving talisman for her. Xiao Jie smiled and waved his hand. Xiaodong's consciousness was shaken and he returned to reality in an instant. Gao Lian's anxious voice came to his ears. Grown-ups. My lord, what is the matter with you? What should I do? Why did it suddenly become like this? Isn't this an evil temple? Xiaodong woke up slowly and looked around quickly, only to find that he had returned to reality. My lord, what happened to you just now? Gao Lian helped Xiaodong stand up, looking anxious. Why did you suddenly faint? Xiaodong is a grandmaster in the Dao Palace realm, which is beyond the scope of human beings. She is not an ordinary woman, so it is impossible for her to faint for no reason. Fine. Xiaodong waved his hand, stood up and knelt respectfully towards the statue in front of him. Kneel down. Although Gao Lian and others were puzzled by Xiaodong's scolding, they still knelt down and saluted. After bowing 3 times, Xiaodong stood up and led everyone out of the underworld. He closed the door respectfully, bowed again, and then turned and left. Is there something unusual in the government office? Is it related to the death of the county magistrate? On the way, Gao Lian couldn't help asking, and several guides immediately pricked up their ears. Xiaodong nodded. The county magistrate and Lu Shirtsai of the Lu family were both killed by the judge. What? The county magistrate was actually killed by the statue in the underworld. And Lu Shirtsai too. The guides looked at each other in shock. No wonder the Lu mansion was suddenly closed these past 2 days. It turns out that the judge has been targeting them. Oh my, I didn't expect that a deity would appear in our Bayin mountain. This is a good thing. With him around, the Lu family might be able to restrain themselves a little. Gao Lian heard this and asked, "What do you plan to do, sir?" Wu Guo was an official appointed by the imperial court after all. If he killed you, it would be difficult for you to explain to the imperial court. Moreover, we have no solid evidence to prove that Wu Guo was corrupt and abused his power. Gao Lian was helpless. The Lu family had too much power in the entire Bayin county. They checked around yesterday but did not find any substantial evidence that the county magistrate was corrupt or committing abuse of power. The stolen money and the accounts were gone. Xiaodong waved his hand and looked at the guides. Did Wu Guo sentence a man named Xiao Jie a few days ago? Oh, my lord, you are so powerful. It's a pity. Xiao Jie was a well-known talent in our county, but he was falsely accused to death by Wu Guo and Lu Shirtsai. What a pity. If he were still here, maybe our Bayin county would be able to turn things around in the future. Xiaodong raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. It seemed that what Xiao Jie said was true. If that's the case, then everything will be easy. After they returned, the news that there was a government office on Bayin Mountain quickly spread throughout Bayin County. Many people who often go to the mountains were shocked. Why is there a government office on the mountain? You said there is a government office on Bayin Mountain. Is that true? Of course it's true. I took 2 adults from the city to the mountain yesterday. Wow, I was stunned when I saw it for the first time. Why is there a government office on the mountain? Who built it? Which master does it belong to? I don't know how it came about, but the person enshrined inside is the judge of Yin and Yang, who is in charge of the laws of heaven and earth and seeks justice for the gods. The news that there was a government office on Bayin Mountain quickly spread throughout Bayin County, sparking discussions among many people. After all, they were all native Bayin County residents who often went to Bayin Mountain and were very familiar with the situation there. However, there was a government office on Bayin Mountain, but they had no impression of this. Something's wrong. I came down from Bayin Mountain a few days ago, and there was nothing there. Me too. Last time I went there it was still a forest. To build a government office in such a short time, could it be a miracle from the gods? Everyone was curious, and many people ran to the top of Bayin Mountain the next day to see what was going on. When they drove to the top of the mountain and saw the towering government office standing there quietly, they were all amazed and knelt at the door to kowtow and burn incense. Ah, you guys. Come in and pay your respects. Xiao Jie, who was inside the government office, felt helpless as he watched the incense smoke rising outside. Have you ever seen a god eating a stick of incense at the door? There is also an incense burner on his altar. I'm really impressed. Xiao Jie was also drunk. He is now only a ghost, in a wandering state. He is not a person who makes a complaint, nor a ghost crying out for injustice, nor a person waiting to be punished. Ordinary people cannot see him at all unless they burn incense in front of him. If he wants everyone to see him, he has to condense himself into an immortal body. But he has no incense now, so he can't condense an immortal body at all. Well, the logic is closed. Xiao Jie sat there, watching the crowds of people coming and going outside, and sighed in his heart. Don't these people in Bayin County have any grievances? It shouldn't be. With the Lu family's character, how could they let them go? Are all those who came here survivors? Alas. Nothing is easy these days. There's no one visiting even when we open a government office. Xiao Jie was also drunk. His luck was so bad. At this moment, Xiao Jie sensed a strange aura appearing in the underworld. What? Xiao Jie raised his head and swept his spiritual sense across the entire Yinsi Yamen, and finally his gaze fell on the outer wall of the Yinsi Yamen. A chubby squirrel was riding on the glazed tile wall, its green bean-sized eyes constantly looking into the underworld. Ah! It turns out to be a clever little elf. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. The human world is vast. Just in the Dongxing Shenzhou where they live, there are countless continents and countries, and there are tens of thousands of living creatures on them. Although the Wuzhou dynasty had a vast territory, it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire Dongxing Shenzhou. However, even so, it would take an ordinary person 100 years to travel all over the place. In addition to humans, there are many other creatures on this land, and goblins are one of them, and their number is even greater than that of humans. Xiao Jie looked at the little squirrel with great interest. Beiyin Mountain was not big, but there was a Beiyin Mountain range behind it. The Beiyin Mountains are vast and are one of the branches of the 8,000-mile Qinling Mountains. There are many monsters deep in the mountains. Squeak! The little squirrel jumped down from the wall and cautiously came to the underworld government office, looking around with its soybean-sized eyes. What does this little thing want to do? Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. This little thing was like a little man, touching and looking everywhere in the underworld government office, sometimes knocking and hitting, sometimes commenting. Very anthropomorphic. Does this guy want to settle down here with me? Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. I am all alone here, with no one else around me. If a little fairy could really come, I could tease her from time to time to relieve my boredom. However, Xiao Jie didn't know that the little demon heart was thinking the exact opposite of what he was thinking at this moment. This is a nice place, and this pillar is very solid. With so many people worshipping outside, if your majesty practices here, it will surely be twice as effective with half the effort. When the king cultivates to become a god, maybe I can become one too. The little goblin looked at the government office with joy. This place was very popular and was most suitable for elves like them to practice. Go back and inform the king to come and rob this temple at night. The little demon thought about it, turned around and disappeared. Alas, I'm leaving. When Xiao Jie saw this scene, he felt relieved. Being a god is really boring. Just when Xiao Jie was in distress, the little squirrel quickly left the underworld, turned around and disappeared into the forest. The little squirrel crossed left and right in the forest and soon came to the big tree. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After calling out to the tree a few times, the tree actually began to change. Gradually, it turned from a tree into a temple. The temple was dark red in color and was built from a tree. There were many branches around it with peach blossoms blooming on them. The little goblin kowtowed in front of the temple, then climbed up the tree respectfully and walked in through the temple gate. There was something mysterious inside the small temple. There was a shrine inside, and inside the shrine sat a pure white squirrel. That squirrel was a little bigger than the others, with the scent of incense lingering around it, and there was even a faint ring of merit behind it. Your Majesty. The little demon came in and kowtowed to the white squirrel, and then said respectfully, "Thank you, I found a good place on Beiyin Mountain today." What good place? The white squirrel opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. The little fairy smiled as if offering a treasure. It's a big surprise for you. The white squirrel became more and more interested. Tell me, what's the surprise? The little squirrel told the white squirrel everything he had seen today, and the latter was shocked when he heard it. Are you saying that a temple appeared on Beiyin Mountain? Yes, and there are a lot of incense. You also know that humans have much more incense than us little demons. The little goblin described it vividly. I saw hundreds or even thousands of people coming to burn incense in front of the temple today. So much. If it were to take a breath, it would be able to fly up on the spot. The white squirrel suddenly felt itchy, but he still asked calmly, who is enshrined in the temple? Is the statue spiritual? Have no idea. However, I am sure that the statue is not spiritual. I went in and took a look around today, and the statue didn't react at all. The little demon said confidently, it should be a clay statue, not a real god at all. Upon hearing this, the white squirrel was overjoyed. Any god with some power will not let the monsters step into the temple. The fact that this little goblin can enter the door it will shows that this statue has no spirituality at all. Without spirituality, it is just a piece of mud. Just in time, I'll go grab its clay body. Anyway, it's just a piece of mud, a dead thing. No one will say anything if you take away its body. The white squirrel stood up. Come on, take me over to have a look. Yes. After saying that, the two of them ran towards the underworld. As time passed, the sun set. The number of people burning incense at the door gradually decreased. Shao Jie looked at the sunset, stretched, and lay down in the shrine. Just when he thought that the day would pass like this, there was a noise outside the underworld under the cover of night. Are you sure this is the temple? This is clearly a government office. Do you know the difference between a government office and a temple gate? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Is it really a temple? Squeak. Okay, I'll believe you for once. Shao Jie couldn't help but sit up after listening to the strange conversation outside the door. What is going on? At this moment, the door of the underworld was pushed open, and two figures, one big and one small, walked in. Ah, this. After seeing the two figures clearly, Shao Jie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Squirrel. Squirrel. Shao Jie looked at the two squirrels, one big and one small, on the ground and felt a little confused. Did the little squirrel bring relatives to visit today? Etc. Shao Jie suddenly looked at the white squirrel, and his eyes gradually became strange. Incense. This white squirrel actually has a strong scent of incense. Demon cultivator. I didn't expect that there are demon cultivators in Bayin Mountain. There is an essential difference between the so-called demon cultivators and monsters. The former, based on the power of incense and burning candles, practices Taoism, cultivates virtues and improves character. Like those who seek the Tao among humans, they seek the Great Way and strive to become gods. The latter, on the other hand, is based on flesh and blood and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It indulges in its nature and pursues the naturalness of its nature and the immortal demonic nature, aiming to become the king of demons. This white squirrel wants to become a god. Shao Jie raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had seen a demon that had cultivated into a god. Listen to what they are going to do. Shao Jie used incense and was able to understand the conversation between the two rats at once. At this time, the white squirrel walked into the underworld, stood on the ground and looked at the slightly large hall, his face full of surprise. Is this the place you were talking about? The white squirrel looked at the huge yamen and was completely stunned. Is this a temple? This is clearly a government office. My king, it's right here. There's nothing in here except a statue. I've seen it beforehand. It's just a clay statue. The little squirrel put his hands on his hips and smiled evilly. My king, as long as you occupy this temple and help those villagers realize a few small wishes, they will definitely think that the gods are effective. By then, the villagers will come to burn incense for you every day, and you will be able to become an immortal. Shao Jie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It turned out that these two little guys came here to seize his territory. Do they think I'm made of clay? Humph, I'll scare you to death. Shao Jie snorted coldly, and the air around him turned cold instantly. Eerie ghostly aura surged out from all directions. The white squirrel is a demon cultivator who has achieved some success in his cultivation. He can sense the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy very clearly. It instantly sensed the unusual ghostly aura around it, and almost immediately knew that something was going to happen. Sure enough, the next moment, it was surprised to find that the statue in front of it began to wriggle, and gradually turned into a living person. The man was handsome, wearing a black robe with dragon patterns, a golden crown on his head, and a conspicuous red line around his neck. It's over. The white squirrel noticed that the man was looking at it with a smile, and immediately knew that disaster was about to happen. They hit a brick wall today. This is a real underworld government office where gods reside. Oh, why is it so cold? Achoo. The little squirrel suddenly sneezed and noticed something was wrong around him, and immediately frowned. Who dares to be so violent in front of my white-haired king? Come out and kowtow and confess your crime. Otherwise, if you make my king unhappy, he will beat you to a pulp and make you unable to take care of yourself. The little squirrel stood with his hands on his hips, looking fierce, and kept barking at the people around him. After hearing what it said, the white squirrel became erect immediately. Rat me. Finished. Shao Jie raised his eyebrows and looked at the stiff white squirrel. Are you so capable? He is a ghost, and this little squirrel is just a little elf who has just awakened, equivalent to an ordinary person. If you don't burn incense, you can't see his ghost body at all. But the white squirrel is different. He has incense on him and is a practicing demon. As long as Shao Jie shows up, he will be able to see him. Even if his cultivation is a little higher, he will be able to sense his existence even if Shao Jie doesn't show up. Plop. Ghost Grandpa, spare my life. The white squirrel knelt on the ground on the spot and kowtowed 3 times to Shao Jie. It is just a little demon that has not even refined its horizontal bones. It doesn't know that Ghost Grandpa is here. Could it be that Grandpa is coming? I hope Grandpa will spare its life, for it is not easy for it to gain spiritual wisdom. The little squirrel at the side was stunned when he saw his king suddenly kneeling down in front of the statue, kowtowing and muttering. Your Majesty. Why are you bowing to a clay statue? Stand up, don't lose face. The white squirrel was in despair at this moment. Elder brother. Stop talking. If we continue, we'll have to end our story here today. Seeing this scene, Shao Jie couldn't help but laugh and said, my subordinates are very smart. The white squirrel said bitterly, Grandpa is joking. This beast has just gained intelligence and doesn't know anything. Please let him go, Grandpa. The little squirrel was getting more and more confused. My king, who are you talking to? Is there really a third person here? Shao Jie also laughed when he saw this scene. It can be seen that the white squirrel is good at dealing with his subordinates, and it keeps pleading for mercy for the little squirrel. Get up. You two haven't done anything wrong. I won't do anything to you. The white squirrel breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that, and quickly got up and stood respectfully aside. Hey, my king, why are you standing up again? Did a ghost come just now? The little squirrel suddenly looked fierce. Don't worry, my king, it's just a little devil, I will deal with him for you. Looking at the funny guy in front of him, the white squirrel wanted to pry open his forehead and stuff 2 pine cones into it. Until now, it hasn't realized that something is wrong. Shao Jie smiled and shook his head, then looked at the white squirrel. Are you the goblin around here? The white squirrel nodded repeatedly, yes. The little demon is next to the wild man's grave in Bayin Mountain. After a moment's silence, Shao Jie pointed at the little squirrel and asked, how many little bastards like him are there around you? Haha, I had nothing better to do, so I gathered all the squirrels in Bayin Mountain and taught them some cultivation methods. Many of them have awakened their spiritual intelligence, but their IQs are not very high, so they can't help Grandpa practice martial arts. The white squirrel was a little nervous, afraid that Shao Jie would refine his fellow tribesmen. Shao Jie waved his hand and said, don't worry. I am the judge who governs the laws of Yin and Yang, the righteous God of heaven and earth. I have my own path to immortality, and I don't look down on such inferior methods. The white squirrel breathed a sigh of relief. So, what do you want me to do, my lord? The white squirrel was puzzled. This guy is a real god, what does he need a little goblin like him for? How do I start this? Shao Jie felt a little embarrassed. How could a god be so miserable as him? He doesn't even have a single believer. After a pause, Shao Jie said, this underworld office of mine is for the wrong people and the ghosts who died unjustly to come and seek redress for their grievances. When you go back, tell your descendants that if anyone encounters a ghost who died unjustly or a person who was wronged in the mountains, they can guide them to me. Bai Sengshu understood what was said. It turned out that he was asked to promote the underworld government. This was a very simple matter for him, as he had recruited all the squirrels in the Bayin Mountains under his command, numbering tens of thousands. More than half of them have already developed spiritual intelligence and are fully capable of taking on this job. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll make sure everything is arranged for you. Shao Jie nodded slightly, thought for a moment, then raised his hand, and a wisp of golden incense flowed out from his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, the incense instantly sank into the white squirrel's brow. Boom. As the incense entered his body, the latter felt his blood boiling, and crackling sounds came from his bones. His cultivation level instantly improved. This incense. Bai Sengshu was overjoyed and kowtowed to Shao Jie immediately. Thank you, Grandpa, for the incense. Xiao Yao will do his best to complete what Grandpa has asked. The incense sticks that Xiao Jie just pointed at were actually more than the incense sticks he burned in a year. It didn't expect that this god would be so generous. The little squirrel at the side looked at his king talking to himself and then dying, and felt sad inside. Finished. The king must have been so excited to see such a huge temple that his brain went haywire. It's just a little bit of incense, and you're so excited. Xiao Jie shook his head. I will not treat you unfairly when you work for me in the future. The white squirrel nodded repeatedly, and then at Xiao Jie's signal, it took the little squirrel and left the underworld. Hopefully it will work this time. The traffic that Xia Dong brought him was basically useless. My lord, what happened to you just now? Why are you crying and laughing at the same time? As soon as they left the underworld government, the little squirrel asked curiously. As soon as he finished speaking, the white squirrel punched him on the forehead. Idiot, you almost killed us both just now. The little squirrel touched his head, looking confused. My lord, I didn't do anything. White squirrel said unhappily, the gods enshrined in this underworld government are the gods of heaven and earth, the judge of yin and yang. You want me to rob his underworld? He's a real god. How dare I mess with him? If it weren't for this grandfather, who forgave us and didn't offend us, we would have died here today even if we had 10 lives. What? The clay statue in the underworld is a real god. Will Grandpa blame me then? The little squirrel was startled when he heard this, and felt a wave of fear in his heart. Hearing this, the white squirrel waved his hand and said, No. Not only will Grandpa not blame us, he has also given us a job. As long as we do this job well, we will not only be able to share in Grandpa's incense in the future, but also be protected by Grandpa. From now on, we will no longer be afraid of other monsters bullying us. The little squirrel's eyes lit up when he heard this. They have been admitted to the civil service. The 2 rats returned to their temple, and soon all the squirrels in the entire Bain Mountain received the news and rushed over from all directions. Soon the entire temple was filled with squirrels of varying sizes. The white squirrel saw that most of the people had arrived, so he walked out of the temple. Your Majesty. After accepting the greetings from the other mice, the white squirrel raised his hand and said, Little ones. From today on, when you walk in the mountains, be sure to watch out for ghosts who died unjustly. If you find anything, report it to me immediately. Do you hear me? All the squirrels looked at each other in bewilderment. Was this the reason why the king called them over? Okay, let's all go down. The white squirrel waved his hand, and all the squirrels dispersed. Your Majesty. At this time, the little squirrel ran over again. Speaking of ghosts crying out for injustice, isn't the female ghost sister in the savage tomb a very wronged one? The white squirrel, who was about to go back, was stunned, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. How could it forget about this person? She was the most wronged person it had ever seen. Let's go to the savage grave. The white squirrel immediately set out for the savage's grave, and before he got close, he heard a wailing sound coming from the valley. Woo woo. Oh my God. The white squirrel shuddered. The resentment around him made him very uncomfortable. However, for the sake of Xiao Jie's incense, it still bit the bullet and came into the valley. After passing through the outer forest, they saw a withered yellow forest in front of them, with a row of desolate graves in the middle of the forest. A rough count revealed that there were 32 in total. And on top of a grave, there was a woman in red lying down. Oh my God. Don't you really have eyes? Why can that evil person live a carefree life and enjoy prosperity for half his life? And with the blessing of God, I have no way to take revenge. My husband's family had 32 members, and they all lived in good order, but in the end, the whole family was killed, and their descendants were cut off. Woo woo. If you really have eyes, send down a thunderbolt to kill that evil villain. The woman's hair was disheveled and her skin was rotten. Her original appearance could no longer be recognized. She lay on the grave and cursed the sky. She turned out to be a vengeful ghost in red. Who? Suddenly, the female ghost noticed something and turned her head sharply to look at the tree. Her strong resentment caused the temperature around her to drop suddenly. The 2 white squirrels felt nervous all over, but they still walked out. So it's you, little devil. When the female ghost saw the two white squirrels, the ghostly aura around her gradually subsided. They were neighbors and old acquaintances, and she used to often confide her grievances to them. What do you want from me? The female ghost stood up, holding something in her arms. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fully formed fetus with the umbilical cord still connected to the ghost's body. However, the fetus had already died at this moment and turned into a mummy, but was being held tightly by the female ghost. Is there another goblin bullying you? Hearing this, the white squirrel laughed dryly. No. No. The female ghost was a little confused. Since there is no one, are you just bored and want to chat with me? The white squirrel waved his hands quickly. Sister Ghost, this time I came here to find a place where I can redress your grievances. A request for redress. When the female ghost heard this, she sneered and her voice immediately became sad. There is no place in this world for a soul like me who died unjustly to seek redress for its wrongs. They are all stinking stones who only work for their positions and do nothing but bully the weak and fear the strong. They only dare to yell at me, a little devil. But they always respond to the evildoer's requests. There is no justice in this world, whether it is for the living or the dead. As the female ghost spoke, blood began to seep out of her face, and the resentment around her became more terrifying. Seeing this, the white squirrel hurriedly said, Sister Ghost, you didn't find the right place before. Those are wild gods who can't control human affairs. But this time is different. The white squirrel jumped down from the tree and came to the ghost girl. A god of heaven and earth appeared in Arbaine Mountain. God of heaven and earth? The female ghost sneered. Who cares if he's a wild god or a righteous god? Those who don't care are just stinky stones. Sister is right. However, the righteous God I'm talking about is the Yin-Yang Judge who governs the laws of heaven and earth and seeks justice for the souls of those who died unjustly and those who died in vain. Sister, this is the door to redress your grievances that you have always wanted to find. The white squirrel said sincerely. The female ghost was skeptical when she heard this, a Yin-Yang Judge who specializes in administering justice to those who died unjustly. Are you telling the truth? White squirrel said helplessly, Sister, the underworld government is at the top of Arbaine Mountain. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look at night. I swear, if I tell you even a lie, I will never make any progress in my life. The female ghost was a little moved. This little squirrel was very protective of his cultivation and would not easily swear on this. It seems that the Yin-Yang Judge it mentioned is really something. The female ghost pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. In that case, I will go up the mountain tonight. Seeing the female ghost nod, the white squirrel finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first business deal was done. Nightfall. The people who went up the mountain to burn incense in Arbaine County gradually dispersed. The fragrance lingered in front of the gate of the underworld, and the twinkling stars were very mysterious at night. But at this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew up, and all the incense sticks were extinguished in an instant. A moment later, a woman in red slowly appeared in front of the underworld government office. The underworld. There really is a government office of the underworld on the mountain. When the female ghost saw the underworld government office, her heart was shocked and her rotten body was shaking slightly with excitement. After so many years, she finally saw hope of redressing her grievances. With hope in mind, the female ghost came to the drum of grievance, picked up the drumstick with one hand and struck the drum with all her might. Boom. Grown-ups. Please help the little ghost. Inside the underworld. Shao Jie suddenly opened his eyes, and the Yin-Yang golden mace and the book of life and death in his hands vibrated at the same time. On the walls of the underworld government office, lines of laws of heaven and earth appeared, and a mighty voice rang out from them. This is the real person who has been wronged, sounding the drum to appeal for justice. Shao Jie took a deep breath, shook his body to reveal his true form, and slowly opened the door to the underworld. The underworld is in session. The men who beats the drum. Go inside and file your grievances. The gate of the underworld opened, and white mist rose from the entrance. After a long time, a female ghost in red walked out of the door in the white mist. Wei. Wu. The mighty power of heaven echoed in the underworld. The ghost energy and resentment in Lu's body vibrated violently, and her skin healed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a young woman in red. Divine power. It's actually Shenwei. Lu's whole body was trembling slightly with excitement. Looking at the glittering laws of heaven and earth around her, her eyes instantly turned red. Husband. Child. Parents-in-law, everyone. I can finally get justice for you. Hundreds of years of injustice. Hundreds of years of despair with no way to seek revenge. The grief and indignation of 100 years of waiting in a desolate grave. This time, she finally saw hope of getting her injustice cleared. Lu took a deep breath, walked with heavy steps through the short corridor of the underworld, and stepped over the low threshold. He raised his head and looked towards the seat of the main god, where sat a young god wearing a black robe with dragon patterns and a golden crown on his head. The god had a handsome face and a red line on his neck. There was fairy light surrounding him, his divine power was overwhelming, and his eyes were calm, as if he could see through the hearts of all people in the world. But behind him there was a ghostly aura, and one could vaguely see a ghost god sitting behind him, holding a bamboo slip in one hand and a golden mace in the other. Who's next? Shao Jie opened his mouth slowly, his voice was like thunder, carrying the might of heaven. Lu's heart trembled, and she knelt down quickly. Little ghost Lu, Chao Xing'er. He was from Lujiazhuang, outside Beiyin County, 100 years ago. 100 years ago? What grievances have you to complain of? Shao Jie raised his eyebrows slightly, waved his hand, took out the Book of Life and Death, and began to look for Lu's information. This was a case that happened 100 years ago, so I'm afraid the murderer has already died. Is he supposed to catch ghosts? Lu looked up, tears welling in her eyes. The little devil wants to sue the head of Liujia village, Lu Zhen, his wife Zhang, his 6 sons, and the head of Jishitang in Beiyin County, Wu Sanjin. Sue so many people. Shao Jie raised his eyebrows slightly and finally found Lu in the Book of Life and Death. Lu Xing'er, a native of Lujiazhuang, Beiyin County 100 years ago, was promiscuous during her lifetime. She once had a secret meeting with a man from outside of her husband's family at the Lujiazhuang temple. When her family discovered it, thieves came and poisoned 32 people in her husband's family. 3 years later, she was abandoned by her lover at the head of Lujiazhuang due to a serious illness. The villagers of Lujiazhuang lit a sky lantern on the temple. She died at the age of 25. She was unfaithful to her husband and conspired with a man from outside of her husband's family to murder her husband's family. Her crimes were extremely serious and she should be sentenced to death and thrown into hell, never to be reborn. TSK, this messy account is still very detailed. The Book of Life and Death recorded Lu's past very clearly. She had never been wronged and was even very hateful. However, considering the previous 2 experiences in which the Book of Life and Death recorded Lu Shizai and the county magistrate as extremely good people, Shao Jie just took a look at this thing. Lu Zhen. Shao Jie flipped through the Book of Life and Death and soon found Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen, the head of Lujiazhuang, Beiyin County, was a loyal man. He practiced Buddhism in a Buddhist temple for several years in his early years. Later, he returned home because he was still attached to the secular world. He married and had children, and managed Lujiazhuang in an orderly manner. After his wife died in his later years, he saw through the secular world and made a great wish. He practiced Buddhism at home with his hair uncut for 50 years and prayed for the villagers of Lujiazhuang. His 6 sons were all outstanding and had a very good reputation in Beiyin County. He lived to be 258 years old and died of natural causes. More than 200 years old. Or died of old age. So he's still alive. Shao Jie chuckled and put the Book of Life and Death aside. The Book of Life and Death is a confusing account, and he just takes a look at the contents. Lu, why do you want to sue Lu Zhen's family? Grown-ups. Lu kowtowed. The little ghost family is from the Chao family of Taiyan County. She married into Lujiazhuang 100 years ago. Her husband's family was the head of Lujiazhuang at that time. My husband and I loved each other when I was alive. My parents-in-law treated me like their own daughter and never mistreat me. I got pregnant 6 months after we got married. I thought that life would go on like this, but I never expected that one day, a group of people came to the village. When Lu said this, she began to grit her teeth, her skin began to fester, and her resentment condensed into black blood that oozed out of her body. Those people were trying to seize all the land in our village. My father-in-law was the village head, so he naturally refused to agree and called the villagers to deal with it. I never thought that those people bribed Lu Xun's family. It turned out that Lu Xun had been a monk in a Buddhist temple and had learned martial arts, but before he became a monk, he indulged in the 5 vices of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, and even after shaving his head, he still had evil intentions. He actually learned some martial arts, and taking advantage of the dark and windy night, he went to the Zen temple and molested a female pilgrim, but was expelled from the temple. After leaving the temple, he wandered around the world for a while. After failing to make a name for himself after a few years, he returned home. With the help of Lu's father-in-law, he acquired some land, married a woman, had 6 children, and used his martial arts to provide security for the village. He lived a pretty good life. But he was a stubborn man and his lustful desires could not be eliminated. He actually fell in love with Lu. This Lu was quite pretty. When she married into Lu Jiazhuang, Lu Xun fell in love with her at first sight. Lu Xun couldn't forget about the little devil, so he agreed to the bribe and took his 6 sons with him to kill 32 people in my husband's family. He kidnapped the little devil, locked him up in his home, and abused him day and night for 3 years with his 6 sons. During those 3 years, they sometimes came in a row, sometimes as fathers and sons, sometimes as brothers. The little devil was tortured by them day and night for 3 years. Even if the kid is seriously ill, they won't give up. Xiao Jie felt that his 3 perspectives were shattered after listening to it. He found it unbelievable just by listening to it. According to Mrs. Lu, she was already covered in pus because of the torture she had received from Lu Xun's family. But Lu Xun and the others were unwilling to give up and actually sought out the county doctor, Wu Sanjin from Jimin Hall. They spent a huge amount of money to have Wu Sanjin cure Lu, and then continued to treat Lu, and later Wu Sanjin was also added in. Later, the little devil was incurable, so they let me go. Lu cried out in grief and fell to the ground. Seeing that the little ghost had no value, they threw the little ghost to the entrance of the village. They slandered me because I was seriously ill and abandoned by my lover. They also said that I ordered people to kill my husband's entire family and instigated the villagers of Lu Jiazhuang to burn me to death. My lord. Lu kowtowed to Xiao Jie repeatedly, "Little ghost, please make a decision for the 32 people in my husband's family. For my unborn child. Call for me." Xiao Jie frowned in silence. If she wasn't lying, then it wouldn't be too much to chop Lu Xun's family into sesame paste. After a moment's silence, Xiao Jie continued to ask, "Are you going to sue Lu Xun's wife, Zhang? What did she do again?" Lu looked up and said, "This Zhang is someone Lu Xun knows in the martial arts world. This person knows the art of transcending and destroying souls. My husband's family of 32 people were killed by her soul-destroying technique, and their souls were scattered. They didn't even have the chance to be reborn. If the little ghost had not been so resentful, and his body had not been thrown into the Bain Mountains and eaten by insects and bitten by snakes, he would have luckily become a ghost and could speak out for justice. Otherwise, the murders of the 32 people in my husband's family will never be cleared up." Xiao Jie blinked his eyes and exclaimed in his heart, "What a guy. Kill people to silence them, destroy bodies to cover up traces, exorcise souls and provide a one-stop funeral. I already have a general understanding of your situation. But there is one thing I am still unclear about." Xiao Jie looked at Lu and said, "You are now a red-clothed evil spirit, and you have a lot of resentment. Even a great master warrior is no match for you. Why don't you seek revenge on Lu Xun?" Upon hearing this, Lu kowtowed repeatedly, "My lord, you are very insightful. It's not that the little ghost doesn't want to seek revenge on Lu Xun, but this evil man is protected by God." Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Lu Xun is a relative of some deity? Is there a divine protection? Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What is the origin of this Lu Xun? Why is it that even God is helping him? Is he a relative of that great God?" Lu shook her head. "Lu Xun is just an ordinary warrior, not the descendant of a god. However, his wife Zhang is not an ordinary person. She is proficient in magic and can communicate with ghosts and gods. The little ghost was stopped by her several times when he sought revenge on the Zhang family. Later, she somehow managed to invite a wild god. The wild god was worshipped by the people of Lujiazhuang and began to protect Lu Zhen's family. Lu gnashed her teeth and said, "The little devil sought revenge many times, but was stopped by the wild god every time. He failed and almost lost his life several times." As she was talking, Lu started to cry, "Woo-woo. For the past 100 years, I have been thinking about revenge all the time, but that wild god is too powerful. I know I am no match for him, so I went around complaining. But when the gods and Buddhas saw that I was a ghost, they kicked me out without giving me any explanation. The little ghost really has no way to go up to heaven or down to hell, so I listened to the little demon in the mountain and dared to come to the underworld to complain. I hope you can redress the grievances for this little devil." A mountain demon. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. Could it be those two little squirrels? I didn't expect these two little guys to be so good at their job. Xiao Jie chuckled and looked outside the door, where two squirrels, one big and one small, were hanging on the wall and looking inside. "Give them some incense later." Xiao Jie smiled in his heart, then looked at Lu. His expression became serious. "What you said is shocking, but this is an old case from 100 years ago, and you have no real evidence. The right and wrong are all your one-sided words. As the judge of the underworld, I will strictly enforce the laws of heaven and earth. I cannot exterminate an entire family just because of your one-sided words." Upon hearing this, Lu kowtowed immediately and said, "Sir, everything I said is true. There is absolutely no falsehood. I am willing to let you search my soul." Xiao Jie frowned. Although Lu is a red-clothed ghost, searching her soul is still a torture for her, and she might even be scared to death. It seems that what she said is indeed true. However, as law enforcers, the results of procedural injustice are bound to be slightly flawed. If we want to give Lu justice, we must give her a clear name and a result that everyone can agree on. Any flaw would prevent her from getting the justice she deserves. Revenge is easy in this world, but justice is hard to come by. After a moment's silence, Xiao Jie said, "You said this, and I can see that you are not lying. But the procedure still needs to be followed. Since I have heard your one-sided story, I will naturally listen to Lu Zhen's family's one-sided story." Xiao Jie stood up and said, "Wait here for a while. I will go to Lujiazhuang and bring Lu Zhen's family here. I will confront you in court and clarify the right and wrong." Hearing what Xiao Jie said, Lu kowtowed quickly. "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you, sir." After knocking her head for a while, she knelt on the ground and burst into tears. She wanted more than just revenge. And justice for the lives of 32 members of my husband's family. And his innocence. She wanted to tell the people of Lujiazhuang and the world that it was not her husband and father-in-law who sold the land. "I'm not a slut." Grown-ups. Just when Xiao Jie was about to use the art of wandering spirits to leave, a white squirrel ran in. "What do you want from me?" Xiao Jie smiled and said, "These two little guys did a good job this time." The white squirrel scratched his head and said, "Sir, let me do the interrogation and summons of the suspect. You are the judge of Yin and Yang, in charge of the laws of heaven and earth. How can you do such a trivial matter yourself?" White Squirrel stood up and said, "I see that your underworld office doesn't have anyone to work for you. It just so happens that I have some skills in Taoism. I can speak human language and talk to ghosts. I am also very familiar with the villages around Beiyin Mountain. I know every household well. From now on, leave this kind of small matter of bringing people to Xiaoyao." Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. This little guy was right. This kind of small thing really comes and goes on its own, and the cost is too high. After all, each parade consumes 1,000 incense points, and he has just opened his business, so the cost is a bit high. Good. Xiao Jie nodded slightly, waved his hand and a decree fell in front of Bai Songshu. "Then you take this decree with you and go to Lujiazhuang to pick up the person. Remember, your cultivation is not high. If the other party refuses to be arrested, just come back. I will go there in person at that time." "Yes." The white squirrel took the decree, put it on his back and ran down the mountain. Soon he arrived at a village outside Beiyin Mountain. This village has about 100 households. The surrounding fields are flat and rich in grain, but every household in this village has dilapidated houses and yards. But in the middle of this dilapidated village, there is a very luxurious mansion. The white squirrel came to the gate of the big mansion and looked up. There were 2 big words written on the plaque on the door. Lu family. This is it. What's going on in there? Why is it so lively? The white squirrel climbed up the wall and discovered that there were many people sitting in the Lu family's yard, and there were lights and decorations everywhere. Congratulations, Master Lu, on your 120th birthday. Master Lu is truly blessed, as vast as the East Sea, and as long-lived as the southern mountains. No, it's just that Buddha has blessed me. I'm only a few years older. The courtyard was full of guests, and everyone bowed to the old man in the lead. The old man had a head full of white hair, but he looked healthy and had a ruddy complexion, and was much more energetic than the people around him. This person was none other than the Lu family's previous patriarch, Lu Rong. The Lu family is a famous longevity family in the entire Beiyin County. The ancestor Lu Zhen is over 150 years old this year, and his 6 sons are now 120 years old. Even the grandchildren are close to 100 years old, and the great-grandchildren are in their 60s or 70s. They are the most prosperous family in Beiyin County except for the Lu family. Today is Lu Rong's 120th birthday, and many prominent people from Beiyin County have been invited to attend. Where is Lu Zhen? Just then, a voice came from the door, and everyone turned their heads but found nothing. What? I don't know. Look, there seems to be a squirrel over there. After searching for a long time, everyone looked towards the courtyard wall and was stunned. The squirrel actually spoke. Lu Rong frowned. What kind of monster dared to come to their Lu family to cause trouble? Didn't they know that there were gods blessing them? At this time, White Squirrel took out the decree, opened it and said loudly, Beiyin Mountain, the underworld government, the judge has a decree. Summon Lu Zhen, Zhang, Lu Rong, and other 8 members of the Lu family to go to Beiyin Mountain and the underworld government office to assist in investigating the case of the massacre of the Lu family villager 100 years ago. When the White Squirrel said this, everyone around was stunned. The Lujiazhuang massacre? Why haven't they heard of it? However, Lu Rong's face darkened slightly. This incident happened 100 years ago, yet people still remembered it. It must be the ghost of that woman. Damn it, we should have burned her body back then. But this woman is still so naive after 100 years. Lu Rong took a deep breath, a sneer flashed in her eyes. They were blessed by the gods, even God was helping them, so why were they afraid that she would report them to the underworld? Lu Rong. The White Squirrel threw the decree to Lu Rong, come with me. Lu Rong looked at the decree in his hand, smiled and threw it on the ground, you little devil, you dare to cause trouble at my birthday party, Are you going? White Squirrel interrupted Lu Rong, if you don't go, I'll leave. Lu Rong opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. You don't play by the rules. Well, it looks like you don't want to go. The White Squirrel looked at him indifferently and shrugged, then I'll leave. After saying that, the White Squirrel disappeared in a flash. Everyone in the yard looked at each other, just leaving like that. Lu Rong was also confused. What was going on with the Lu family? Just when Lu Rong and the others were full of doubts, the White Squirrel returned to the underworld government office and started crying as soon as he entered the door. My lord. You have to make the decision for me. My lord. You have to make the decision for me. The underworld. The crying sound came in before the White Squirrelman even entered the door. Xiao Jie was also stunned. He looked up and saw the white squirrel with blood flowing from its nose. It staggered in and knelt on the ground with a thud. What's going on? Did they attack you? Xiao Jie stood up suddenly, and Lu beside him also looked anxious and worried. Yes. White Squirrel looked aggrieved. Sir, I took your decree to the Lu family, and Lu Rong of the Lu family was holding a birthday banquet. I read out your decree in public, and those people not only resisted arrest, but also tried to beat me up. Fortunately, Xiao Yao has some skills. You gave me instructions before I left, so I ran away. but I didn't expect that the wild god Lu Gong from Lujiazhuang would actually stop me halfway. I was no match for him, so I told him that I was your subordinate. At this point, White Squirrel's face was filled with grief and indignation, but I never thought that Mr. Lu would beat up the little demon without giving any explanation, and he still said. Xiao Jie frowned, "What else do you want to say?" The White Squirrel hesitated for a moment and whispered, "What a bullshit judge he is. He is nothing in front of him." Xiao Jie was immediately furious when he heard this. How could a wild god dare to scold him, a righteous god of heaven and earth? This was really outrageous. "Well, you little wild god, I think you are really tired of living." Xiao Jie's mind moved, and he performed the art of wandering spirits. The ghost body slowly stood up from the statue. The terrifying ghost aura made the entire underworld government office like an ice cellar. What a terrifying ghost aura! Lu was trembling all over. The ghostly aura on Xiao Jie was something she had never seen before. Even the great god Luotian, who was enshrined in those popular temples and Buddhist monasteries, had not given her such terrifying pressure. Could this be the righteous god of heaven and earth? The power of the judge who controls the yin and yang worlds and the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, both Bai Songshu and Lu began to respect Xiao Jie from the bottom of their hearts. "You wait here, I will go there myself. I want to see how capable Mr. Lu is to dare to hit my people." After Xiao Jie finished speaking, he turned into black gas and instantly disappeared in the underworld government office. Watching him leave, Lu and Bai Songshu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His aura was so terrifying that it made it impossible for them to breathe. "Little guy, I made you suffer because of me." Lu looked at the white squirrel with a face full of gratitude, but the latter touched his nose, smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, sister. I caused this injury myself." "Ah. You did it yourself? Why?" Lu widened her eyes, full of confusion. The white squirrel put his hands on his waist and smiled sinisterly, that Mr. Lu relies on himself to be a wild god and often bullies us. Let the judge give him a good beating this time. Upon hearing this, Lu gave a bitter smile. This little guy is not an easy person to deal with. On the other side, after the white squirrel left, the Lu family's birthday banquet continued, and everyone continued to eat and drink. Everyone knows that Lujiazhuang is a family protected by gods, and a little monster can't hurt them at all. Could the judge that the little monster just mentioned be the god in the underworld that has been causing a stir in the county these past 2 days? It should be correct. He just mentioned Bayin Mountain. There is only one temple in Bayin Mountain. I have been to that place once. It is just a little bigger, nothing special. Could it be that the underworld enshrines a true god? It's very possible. Otherwise, how could this little monster dare to come to the Lu family with a fake decree to cause trouble? Everyone knows that the Lu family is blessed by the gods. Is it true that someone has reported the old man of the Lu family to the Bayin Mountain Insi Yamen? Who is so bold? Don't worry. The Lu family is blessed by the gods. Even the judge of the underworld may not dare to arrest us. It's just a formality. Don't worry. Although everyone thought that there would be no danger, they were still very curious about what had just happened. After all, the story of a little demon carrying people was a strange story. There is no reason for this. How dare a little demon come to Lujiazhuang? While everyone was talking about it, in the Lu family hall on the other side, Lu Rong sat in the upper seat with a calm expression. All around him were Lu Rong's descendants. The youngest of them was in his 30s, and the others were old men in their 70s or 80s. "Grandfather, is there really a god in the underworld of Bayin Mountain?" "So what if there are gods? The Lu Gong we worship is also a god. We are all gods, so we have to give each other some respect. What can he do to us?" "That's right. If you don't want to give face to the monk, give face to the Buddha. Even the underworld government won't dare to mess around." Everyone in the Lu family was not worried because the gods worshipped at home had taken care of many things for them since they were born. Lu Rong chuckled. What underworld government? It was probably just a wild god that had just formed. Buzz. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the entire Lu family suddenly froze, and everyone seemed to be frozen in a certain time and space, except Lu Rong, who was normal. What's going on? Lu Rong noticed something strange and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly he looked towards the door. Squeak! The door of the Lu family slowly opened, and a handsome young man wearing a black robe with dragon patterns, a golden crown on his head, and a face as handsome as jade appeared at the door. The young man had a red line on his neck, which looked very evil. Who? Lu Rong was startled and stood up to call for help, but the next moment, the young man was already in front of him. Who are you? Lu Rong was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Xiao Jie laughed when he heard this. Weren't you just discussing me? How come you can't recognize me now? Discuss? Just now. Lu Rong was stunned, and suddenly her pupils shrank. She looked at Xiao Jie fiercely. You are the judge of the underworld. The god of the underworld actually came in person. The little demon just now didn't lie to him. Lu Rong's heart was pounding, but she quickly calmed down and bowed to Xiao Jie with a smile. Master of the underworld, my lord Lu is also a true god. Could you please give me some leniency for his sake? Xiao Jie almost laughed out loud when he heard this. I am the judge of Yin and Yang, in charge of the laws of heaven and earth, and have the power of life and death over all living beings of Yin and Yang. Your lord Lu is just a little wild god. How dare you talk about human feelings in front of me? What? Is he the god of heaven and earth? Lu Rong's pupils shrank slightly. Having lived for so long, he naturally knew the difference between the righteous gods of heaven and earth and the wild gods. The so-called wild god is nothing more than a famous person during his lifetime, who was made into a golden statue and worshipped as a god. To put it bluntly, he is just a ghost worshipped as a guardian god. The righteous gods of heaven and earth are different. They are gods recognized by heaven and earth, or they are gods that have been achieved through the practice of powerful people. The righteous god is not someone that a small wild god can mess with. Lu Rong, come with me to the underworld. Xiao Jie was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand and the ghost energy turned into an iron chain that flew out and directly trapped Lu Rong. Lu Gong, Lu Gong. Then, following Lu Rong's terrified voice, they walked towards the ancestral hall deep inside the Lu family, where there was a monk in yellow robes chanting sutras facing a statue of a god. Lu Zhen. Come with me to the underworld. The monk in the ancestral hall suddenly opened his eyes, and the statue in the shrine in front of him also burst into brilliant golden light. Lu Zhen. The Lu family ancestral hall shook. A gust of cold wind broke in through the door, blowing up countless yellow leaves. The spirit tablets on both sides fell down with a loud noise. Lu Zhen, who was wearing a monk's robe, felt a chill all over his body. He turned around suddenly and saw a young man in black striding towards the door in the dim night. Who are you? Is it a human or a ghost? Why are you looking for me? Lu Zhen's face changed drastically. The young man had no shadow and was filled with a terrifying ghost aura. The moment he stepped into the door, all the talismans on the wall began to burn violently. This person couldn't even suppress the talismans in the ancestral hall. Where did you come from, wild ghost? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of this god? At this moment, the statue in the shrine in the ancestral hall shook, and a scholar in blue, holding a scroll, and with a powerful force of incense all over his body walked out of it. Xiao Jie stepped into the ancestral hall and looked up at the scholar in green clothes. Are you Mr. Lu? Exactly. Lu Gong snorted coldly. Since you know me, why don't you hurry up? So much nonsense. Before Mr. Lu could finish his words, his vision went dark, and then he was hit hard on the face one after another, and he fainted on the spot. Xiao Jie looked at Mr. Lu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and curled his lips. With your little ability, I dare to call me shit. Bullshit. Did I scold? Lu Gong's brain, which was already confused by the heavy physical blow, was now in a state of shutdown. When did he curse the evil spirit in front of him? He has never seen this person. I've never heard of his name. Mr. Lu was about to cry, he felt so wronged. Waste. After dealing with Lu Gong, Xiao Jie looked at Lu Zhen who was trembling with fear beside him. Lu Zhen. Someone accused you of poisoning 32 people from the Lu family village 100 years ago. Come with me to the underworld. Xiao Jie took out an iron chain and tied up Lu Zhen with a flick of his hand. No, I won't go. Lu Zhen struggled violently, but Xiao Jie just shook his hand and dragged him out of the ancestral hall. Afterwards, Xiao Jie went around Lujiazhuang and captured all of Lu Zhen's 6 sons. But after walking around Lujiazhuang, he did not find Zhang dead. Xiao Jie frowned. Zhang's name was not on the book of life and death. After searching for a while without finding it, Xiao Jie gave up. He then came to a grave in Beiyin County. The grave was quite old and only Wu Sanjin's head could be vaguely seen on the tombstone. Wu Sanjin has been dead for many years. Can he still dig Wu Sanjin out and put him on trial? Lu Zhen and his 7 sons looked at each other in bewilderment. A dead person would also be sentenced. However, the next moment, they saw Xiao Jie raise his hand and throw an iron chain into the grave. Wu Sanjin. Someone has accused you of a serious crime in your lifetime before the underworld. Come out and follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jie pulled the iron chain, and Wu Sanjin's ghost was pulled out by him. Ah! After Wu Sanjin's ghost came out, he was stunned when he saw Xiao Jie and Lu Zhen. I've been dead for decades, why do I still need to be put on trial? Xiao Jie snorted coldly, the crime will not be forgiven even if the person dies. Do you really think that you will be fine once you die? That's wishful thinking. Xiao Jie snorted coldly, waved his hand, and dragged a few people towards Beiyin Mountain. It's over, we might have met a real god this time. Mr. Lu, please save us. I don't want to die, I haven't lived enough. When Lu Zhen and his companions saw this scene, they immediately despaired. People who have been dead for decades can be brought out for trial. Then, can those who are still alive still escape? Just as Xiao Jie was pulling a few people towards the Yinsi Yamen in Beiyin Mountain, the Lu family compound finally returned to normal. Eh? Where's great-grandfather? It was here just now, how come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? Why are all the chairs falling over? After the Lu family members came to their senses, they found that their old man was missing, and they quickly stood up to look for him. The guests outside looked at each other in astonishment. The birthday party was great. The old man is missing. What is going on? On the other side, in the ancestral hall, Mr. Lu came back to his senses from his confusion and quickly used his magical powers to find the current head of the Lu family. Mr. Lu. When Lu Yuan arrived at the ancestral hall, Lu Gong waved his hand and spoke hurriedly. Hurry up and find someone to go to Beiyin Mountain. Your great-grandfather and his men have been arrested and taken to the underworld government for trial. Lu Yuan's eyes widened when he heard this. What did you say? My great-grandfather was arrested. Mr. Lu nodded and said, the female ghost who harassed you before has sued your great-grandfather and his family in the underworld. Hurry up and find someone to go to the underworld to ask for them. If we go too late, they might be in great danger. Lu Yuan came to his senses and hurriedly ran out of the ancestral hall and went to the yard to summon the Lu family's senior members and thugs. Then a group of people went to Beiyin Mountain in a mighty manner. What is the Lu family going to do? I don't know. They look so aggressive. If you don't know, you might think they are going to fight. From the looks of it, it looks like they are heading to Beiyin Mountain. There is an underworld government office on Beiyin Mountain. Are they planning to demolish the temple? Let's go and take a look. Seeing this, the guests all followed, and some people in Beiyin County also followed out of curiosity when they saw so many people heading towards Beiyin Mountain. The underworld. Lu and White Squirrel were waiting quietly. Suddenly, the door to the underworld opened and a terrifying cold wind whistled in from outside. Buzz. The originally gloomy hall suddenly became bright. A ray of sunlight from the east mountain fell right on the entrance of the hall. Xiao Jie walked in the sunlight, pulling Lu Zhen and others. Kneel down. Xiao Jie returned to the shrine and waved his hand, throwing Lu Zhen and others to the ground. Where is this? Let me go back. I want to go back. Dad, where is this? Mom, save me, come and save me. Lu Zhen and others looked at the underworld government office in horror. At this moment, a roar came from the side. Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen and his companions turned around suddenly and saw Lu staring at them, with her flesh and blood beginning to rot. "It's you." The moment Lu Zhen and his companions saw Lu, they were so frightened that they trembled all over and retreated in horror. "Lu Zhen, return the 32 lives of my husband's family to me." Lu suddenly turned into a fierce ghost and pounced on Lu Zhen, but was suppressed to the ground with a cold snort. "Don't be so reckless in the underworld." Seeing that the Lu family was forcibly suppressed, Lu Zhen and others breathed a sigh of relief and immediately started cursing. "You bitch. They've been dead for over 100 years, why won't they let us go? My lord, this bitch is crazy. You can't trust her words." Xiao Jie glared at Lu Zhen and the others and said, "Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll cut off your tongues." Lu Zhen and others quickly shut up. After telling Lu Zhen and the others to shut up, Xiao Jie raised his head and looked outside the underworld, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "There are quite a few people coming." A moment later, a group of people rushed into the yamen. "Listen, you bastard. Release my great-grandfather, or I will smash your shabby government office today. How dare the ghost come to our Lu family to cause trouble? He didn't even ask about the status of our Lu family in the world of gods and ghosts. Old Master Lu is a kind man, you, a dog official, please let him go." After the underworld court opened, Xiao Jie could be seen by everyone. As soon as the group of people entered the room, they pointed at Xiao Jie's nose and cursed. "Oh, you don't know what's good for you." Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows, raised a finger, and flicked it lightly. All the people who had just scolded him instantly turned their necks 180 degrees to the left. When others saw this scene, they were so frightened that they stood there in shock. "Isn't he a god? How dare you kill people so casually?" Lu Yuan and others looked up and saw Xiao Jie's cold gaze, and their hearts sank instantly. The Yin-Yang Judge. It seemed different from the gods they had seen before. The underworld was completely silent. Xiao Jie put down his hand and said calmly, "The underworld is going to hold a court session. People who have nothing to do with it should watch from the sidelines and not make any noise." Lu Yuan and others swallowed their saliva and hurriedly left. The corpses in the hall actually followed them out and stood in front of them, with their backs to them, but staring at them. "He actually killed someone." Lu Yuan was trembling all over, his face full of shock. "The gods actually killed people. The gods in this world feed on incense and cannot kill people at will. This is an evil god. I was scared to death. It turned out to be an evil god. Damn it, an evil god actually appeared in Beiyin Mountain." All the people who had been following Lu Yuan with such a fierce momentum just now were now trembling in fear. They no longer had any of the momentum they had just now. "Your Excellency is so majestic." The white squirrel's eyes were full of admiration. It had been a little worried when these people rushed in just now, but it didn't expect Xiao Jie to take care of them in one go. "It's over." When Lu Zhen and others saw this scene, they despaired on the spot. It turned out that Xiao Jie didn't buy their tricks at all. "The court will begin now." The irrelevant people left. Xiao Jie sat down in the shrine and spoke slowly. "Lu Zhen, Chao Xing'er has accused me of killing her parents-in-law and their family of 32 people 100 years ago. And tortured her for 3 years." Xiao Jie tapped the armrest with his fingers. "Is this true?" "What? They killed people too?" Before Lu Zhen could say anything, Wu Sanjin crawled out in panic. "Sir, I didn't kill anyone. I just helped them treat Lu's illness and bullied Lu a few times with them. The rest has nothing to do with me." As soon as Wu Sanjin said this, Lu Zhen and others were speechless. "I haven't asked you yet. What are you going to do by confessing everything?" Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. "So you admit Lu's accusation against you?" Wu Sanjin finally came to his senses and quickly denied it. "No, sir, I was just excited and said something wrong. It doesn't count, it doesn't count." Xiao Jie's expression darkened slightly. "Wu Sanjin, you think my underworld office is on your Kong, and you can take off your pants and fart at will, right?" Boom. Xiao Jie suddenly appeared in front of Wu Sanjin, raised his hand, grabbed his head and lifted him up from the ground. Since you're farting with your mouth, I'll look inside your head and see for myself. My lord. Wu Sanjin's ghost's eyes suddenly turned red, and his soul was forcibly torn apart from his sea of consciousness by a powerful force, which searched his memory wantonly. The severe pain almost made Wu Sanjin collapse. This scene made everyone present feel inexplicably frightened. The methods of the judge in the underworld were truly too cruel. After a long time, Shao Jie left Wu Sanjin, who was twitching all over, and looked at Lu Zhen, who was so scared that he had lost control of his bladder. I have searched Wu Sanjin's soul. Lu's accusations of imprisonment and humiliation against you are all true. Shao Jie came to Lu Zhen and patted his bald head. Will you confess to the murder of the 32 people in Liujia village, or will I use some tricks to search your soul? You can see for yourself. Looking at Wu Sanjin, who was in great pain beside him, Lu Zhen dared not hesitate at all and kowtowed to confess his guilt. My lord, I will tell you what I will tell you. I plead guilty. Lu Zhen and his companions spoke one after another, explaining in detail the massacre of 32 members of the Lu family 100 years ago. However, what puzzled Shao Jie was that this matter was actually related to the Lu family. So, the one who annexed the land of Luji Ozwang was the Lu family's grand tutor in the court. That's right. Lu Zhen nodded repeatedly. He was the one who hinted that I should wipe out the entire Lu family. If I help him annex the land, he would guarantee that I would be the head of the village. And he helped me settle the case with the government, so the government closed the case early at that time. Shao Jie frowned and snorted coldly. The Lu family is truly the source of all evil in Beiyin County, they are everywhere. After hearing Lu Zhen's words, the people outside were stunned. They didn't expect that the development history of the Lu family would be so bloody. If it weren't for this underworld government, I'm afraid Lu's unjust case would never have been solved. Alas, fortunately there is the underworld. Otherwise, there would be no place in the world to redress injustices for cases like this that happened 100 years ago. Yes, God has really opened his eyes. Many of the people who came with the Lu family, including passers-by, were moved by this scene. 32 lives were lost, an entire family was killed, it was a huge injustice. When Lu heard them plead guilty, she felt a mixture of emotions. A century of injustice has finally been vindicated. Thank you, sir. Lu kowtowed heavily to Shao Jie. Shao Jie sighed and looked at Lu Zhen and the others. Lu Zhen, the Lu family treated you well. After you returned to your hometown, they gave you land and helped you find a wife. You are greedy and shameless, and have killed 32 people in the Lu family. Your sins are so severe that they cannot be forgiven by heaven and earth. I sentence you 7 to death. As soon as Shao Jie said this, Lu Zhen and the others trembled and collapsed to the ground. Good. When the irrelevant people outside heard the verdict, they all applauded, but Lu Yuan and others had gloomy faces. The ancestor was sentenced to death for a trivial matter 100 years ago. If this were to get out, how would the Lu family survive in Beiyin County in the future? My lord, wait a minute. At this moment, a voice was heard at the door. Everyone turned around and saw Mr. Lu walking into the underworld with a monk. Mr. Lu, you are finally here. Please think of a solution quickly. Great-grandfather and his men have been sentenced to death. Mr. Lu, save us. When Lu Zhen and his companions saw Lu Gong, they felt like they had found a savior. Lu Gong'an held Lu Yuan in his arms and nodded to the monk beside him. Master, I'll leave this matter to you. Amitabha. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. The young monk smiled and chanted a Buddhist name, then looked at Shao Jie. I am Miao Kong from Tianshou Temple, nice to meet you, sir. Shao Jie took a look at Monk Miao Kong, a great master at the Dao Palace level. But he just took a quick look and then ignored it. Grown-ups. Monk Miao Kong was slightly embarrassed, but still said, Sir, this Lu Zhen is a lay disciple of my Tianshou Temple. 100 years ago, he made a serious mistake and was expelled from the temple by the abbot, who made him gain experience in the secular world. Now, 100 years have passed, and he has completed his merits and has seen through the secular world. The abbot specially asked me to come and take him back, to ordain him as a monk, and to enter the Buddhist monastery. I hope you will be lenient and allow me to take him back. After these words were spoken, everyone around looked at each other in confusion. Is he here to rescue Lu Zhen? However, considering the reputation of Tianshu Temple, I am afraid that the Lord of the Underworld would not dare to say anything. There is hope. When Lu Zhen heard this, he was overjoyed and looked at Lu with pride. Lu was trembling all over, staring at them, but her heart was cold. Tianshu Temple is where a true god resides. I'm afraid Xiao Jie wouldn't dare to offend it. Become a monk? Xiao Jie frowned. He didn't want to pay attention to this bald donkey, but these words made him very uncomfortable. You mean, he shaved his head and burned a few ordination marks on his forehead? And those 32 lives were lost in vain? Xiao Jie sneered, then his expression turned cold. You think you can atone for your sins by shaving your head? Do you think it's possible? You want to atone for your sins by shaving your head? Do you think it's possible? The underworld. Xiao Jie's answer made everyone present feel relieved, but Monk Miaokong was stunned and looked at the young men in front of him with some surprise. Your Excellency, are you unwilling to let me take him away? Don't you understand what people are saying? Xiao Jie frowned. Wasn't his refusal obvious enough? Monk Miaokong's eyes were slightly cold. The deity worshipped in their Tianshu temple is Tianshu Buddha, a righteous deity and an accomplished monk. He is one of the 3 famous gods in Taiyan County. As the judge of Yin and Yang, Xiao Jie should know him. As both of them were the righteous gods of heaven and earth, Xiao Jie actually didn't give Tianshu Buddha any face at all, which really made him angry. But now it was their Tianshu temple that needed help, so Monk Miaokong suppressed his anger and continued, Sir. Although Lu Zhen committed a serious crime 100 years ago, he has come to his senses in recent years, shaved his head and became a monk, chanting sutras in front of the Buddha day and night to atone for his past sins. This shows that he has acknowledged his guilt. Amitabha. Monk Miaokong chanted a Buddhist chant, God is merciful and kind. Since Lu Zhen and his men have admitted their mistakes and are willing to stay with the ancient Buddha and chant sutras for the unjustly killed, why don't you give them a chance to live? When will the cycle of revenge end? I'm sure that this donor Chow doesn't want this hatred to be passed down from generation to generation, causing more people to die because of an old case from 100 years ago, and he himself cannot be freed. Bald donkey, shut up first. Xiao Jie raised his hand to interrupt Monk Miaokong and turned to look at Lu. He said that you don't want more people to die for the case that happened 100 years ago, including the murderer. Lu shook her head and looked at Lu Zhen and the others with gnashing teeth. The little devil wanted to eat them alive. How can I let go of this deep blood feud? Xiao Jie nodded and looked at the confused Monk Miaokong. Bald donkey, did you hear that? The person involved has not let it go at all, so stop talking nonsense. Ha ha. This Lord of the Underworld is very interesting. Your Excellency is mighty. The people watching outside were excited, as they could see that Xiao Jie didn't care about the Buddha of Tianshu Temple at all. Miaokong's face turned red and he was speechless for a long time. When Lu Zhen and others saw this scene, their hearts, which had just warmed up, turned cold again. It's over. This Yin-Yang Judge really wants to kill them. Grown-ups. This Lu Zhen is predestined with my Buddha. He is the person my Buddha specifically wanted. The Buddha and you are both righteous gods of heaven and earth. You should at least look at the Buddha instead of the monk. Miaokong said in a slightly threatening tone, Sir, we are both true gods. We will meet each other when we look up. Why do you have to do this to the extreme? Xiao Jie also laughed. Lu Zhen is a wanted criminal. Your Buddha and I are both righteous gods of heaven and earth. I sent a bald donkey like you to take him away. Your Buddha has such a big face. Miaokong's face was gloomy. How dare you disrespect my Buddha? However, just as he finished speaking, a foot kicked him hard in the face, kicking him out of the yamen and disappearing on the top of the mountain. Xiao Jie slowly retracted his foot and snorted coldly. How dare you disrespect this officer? The people around were stunned at this moment. It seemed that this Lord of the Underworld was a little tough. He didn't even give any face to Tianshu Buddha. Dad, what should we do now? He is not even afraid of the Buddha, we are probably doomed. Dad, I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough. When Lu Zhen and his companions saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. This Yin-Yang Judge seemed to be different from the deities they had encountered before, and he didn't give Tianshu Buddha any face at all. It's over. This judge is stubborn. Mr. Lu shook his head and sighed in his heart. If Lu Zhen and the others fell into his hands, they would be in great danger. Your Excellency is mighty. Bai Songshu admired Shao Jie more and more in his heart. He was the great god who ruled the laws of heaven and earth. Lu, who was standing by, had tears in her eyes and felt relieved. After dealing with Monk Miaokong, Shao Jie came to Lu Zhen and said, "Since you all plead guilty, you can die now. Grown-ups. We were wrong, let us go." Shao Jie had an indifferent expression. He waved his hand and the ghost energy turned into iron chains, which directly grabbed the necks of Lu Zhen and others. He dragged them out of the underworld and hung them on several pillars at the door. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Looking at the people who were killed, Wu Sanjin swallowed. "Sir, I have been dead for decades, and I am an accomplice. You can't sentence me to death, right? This Wu Sanjin has been dead for decades. I wonder what your Excellency will say about this. This guy looks so righteous, but I didn't expect he's actually a beast. But he's dead, so he shouldn't be sentenced to death." Everyone was very curious. Lu Zhen and others were still alive and could be sentenced to death as long as they had their physical bodies. But Wu Sanjin had been dead for decades and could not be killed. Shao Jie sneered, "As a doctor, you have no mercy at all. Instead, you help the tyrants to do evil. You are greedy for money and sex, and let Lu suffer. But you had a great reputation during your lifetime, and after your death, someone even carved a monument and wrote a biography for you, so that you can enjoy the incense from future generations. Although you have been dead for many years, your sins cannot be erased." Wu Sanjin opened his mouth wide. "No way, he still has to suffer even though he is in this condition. Listen, Wu Sanjin. Your medical ethics are corrupt and your reputation is unworthy. Although you are dead, your sins cannot be erased. I sentence you to be whipped 300 times. You will have no reputation in this world and no place to be buried after you die." When these words were spoken, everyone outside was stunned. Is it possible? But it makes sense when you think about it. There are different criminal laws for the living and for the dead. Nothing wrong. Shao Jie waved his hand, and the verdict fell into Wu Sanjin's hands. The latter looked at the verdict in his hand, his brain buzzing. Even after decades of death, he still received this verdict. And at the moment when Wu Sanjin received the verdict, lightning suddenly flashed on a grave on the outskirts of Bain County, and dense thunders bombarded the grave. Bang, bang, bang. When the lightning faded, only a pitch-black deep pit remained with nothing inside. On the other side, thunder was heard above the Wu family ancestral hall. A beam of lightning pierced through the roof of the hall and accurately blasted Wu Sanjin's tablet into ashes. At the same time, everything related to Wu Sanjin in Bain County was struck by lightning, and nothing was spared. Everyone standing on Bain Mountain saw this scene clearly, and everyone was stunned. This is so effective. It's simply that what he says is what he means. Is this the judge's divine power? It's incredible. My life is worth it. I can actually see the gods take action. Everyone who deserves to die is dead. The case is finally over. Everyone was filled with emotion, even Lu was a little dazed, the murderer was finally dead. A century of redress, although the road was bumpy, the result was. Are Lu Zhen and the others dead? Just at this moment, Shao Jie shouted outside, and the white squirrel hurried in. Reporting to the Lord, he is dead. Since you are dead, come in and continue your trial. When Shao Jie said this, everyone present was stunned, even Lu was a little surprised. Ah. Not over yet. Everyone is dead, what else can we do? At this moment, the souls of Lu Zhen and others were pulled in by iron chains and forcibly pressed to the ground by a force. Monk Miaokong walked in angrily with shoe prints on his face. "Judge, they have already confessed their crimes and are dead, why are you still imprisoning their souls?" Everyone looked at Shao Jie in confusion. Shao Jie frowned. "Is death the end?" "You bald ass, are you kidding me? Death? Death is just the beginning. This judge has only just begun his judgment." Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with astonishment. Death penalty. It's just the beginning. Death penalty. Is that just the beginning? Now is the real trial. Everyone came back to their senses from their stupor and looked at Xiao Jie in astonishment. If the person is dead, how can we try him? Will it not be the same as Wu Sanjin? It's possible, but the Lu family didn't leave anything behind. As they spoke, everyone looked at Lu Yuan and others at the same time. Their eyes suddenly became strange, and the latter obviously guessed something. Judge, as the saying goes, a person's sins are forgiven when he dies. My great-grandfather and his family are all dead. What else do you want? That's right. As the judge of Yin and Yang, you must enforce the law impartially. The person is dead, and you still want to linger on about it. Isn't that too much? How could the Lu family not panic? If the verdict goes on, they will be in big trouble. Hearing the noise from the Lu family, Xiao Jie frowned and told them to shut up with just a look. The debt is settled when the person dies. That is your human law. My underworld office enforces the laws of heaven and earth. Do you think the two can be the same? The people outside the venue came to watch the fun and nodded in agreement. Yes, this is the underworld. The underworld enforces the laws of heaven and earth, which are very different from the imperial family laws in our world. We just acted according to human laws, but we didn't know that human laws can only govern one's life, not one's afterlife. However, the laws of heaven and earth are different. They can govern both life and death. Haha, now the Lu family is going to suffer. Lu Yuan and the others' faces had turned green at this moment. According to what they had thought before, even if Xiao Jie sentenced Lu Zhen to death, it would not affect their future generations. After all, they were not the ones who committed the murder, and the guilt is their ancestors' problem. But now Xiao Jie will be tried both before and after his death. If anything goes wrong, they will suffer the same punishment as those people from the Wu family. Lu Gong. Master, we can't let him do whatever he wants. Monk Miaokong raised his hand to signal, then took a step forward with the shoe print on his face. Grown-ups. When a person dies, all debts are settled. This is the consensus of heaven and earth. Shut up. Xiao Jie looked at Monk Miaokong coldly. I am the judge of Yin and Yang, the god of justice of heaven and earth. I have the final say on the rules and laws of heaven. When is it your turn to lecture me? You. Do you really want to be an enemy of our Tianshu temple? Monk Miaokong had a gloomy face. Hearing this, Xiao Jie looked at Monk Miaokong with some doubt. Is your Tianshu temple very powerful? As the judge of the underworld and the righteous god of heaven and earth, do I need to act according to your wishes? Your Tianshu Buddha has a bigger face than your Buddha. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This judge was really tough and didn't give Tianshu temple any face at all. But Tianshu temple is too overbearing. This is the underworld government, not their Tianshu temple. That's right. Their behavior would be considered interference with justice in the human world. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the immortal world, but it seems that the judge doesn't buy it at all. Miaokong's face looked ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything, because this was Xiao Jie's underworld government after all. It's over. Seeing that Miaokong stopped talking, Lu Yuan and others knew that the situation was beyond redemption. Lu Zhen. Xiao Jie looked at the souls of Lu Zhen and the others and said, You are a family that is ungrateful and has committed a heinous crime by killing the Lu family to silence them. However, you did not stop committing evil deeds. After killing people, you were afraid that the evil spirits of the Lu family would come to claim your lives, so you actually destroyed their souls as well. After Xiao Jie said this, the people outside suddenly realized what was going on. Even the soul is destroyed. The Lu family is really cruel. No wonder the judge wanted to interrogate their souls. It turns out these people are really hateful. As expected, the judge is still wise. Lu Zhen and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they looked at Lu Gong hurriedly. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads slightly to indicate that they were powerless. Sir, those were all done by my mother. My mother is dead now. You can't blame us. Yes, it was my mother who destroyed the soul, we just killed people. Seeing that no one was helping them, Lu Rong immediately started to pass the blame. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, Your mother. It's strange. My book of life and death clearly states that she is still alive, but I didn't find her in Lujiazhuang. You just reminded me. Looks like I have to search your souls. Xiao Jie raised his hand and pinched Lu Rong's head. Let me see who your mother is. After saying this, Xiao Jie's powerful will surged into Lu Rong's heart, and the latter screamed and began to twitch. Xiao Jie's expression darkened slightly, and the next moment the Lu Rong soul in his hand exploded. This scene shocked everyone. Why did Xiao Jie suddenly kill someone? Interesting. Be prepared. Xiao Jie narrowed his eyes. This Zhang was indeed not an ordinary person. She actually set up a restriction deep in her son's soul. As long as someone forcibly tries to find her information, they will be forcibly erased. Write it down first. I don't believe I can't find you. He has plenty of time and energy. No matter who you are, you will be tried once you enter his underworld. Xiao Jie snorted coldly and looked at Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen, listen to the judgment. You have killed people and destroyed their souls. Your crimes are extremely evil. You have trampled on the laws of heaven and earth, and the order of yin and yang. You have not repented even a little bit to this day. Your sins are hard to erase. I sentence you to eternal damnation and torture, with no hope of release. After Xiao Jie finished speaking, he waved his hand and a decree came down. Lu Zhen and others held the decree of judgment, their faces filled with fear. No, you can't judge like that. Xiao Jie smiled and said, since there is no hell here, I will round it up and just beat you to death. You. When Lu Zhen and the others heard this, they were all numb. No, I am sentenced to life imprisonment. How can you directly sentence me to death? I protest, I want to sue the authorities. Xiao Jie frowned, the protest is invalid. Sue the officials. I will not accept this. After Xiao Jie finished speaking, he waved his hand and raised the Yin-Yang golden mace, and with one whip, he whipped Lu Zhen and several others to death on the spot. Lu Zhen and the others are now dead and gone. This time it's really dead. It's what he deserves. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Even Miao Kong and Lu Gong looked terrified. This judge was a cruel and ruthless person. At this time, Xiao Jie looked at everyone in the Lu family again. The Lu family became wealthy because of Lu Zhen's evil thoughts. His descendants have all become prosperous because of this. This is the evil result of evil causes, and it will harm their descendants for 10 generations. Xiao Jie waved his hand, and a decree fell into Lu Yuan's hands. The descendants of the Lu family will have their lifespan shortened by 30 years, and within 10 generations, there will be no population. Shorten your life by 30 years. The offspring are not prosperous. After hearing these two verdicts, Lu Yuan collapsed to the ground on the spot. The Lu family is finished. When others saw this scene, they all shook their heads. The Lu family became powerful for a time because of the evil consequences, but now it is declining because of the evil consequences. This can be regarded as retribution. Karma is cyclical, and retribution is inevitable. It really is true that God sees what you do. At this time, Xiao Jie looked at Lu again, waved his hand and issued a decree. Chao Xing'er, 100 years ago, the daughter-in-law of Lu Jiazhuang was harmed by Lu Zhen, her family was destroyed, and she was humiliated for 3 years. After her death, her soul did not leave, and she has been running for 100 years to redress the injustice of her husband's family. His will is strong and his feelings are steadfast. What the world has said is all untrue. This official will inform heaven and earth of the law, restore his innocence, and praise his feelings and will. Xiao Jie waved his hand, and a decree fell into Lu's hands. Lu looked at the decree in her hand, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. This is her innocence. It is also her own justice. Thank you, sir. Lu kowtowed deeply, then held the decree in both hands and slowly walked out of the Yin gate. Under the scorching sun, all her grievances disappeared. Liberated. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu's body slowly disappeared, leaving behind only a decree. The people around were slightly moved when they saw this scene. Lu has been redressing grievances for her husband's family for 100 years. She is a heroine among women. Yes, transforming into a fierce ghost and waiting for 100 years for justice to be done is something that ordinary people cannot do. Inside the underworld, Bai Sengshu saw this scene and asked Xiao Jie with red eyes, "Sir, where did Sister Ghost go?" Xiao Jie chuckled, "She has given up her obsession and gone to reincarnate." As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in Xiao Jie's mind. "Your Excellency is wise and brave. You have cleared the Lu family's grievances. Incense plus 1000. Ability to obtain, gathering spirits. Open the system mall. Opening the incense altar of the underworld." As the case came to an end, the people in the underworld gradually dispersed. However, everything that happened in the underworld government quickly spread throughout Bayin County. In a restaurant in Bayin County, several scholars who had just come down from the mountain sat together, drinking liquor and eating, and began to chat. This is really an eye-opener. There really are gods in this world who can settle disputes between the yin and yang. That's right. It's really shocking that a case from 100 years ago could be solved so cleanly. The Lu family is completely finished this time. The family lifespan has been shortened by 30 years, and the family will not be prosperous for 10 generations. Hey, if you ask me, it's what they deserve. Lord Insi is right. Their family was able to prosper because of the evil karma planted by their old grandfather. Now that the evil karma has been eliminated, how can they avoid the evil consequences? I heard that Lu Yuan collapsed just after he arrived at his home. I'm afraid he's going to die. The people here all followed from the Lu family's birthday party. They also have some status in Bayin County and speak without restraint. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. Something happened to the Lu family. That family is second only to the Lu family in Bayin County. We are far away from home, so who can control them? What is this lord of the underworld? Could it be the immortal in the underworld Yaman on the Bayin mountain? How is it possible? It's just a temple. How can it solve the case? The diners around were all stunned. Although the underworld office in Bayin Mountain was mysterious, no one trusted them to make decisions for them. Otherwise, why didn't any of the people in Bayin County, whose families were destroyed and whose homes were displaced by the Lu family, go there to file a complaint? Immortal. I just bow down to get some psychological comfort. However, today, so many people actually claim to have seen the underworld court in session, and the trial was of the Lu family, a large family second only to the Lu family. This made many people think. This underworld government actually is in charge. At the same time, more and more people in Bayin County were discussing this matter, and the news gradually reached the ears of Gao Lian and Xia Dong. What did you say? Looking for the underworld to solve a wrongful case that happened 100 years ago. When Xia Dong heard Gao Lian's words, he stood up from his chair and asked, "Is this true?" "Absolutely." Gao Lian said in a shocked tone, "And I heard from them that the one who reported this was the female ghost from the savage tomb." Xia Dong's pupils shrank slightly. "A female ghost is complaining. Are you sure?" "I specifically asked around and found out that there is indeed a female ghost in the savage tomb. This is most likely true, because I went to the Lu family and they had already closed the door to visitors. A female ghost is complaining. The one on trial is still the Lu family." Xia Dong's brain was buzzing. She knew the Lu family very well. It was a family protected by gods. Moreover, they have a special relationship with Tianshou Temple. Even if she has the emperor's order, she dare not touch them at will. She didn't expect that Xiao Jie would dare to judge them. This made her very incredible. Where is Mr. Lu from the Lu family? He didn't care. And Tianshou Temple, are they just going to sit back and watch the Lu family be tried? Gao Lian smiled bitterly. "To be honest, sir, Master Lu and Monk Miaokong from Tianshou Temple really went there, and I heard from people at the scene that Monk Miaokong even carried out the Tianshou Buddha. And then? Why was the Lu family still sentenced? And then nothing happened. I heard that the judge didn't even bother with them." Xia Dong opened his mouth, but Xiao Jie didn't even give face to Tianshou Buddha. You have to know that he is a newly dead ghost and a newly become a god, yet he dares to ignore Tianshou Buddha, a Buddha who has lived for hundreds of years. This one is too tough. This judge is really interesting. The first time she saw Xiao Jie, she felt that he was extraordinary, not an ordinary god. This incident made her even more certain that Xiao Jie was definitely not an ordinary god, and his origins might be far beyond her ability to guess. Maybe there's something he can really help us with. Xia Dong thought to himself. Although the Demon Suppression Division was the sharp sword for slaying demons and eliminating evil in the Wuzhou dynasty, its actions were sometimes quite restricted. The human relationships among gods and immortals are even more important than those in the human world. Xia Dong fell into deep thought, and suddenly looked at Gao Lian. Gao Lian, has your master long wanted to remove this cancer of the Lu family? Gao Lian's eyes lit up. Is the Demon Suppression Division going to take action against the Lu family? Xia Dong shook his head. The Demon Suppression Division can't do anything to the Lu family, but there is one person who can. Who? Judge. Gao Lian was stunned. Ah. You plan to let the judge try the Lu family? Is that possible? Xia Dong smiled and said, the judge can judge a case that happened 100 years ago, so there should be no problem with the Lu family's case. So what should we do? Talk to the judge directly. Xia Dong shook his head. You don't have to do anything. We will return to Taiyuan County in 2 days. Given the Lu family's behavior, they will definitely get worse after we leave. Let them make trouble. When the people here can't see a way out, they will naturally run to the mountains to complain. Xia Dong chuckled. As long as one person reports the matter to the underworld and lets the judge try it, the Lu family will be doomed. Gao Lian's eyes lit up. Xia Dong was right. The county magistrate and the Demon Suppression Bureau both enforced the human laws of the Wuzhou dynasty. The fundamental reason why they could not control the Lu family was the pressure from the upper echelons. After all, that was the Grand Tutor of Wuzhou, the Enlightenment teacher of the current emperor. That person has some complicated relationship with the Lu family, and the Wuzhou laws cannot control it at all. But Xiao Jie was executing the laws of heaven and earth. No one in the 3 realms could override the laws of heaven. The small Lu family was nothing in his eyes. Then I'll pack my things and leave in 2 days. Good. After discussing, Xia Dong and Gao Lian left. While the people of Beiyin County were discussing the underworld government, the Lu family hung a white lantern on their door. People from all the funeral shops in Beiyin County sent truckloads of coffins to the Lu family. In less than a day, all the coffins were sold out. In the end, the people in the coffin shop sent the unpainted coffins directly to the Lu family, and even just 4 pieces of wood nailed together. There's nothing I can do. Those people in the Lu family who were over 50 years old were lining up to die one after another. You can't just leave the dead person in bed forever. Is the Lu family going to do the coffin business? The coffin delivery has not stopped today. It's not just the coffin delivery people. I saw dozens of people from funeral clothing shops coming today. I heard that several tailor shops have switched to making funeral clothing. Is this true? How many people from the Lu family died? The Lu family's neighbors were all stunned when they saw the coffins being continuously carried in. Although the Lu family is a wealthy and prominent family, they are also a long-lived family with many members. But how many deaths would it take to contract the entire Beiyin County's funeral business? Soon, news of what happened to the Lu family spread throughout the entire Beiyin County, and the already excited people became even more excited after hearing the news. The Lu family really got their comeuppance. Could it be that the judge's judgment was true? The judgment of the underworld government actually came into effect. It's incredible. I didn't expect that even the Lu family, a big family blessed by the gods, would be punished. This judge has a very high status in the world of gods. I don't know if this person can manage the Lu family. Oh, it's hard to say. The Lu family is not comparable to the Lu family. The people of Beiyin County were excited, but the Lu family was not happy after receiving the news. You mean, can the underworld really go to court to judge cases? Lu family. When Lu Yud heard the news from his servants, he was stunned. Sir, it is absolutely true. This time it's not hearsay, but many people have seen it with their own eyes. And this time, the underworld almost destroyed the Lu family just because of a petition from a female ghost. What? Lu Yud trembled all over and slowly fell into the chair. Just because of a female ghost. The underworld destroyed the Lu family. This sentence scared Lu Yud. Although their Lu family is very powerful in Bayin County and has the protection of high-ranking officials of the court, but in terms of strength in Bayin County, the Lu family is slightly stronger than the Lu family, because the Lu family has the Tianshu temple behind them and is protected by a deity, while their Lu family has only one Taoist grandmaster in charge. So normally, it is the Lu family that makes money, while the Lu family acts as their thugs. But now, overnight, the Lu family was uprooted. And the most important thing is that just because of a petition from a female ghost, the Lu family was completely ruined. You have to know that what the Lu family did is nothing compared to what their Lu family did. Not to mention the 32 lives. During Lu Shurtsai's short 25 years in office, no less than 300 people died at his hands. As for the other members of the Lu family, they have committed numerous crimes. Who doesn't have a murder case on his hands? If a ghost who hasn't cleaned up the mess appears one day, he will report the matter to the underworld. If the Lu family pulls out the radish, they will bring out the mud too. The whole family will go to the 18th level of hell. You have to know that the master in the underworld doesn't even give face to the Buddha, who is also a deity in Tianshu temple, let alone the one who is the prime minister in his own court. In the underworld, the Lu family's connections are of no use. Lu Yud's mind raced, and after a moment's silence, he said, "Go tell everyone to be more restrained from today on. All the bad things that I did in the past, you have to deal with now. If anyone reports this to the underworld, I will be the first to kill him. The only way now is to settle all the things they have done before, which is nothing more than spending some money. If the money is lost, you can still fight for it, but if this matter is reported to the underworld, it is not just a matter of money, it is a case of life." Yes. The servants nodded repeatedly, and soon the news spread throughout the Lu family. What? The old man asked me to apologize to those untouchables. Lu family. Lu Yud's third son, Lu Tanhua, became furious upon hearing the news. You must be joking. Who I am? How can a nephew of the current Grand Tutor, a cousin of the imperial concubine, a royal relative, apologize to a bunch of lowly people? Lu Tanhua was so angry that he jumped up and down. He was a well-known dandy in several counties surrounding Taiyan County. He was much more capable than Lu Shurtsai and had killed countless people. Now let him apologize and make amends to those whose families were broken up and whose loved ones were killed by him. This is not the opposite of Tiangang. Is this so unfair? Sir, this is the master's order, and isn't this to spend money to ward off disasters and prevent these lowly people from going to the underworld to file a complaint? The words of the lawyer next to him made Lu Tanhua even more angry. What is the underworld? I think it is just a bunch of low-class people spreading rumors to scare old men like this. You are so mysterious all the time. If these things were useful, would I be able to live till now? Lu Tanhua snorted coldly. Bah, I don't believe these nonsense. Anyway, it's impossible to apologize to these lowly people. I am a person of low status, how can I bow to them? Lu Tanhua looked at his master and said, "You, think of a way to get away with this." Upon hearing this, the lawyer was also distressed. "Master, the master asked you to do this just to spend some money and say a few good words to them so that those people would shut up. Then think of a way to make them shut up forever without me having to do anything." This. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes turned and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Master, since you can't lose face and want those people to shut up forever, there is only one way." The lawyer made a gesture of wiping his neck, and Lu Tanhua was stunned when he saw it. "Did you mean kill them all, so that there will be no evidence against him?" the master said viciously. Lu Tanhua was stunned and nodded. "That's a solution. But I heard that ghosts can file complaints in the underworld. It's easy to kill those people, but what if their ghosts go to file a complaint?" The master smiled and said, "You forgot that Master Song gave you a magical instrument to help the dead souls to be reborn. Just help those people's souls to be reborn, isn't that enough? When the time comes, how can I say a word when I am dead and my soul is gone?" Lu Tanhua's eyes lit up. This was a good idea that could solve all his problems at once. Good. Lu Tanhua patted the master's shoulder and said, "You go and handle this matter. When it is done, I will reward you handsomely." Yes. The master turned and left. While people in Bayin County were discussing various issues, Shao Jie was sitting in the shrine. Your Excellency is wise and brave. You have cleared the Liu family's grievances. Incense plus 1000. Ability to obtain, gathering spirits. Open the system mall. Opening the incense altar of the underworld. Shao Jie opened the system. Gathering spirits, actively cast, you can gather the power of heaven and earth within the Bayin Mountain to use against the enemy. Passive effect, it can save all ghosts in the jurisdiction from being exorcised and soul-destroying, and guide them to Bayin Mountain. This is considered a combat skill. Shao Jie touched his chin. With this skill, he could exert powerful power even without ghosts and gods. Moreover, this thing can also serve as a beacon for ghosts, pointing the way for all ghosts. After putting away the spirit gathering, Shao Jie looked at the other things that were left. System Mall, the host can use incense to purchase various props from it, including magic weapons, skills, magical powers, spells, and other items. The mall has everything. Shao Jie opened the mall, which was filled with a wide variety of goods, but the prices were all very touching. TSK, what a profiteer. A 5 Thunder Talisman actually requires 5,000 incense sticks. The price is really high. After looking for a while, Shao Jie turned off the system and then looked at other things. Shuantan of incense and fire, the host can set up Shuantan inside and outside the underworld government office to absorb the incense and fire offered by the world, 1 point per person per day. Here it comes. Finally I can absorb the incense. As the god of justice of heaven and earth, although his mission is to enforce the laws of heaven and earth, he cannot really make a living by solving cases. Wouldn't he then become a worker? Buzz. The incense burner appeared in his hand. It was a large dark red incense burner, more than 2 meters high, covered with various portraits of ghosts and monsters, which was very scary. But it also reveals a hint of majesty. Where is this thing? Shao Jie took a look at the underworld government office and it seemed inappropriate to place an incense burner in this place. Moreover, those who were burning incense didn't come in. They were all burning incense at the door. Shao Jie raised his eyebrows and waved his hand to place the incense burner at the door. Since people living at the foot of the mountain like to burn incense at the door, then burn as much as you want. After finishing everything, Shao Jie opened his own system interface. Name, Shao Jie. Title, None. Official position, Yin-Yang Judge, activated. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal plus, 0%. Authority, Bayin County plus, 0%. Ability, Wandering God plus, 0%, Dharma Eye plus, 0%, Gathering Spirits plus, 0%. Magic, 5 Thunders plus, 0%. Magic Weapons, Book of Life and Death, Innate Treasure, Yin-Yang Mace, Top Grade Magical Weapon. Incense Value, 20,000. Shao Jie looked at it for a while. His current cultivation as a ghost immortal was enough for him to deal with everything, but there was a big problem. He could not leave the yamen freely, and even leaving the shrine would consume incense offerings. There is only one way to leave the shrine freely, and that is to increase your authority. Authority, Bayin County plus, 0%. Shao Jie didn't think much about it and directly added 10,000 incense sticks to the immortal body. Incense value minus 10,000. Authority, Taiyan County plus, maximum level, you have the authority to investigate and deal with people, gods, monsters, and ghosts in the entire Taiyan County. As his power increased, Shao Jie felt that his body had undergone some subtle changes and became much more real. It really works. Shao Jie stood up from the shrine, and without burning any incense, he slowly walked out of the shrine and came to the underworld government. As he walked, he actually came to the gate. He waved his hand to open the door of the underworld, and Shao Jie walked out slowly. It can only go so far. Shao Jie stood on the edge of the mountain, looking at Bayin County below. At this point his body began to fall apart, and he could only rely on incense to maintain himself. Ah! What a big fire! At this moment, Shao Jie raised his eyebrows. A little firelight in the darkness was very eye-catching. It's dry and dry, I was too careless. Shao Jie shook his head. However, at the foot of the mountain, screams were heard from the fire, but there were many people standing around. Ah! Lu Tanhua, you will not die well. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. There were shrill screams coming from the raging fire, and in the firelight, several figures could be seen struggling in the fire. There were quite a few people standing around the fire, but instead of putting out the fire, they were pointing at the dying people inside and talking and laughing. Well, this is a good fire. Lu Tanhua looked at the countless black shadows struggling in the flames, a slight smile escaped his lips, and the servant beside him heard what he said and hurriedly smiled and flattered him. It's all because of the young master's good command, otherwise we wouldn't be able to set off such a fire. These lowly people really don't know what's good for them. The young master just borrowed their little girl to play with for a while, but they actually want to sue the young master. That's right. The young master is a royal relative of great wealth and status. It is a great honor for these lowly people to serve him, but they are unwilling to do so. Such untouchables should be burned to death. Lu Tanhua couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and then stood up. Yes, a few untouchables dared to sue me. Then I will make sure they can't even become ghosts. Lu Tanhua waved his hand. Go, bring me my magic weapon. Yes. Several people came up carrying a banner, and several of them worked together to stick it into the ground. Lu Tanhua stepped forward and began to chant a spell towards the flag. As he finished the spell, a bright red light began to flash on the flag. Buzz. Ah. As the red light flickered, black smoke emerged from the flames, and the black smoke condensed into several human faces in the sky. However, those faces disappeared in a flash and turned into black smoke. Master, now their souls are scattered. Young master, you are so powerful that these untouchables will not even be able to hope to become ghosts in the future. Lu Tanhua chuckled. He had finally found a way to solve his worries. Walk. Watching the fire completely engulf the village in front of him, Lu Tanhua chuckled, turned around and left with his men. However, not long after he left, a fire suddenly flashed at the foot of Bayin Mountain, and 4 people with charred bodies and sparks coming out of their 7 orifices emerged. A cold wind blew around them. Where is this? The 4 ghosts, 2 women and 2 men, looked at their surroundings in confusion. Plop. Suddenly, the young woman knelt down in front of everyone and burst into tears. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. If I hadn't insisted on seeking justice, that beast Lu Tanhua wouldn't have killed us all. My daughter, how can I blame you for this? You had your body ruined by that beast, your face destroyed, and your legs broken. You should seek justice for yourself. Why do you blame yourself? The 2 elderly evil spirits quickly helped the female ghost up, looking distressed. Little sister, what Dad and Mom said is right. The sturdy man was furious. If you want to blame someone, blame God. Why does he always help a beast like Lu Tanhua? Yes, God is blind. When we were alive, no one stood up for us. After we die, who can redress our grievances? The 4 ghosts were filled with resentment, but they could only sigh to the sky and complain to themselves in the woods. However, everything they did was seen by several squirrels nearby. They looked at each other, and one of them quickly disappeared into the forest. Soon the squirrel came to a temple and shouted into it. Squeak! My lord, we found 4 vengeful ghosts. Upon hearing this, the white squirrel in the temple opened its eyes and jumped out. Take me there quickly. Business is coming again. Bai Songshu's face was full of excitement. The previous Lu case had earned him a lot of favors from Shao Jie, so he was now particularly concerned about Wu Yuengui. Led by the little squirrel, the white squirrel came to the small hill at the foot of the mountain and saw the 4 vengeful ghosts. What a great injustice! The white squirrel sighed softly. These 4 ghosts were only slightly weaker than Lu. Who? Then the 4 resentful ghosts also discovered the white squirrel. They looked over fiercely, only to find that it was just a squirrel. It turned out to be just a squirrel. Alas, it seems that we have entered someone else's territory. We are full of resentment, so we should stop disturbing the lives of the little animals and give them some space. The 4 resentful ghosts were about to leave this place. Seeing this, the white squirrel jumped down from the tree and asked, "Are you wronged?" The 4 resentful ghosts were stunned and looked at the white squirrel in surprise. You can actually speak. I am a well-trained fairy, so I can speak naturally. It turned out to be a monster. The four resentful ghosts were slightly surprised, but soon shook their heads. Yes, we did have grievances. But there is no place in this world for us to seek redress for our grievances. When the white squirrel heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like this was really a good business deal. If you have any grievances, please tell me. What's the point of telling you? The white squirrel chuckled. Maybe I can show you a way. You little monster are quite interesting. Well, if you want to hear it, we will tell you about it. It will be considered as redress for the injustice. The four resentful ghosts shook their heads and told the white squirrel about their experiences. The latter also found it outrageous after hearing this. Human beings are so crazy that they kill entire families and even destroy their souls just because they are afraid that what they have done will be known by others. This is even more cruel than those monsters. However, isn't this kind of case exactly what the judge needs? Forget it. There's no point telling you. Let's go, let's find a deserted place to wait for death. Several people have completely given up on revenge and are ready to die with all their resentment. Seeing this, the white squirrel quickly called out to them, "Wait. Do you have anything else to say?" The white squirrel smiled and said, "To be honest, I do have a place here that can help you get justice." The four resentful ghosts were stunned when they heard this. Where? The underworld government office on the Bayin Mountain. The underworld. The four of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Little goblin, playing a trick on us. That is a temple. If worshipping gods is useful in this world, Lu Tanhua would be alive today. All gods are just stones. Seeing that they had the same reaction as Lu did at the beginning, the white squirrel was speechless. He cleared his throat and began to persuade them. Whether it is a stone or not, you can draw conclusions after you go there. Think about it, you have nowhere to go now anyway, why not try Bayin Mountain? If you succeed, you will be able to clear your grievances and avenge yourself, right? The four resentful ghosts heard this, thought about it and couldn't help but nodded. You're right. Whether it succeeds or not, it won't be a big loss for us. Okay, let's go to the underworld and try it out. That's right. Seeing this, the white squirrel finally breathed a sigh of relief and took the four resentful ghosts to the underworld government office in Bayin Mountain. When they arrived in front of the yamen, the four were shocked, because they actually saw the mighty divine power in front of the underworld yamen. Is there really a god in there? The four were excited, thinking that there really was a god in the temple, and perhaps they could get redress. Little sister, go ahead. Among the four, the lame girl gritted her teeth, stepped forward, picked up the drumstick, and struck the drum heavily. Please, sir, help me, little devil. In the underworld, Shao Jia raised his head, waved his hand to open the underworld, and a heavy voice sounded. The underworld is going to court. The laws of heaven and earth flashed in the underworld, and Shao Jia sat up straight and said, "The one who beats the drum. Come in and complain." When the four people outside saw the gate of the underworld slowly opening, their hearts were shocked and their faces were filled with excitement. The underworld government actually accepted their case. We have hope. The four of them supported each other as they walked into the hall, and the first thing they saw was the handsome young man in a black robe with a dragon pattern, but with a red line on his case. Judge. It turned out to be a real judge. At this moment, the four of them were so excited that they knelt down immediately. A voice containing divine power came from above their heads. Who is suing here? Who is suing here? Shao Jia looked at the four evil spirits below and said coldly. When I was alive, I was from Shitsuan, Bayin County, Li Chui'er. These three are my parents and my eldest brother, Li Zhuang. Shao Jia frowned, opened the book of life and death, and quickly found the information of the four people. Li Chui'er, from Bayin County, is 18 years old and fickle. For the sake of fame and wealth, she went to the Lu family and seduced Lu Tanhua, the third young master of the Lu family. However, she was discovered by the latter, who broke her legs and drove her out of the house. She did not give up and slandered Lu Tanhua everywhere. Because of his sister's affairs, Li Zhuang is looking for trouble with the third young master of the Lu family and wants to extort money. A muddled account is a muddled account. Shao Jia shook his head, threw the book of life and death aside, and looked at Li Chuyer and the other three. Who are you suing? Li Chuyer kowtowed, my lord, I want to sue Baiyin County, the third young master of the Lu family, Lu Tanhua. It's indeed him. Xiao Jie was puzzled. What are you going to sue him for? Lu Tanhua forcibly abducted my sister and raped her. Not only that, we went to him to ask for an explanation, but he was not only rude and unreasonable, he also disfigured my sister in public, making her unable to show herself to others, and broke one of her legs, making it impossible for her to lead a normal life. It would have been fine if Lu Tanhua had defiled me, but he also falsely accused my brother of extortion, put him in jail, and nearly beat him to death. Li Chuyer gnashed her teeth and said, Lu Tanhua almost destroyed my family, but he still didn't give up. Last night he was so cruel that he took my family to the suburbs and burned them all to death. Fire? Xiao Jie frowned. Could it be the fire he saw earlier? What a coincidence. My lord. Li Chuyer kowtowed heavily, I beg you to make the decision for our family. After listening to Li Chuyer's complaint, Xiao Jie also sighed. The Lu family is indeed a bunch of beasts. Xiao Jie stood up and said, I have accepted your case. Li Chuyer, are you willing to search your soul to prove that you are not making false accusations? Li Chuyer gritted her teeth, little ghost is willing. Xiao Jie nodded and instantly appeared in front of Li Chuyer. He raised his hand and grabbed her head. The powerful force instantly swept through Li Chuyer's memory. Ah! Soon Li Chuyer fell to the ground in severe pain, her soul trembling slightly. Xiao Jie withdrew his hand, put his hands behind his back and said, I have searched your soul, and what you said is true. In that case, I will bring Lu Tanhua to stand trial for you. After Xiao Jie finished speaking, he had an idea and used the wandering soul technique and instantly disappeared in the underworld government office. A moment later, he arrived in front of the Lu family's gate. Revisiting the old place. Xiao Jie looked at the Lu family's gate and couldn't help but chuckle. He was afraid that he would have to come to this place more often in the future. With a smile, Xiao Jie walked towards the Lu family's gate. He passed through the gate without any obstruction and came to the Lu family compound. After looking up, he went straight to the Lu family's backyard. However, the Lu family's backyard was bustling with activity at this moment. Lu Yud watched the money in the house being moved out box by box, but he didn't feel any pain at all. There will be plenty of money in the future, but if the bad things they have done cannot be rectified, it may cost them their lives. Brother, do you think the underworld is real? Lu Xian looked at the boxes of gold and silver, his heart bleeding. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Lu Yud said in a deep voice, you must always remember that we are royal relatives, and these lowly people are worthless. Never gamble your life with them. Just think of it as buying peace this time. When there's a chance in the future, I'll ask them to pay me back double. Lu Xian nodded when he heard that. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Tanhua walked in with a group of lackeys, talking and laughing, which immediately attracted their attention. Where have you been, Tanhua, so late at night? He's probably fooling around again. Lu Yud frowned and said sternly, come here. When Lu Tanhua saw his father, he came over with a few lackeys. Lu Yud looked at them. Have you resolved the mess? Lu Yud snorted coldly. This Lu Tanhua was the one with the most troubles in their family. What he was most worried about was that something might happen to this guy. Dad, don't worry. I have dealt with my affairs thoroughly, and I promise that they will not report it to the underworld. Lu Tanhua smiled and waved his hand. So soon? Lu Yud looked incredulous. This guy was usually so arrogant and domineering, but how could he be so obedient this time? Moreover, he had so many things to do, and people with less work than him were still busy, but he had already finished it. This is somewhat inconsistent with his temperament. How did you handle it? Lu Yud was a little curious. As for me, I thought of a brilliant way and solved the problem in no time. Lu Tanhua said with a proud smile. You actually used your brain. Hearing that Lu Tanhua actually used his 99% new brain, Lu Yud and Lu Xian were shocked and asked hurriedly. What did you come up with? Lu Tanhua laughed and said, I called them together last night, killed them all, and then burned them all to ashes. Then, I used Master Song's magic weapon to liberate all their souls, ensuring that they would die and their souls would be destroyed. Not a single one of them would go to the underworld to file a complaint. Ah! Kill them all. After hearing this, Lu Yud and Lu Xian stood there in a daze for a long time. You are such a rebellious son. A moment later, Lu Yud cursed angrily and almost died on the spot. Lu Xian felt like the sky was falling. Oh my God! What has my stupid nephew done? They worked hard to fill the hole. But they didn't expect that Lu Tanhua would give him a big job. Dad, what's wrong with you? It's just killing a few people, why are you so angry? Lu Tanhua looked at Lu Yud's expression and said speechlessly, it's not like I haven't killed people before. Besides, I used the soul exterminating technique this time to completely destroy the ghosts of those people. There's no way they'll be in trouble. Lu Xian rolled his eyes. Wasn't the Lu family incident an old case from 100 years ago? The soul-destroying technique was also used there, but wasn't it still punished by the underworld 100 years later? You are a fool who is always causing trouble but can't do anything good. Lu Yud glared at Lu Tanhua, wishing he could skin him alive. In the past, the emperor was far away and no one cared about them, but now God is watching what they do, and the man on the Bayin mountain is sitting there alive. But then again, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so you can't just ignore them. After a long silence, Lu Yud said coldly, are you sure you have saved their souls? Don't worry, Immortal Master Song's magic weapon can't possibly go wrong. Lu Yud breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then there shouldn't be anything wrong with this. However, the next moment, all the doors and windows of the Lu family began to rattle, and a terrifying cold wind appeared in the yard. What a strong wind! Everyone's eyes were blown shut by the cold wind, but the next moment, a scream rang in everyone's ears. Ah! As the screams rang out, the strange and chilly wind stopped instantly, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at the mess on the ground, feeling a little overwhelmed. What happened just now? Everyone's face was filled with shock. What was going on? Eh? Where's the Tanhua? Those servants are missing too. Just then, Lu Xian discovered something strange. Lu Tanhua and his lackeys are all gone. Did you find it? No, I looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Lu Mansion. Lu Yud and Lu Xian were both stunned. Several living people had disappeared right before their eyes. The more they thought about it, the more creepy they felt. Look for it. Go look outside. You must find Lu Tanhua for me. Just when the Lu family was looking for Lu Tanhua all over the world, the doors of the underworld government in Bayin Mountain suddenly opened and a gust of cold wind swept through. The stunned Lu Tanhua and others all fell to the ground, looking at the gloomy hall around them in astonishment. What is this place? Lu Tanhua looked around in horror, and suddenly her pupils shrank. She looked sharply to her side, where 4 ghosts were staring at her. Seeing those ghost faces clearly, Lu Tanhua was startled and stepped back in panic. Li Chuer. Why are you here? No, that's impossible. Lu Tanhua was completely confused. Not only did he come to this haunted place from his home for some unknown reason, but he also met Li Chuer's family, whom he had burned to death and whose souls he had helped to reincarnate. Lu Tanhua. Suddenly, a cold snort came from above. Lu Tanhua and his companions looked over quickly and saw a young man sitting on the shrine. The young man was wearing a black robe with dragon patterns, a golden crown on his head, and a red line around his neck, looking quite evil. You are Shao Jie. When Lu Tanhua saw the young man's face clearly, he was shocked. Why are you here too? Shao Jie was killed by Lu Shirtsai. If he remembered correctly, he was personally prayed for incarnation by Master Song for 7 days and 7 nights. What on earth is going on? Lu Tanhua was stunned. Logically speaking, these people were already dead and it was impossible for them to appear in the world again. But now they appeared in front of them together. Lu Tanhua. Shao Jie looked at Lu Tanhua and said, in order to conceal the truth, you burned Li Chuer's family to death, and then used evil magic to destroy their souls. What you have done is beyond the reach of justice. I, according to the laws of heaven and earth, sentence you to death after 7 days of being eaten by insects and bitten by snakes. Lu Tanhua was shocked when he heard this and stood up quickly. Shao Jie. Why are you, a ghost, interrogating me? Lu Tanhua stiffened his neck and roared, I am a royal relative. Only the emperor can judge me in this world. Who do you think you are, Shao Jie? What am I? Shao Jie raised his eyebrows and smiled, I am the judge of yin and yang. I follow the laws of heaven and earth. I can judge the yang during the day and the yin at night. I can investigate and deal with ghosts and gods in heaven and earth and anyone who has been wronged. Don't mention you, a mere nephew of the Grand Tutor. Even if you were the emperor, I would have the authority to investigate. There really is a Yin-Yang Judge in this world. And it was Shao Jie. Lu Tanhua and his companions were dumbfounded. They had always thought that the Yin-Yang Judge was just a story made up by the people of Bayin County to scare them. They didn't expect it to be true. The most desperate thing for them was that the Yin-Yang Judge was Shao Jie, who was killed by their Lu family. Shao Jie is actually the judge. Lu Tanhua was also panicked at this moment. He didn't understand why Shao Jie became a true god. He was clearly a scholar when he was alive, but after his death he became a god. This transformation was too great. Okay. I am too lazy to waste time talking to you guys. Shao Jie waved his hand and a decree fell into Lu Tanhua's hand, we will talk about it after you die. Upon hearing this, Lu Tanhua ran out of the underworld in fear. No, you can't judge me. You can't. Ah. However, just as he moved, countless black iron chains flew out from under the underworld, tied them up directly, dragged them to the gate of the underworld, and hung them in the air. A moment later, swarms of snakes and insects of all kinds crawled over from the iron chains and soon covered their bodies. Get lost. Get out of my way. Ah, come here. Lu Tanhua could clearly feel his flesh and blood being eaten away inch by inch. He struggled desperately but was unable to break free. Li Chuier and her family looked at Lu Tanhua and his companions who were being eaten by insects and snakes, then turned around and kowtowed heavily to Shao Jie. Thank you, sir. Shao Jie sighed softly, your grievances have been redressed, and you can go and reincarnate. Li Chuier and the other three nodded, and the decree stood up and walked out of the underworld government office. Under the red sun in the sky, they slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Shao Jie came to the edge of the mountain and couldn't help stretching. A system prompt sounded in his mind. You have perfectly solved the case of Li Chuier's family, incense value plus 10,000. 1 coupon for 10% off in the mall. Obtain magical power, 5 elements magic. A book and a coupon appeared in front of Shao Jie. 5 elements magic, basic 5 elements magic, which can perform magic with 5 different attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Mall 10% off coupon, you can use 10% off to purchase an item in the mall. This is good. There are a lot of treasures in the system, but they are too expensive. Keep this thing for now, maybe there will be a big one in the future. He has too few followers now. When there are more followers in the future, he can buy a treasure at a 10% discount and make a fortune. My abilities haven't really been upgraded. He now has more than 20,000 incense sticks, which can be used to increase points in his abilities and spells. Shao Jie thought about it and maxed out the 3 skills of Gathering Spirits, Wandering Spirits and Dharma Eyes. Incense value minus 9,000. Wandering God, at the maximum level, you can move freely within Taiyuan County for 3 hours. Dharma Eye, able to see through illusions, and deter evil spirits. Each use consumes a little incense. Gathering Spirits, can control the power of heaven and earth of the entire Bayin County to fight against the enemy. At the same time, it can make the soul-destroying technique of the entire Taiyuan County ineffective, and all ghosts can find Bayin Mountain. Shao Jie looked at the 3 skills and nodded with satisfaction, especially the spirit gathering. The scope has been directly expanded many times. The next day, the people living at the foot of Bayin Mountain came to the mountain to burn incense as usual, but when they arrived at the mountain, they saw several people hanging at the door, bitten by insects and snakes. Why are there so many people here? Did someone appeal for justice again yesterday? That should be it. Why does this person look a bit like Lu Tanhua from the Lu family? Just at this moment, someone said something and everyone looked carefully. When they saw the man's face clearly, everyone exclaimed in surprise. It's really Lu Tanhua. And his lackeys. My God, the judge even sentenced the Lu family. So, the judge is not afraid of the Lu family at all. Nonsense, the judge is a god, why would he be afraid of the Lu family? From now on, we have someone who will make the decision. When the people on the mountain saw this scene, they kowtowed and burned incense more devoutly. Soon, the news that Lu Tanhua was sentenced by the underworld spread throughout Bayin County. Master. Lu family. Lu Yud was waiting anxiously at home, and when he heard Lai Fu's voice, he stood up quickly. Master, something happened. Third Master, the judge has sentenced you to be hung on a stake, to be eaten by insects and bitten by snakes. I'm afraid there's no hope for him. Lu Yud and Lu Xian were shocked when they heard this and fell to the ground. It's over, the judge is actually real. What should we do now, brother? Lu Xian's face was full of panic. Their Lu family was not just one Lu Shirtsai or Lu Tanhua, but a whole family. Does the judge have anything to say about the Lu family's problems? Lu Yud spoke after a long silence. No. Lai Fu shook his head, thought for a moment and said, however, I think the people of Bayin County are very resentful of our Lu family. You mean they're going to sue us? Lu Yud panicked, I've already apologized to them, what else do they want? All the money was taken. These people are going to sue him. It's too disreputable. Master Lu. Just when Lu Yud was in a trance, a voice came from the door. A moment later, 3 people in Taoist robes walked in. Seeing the leader, Lu Yud and his companions were instantly cheered up. Master Song. The person who came was none other than the immortal Master Song, who was almost killed by Shao Jie before. When Master Song left, his entire body was sucked away to the point where only skin and bones were left, but now he has fully recovered. Master Song, you are finally here. Song Xiancher was a little confused. Master Lu, what happened? Lu Yud quickly told Master Song what had happened during this period, and said anxiously about the last thing, I'm afraid our Lu family has been targeted by the judge. Lu Yud was speechless, as he had just been stared at by a ghost. Now he's being targeted by God again. Why is his family so miserable? Lu Yud pleaded, Master, please help us. Judge. Have you ever heard of him? No, I have never heard of such a judge in Taoyin County. It seems that he is a wild god who has just become a god. His cultivation is at most in the early stage of Dao Palace realm. It is nothing. After hearing Lu Yud's words, the 2 people behind Master Song didn't take it seriously. There are many gods in this world, but the most common ones are wild gods. The wild gods are spirits that have absorbed the power of incense and cultivated secretly. Like human cultivators and warriors, they possess great powers and need to cultivate slowly to become true gods. Generally, newly formed wild gods are only at the Dao Palace level, and can indeed become gods in the eyes of ordinary people. However, as disciples of Taishuan sect, the so-called wild gods are nothing more than sneaky monsters who practice the righteous way, and are no different from ordinary sneaky monsters. These 2. Lu Yud was puzzled. Song Xiancher smiled and said, these 2 are my senior brothers. This one's surname is Ma, and this one's surname is Zhang. Lu Yud immediately bowed and said, greetings to Master Ma and Master Zhang. Master Lu, don't worry. Master Ma smiled and said, that judge is nothing but a little devil in my eyes. Lu Yud was stunned and looked at Master Song. Immortal Master Song smiled and said, Master Lu, don't worry. My 2 senior brothers are both grandmasters of the 4 extreme realms. From now on, when that judge comes, we brothers can just hand him over to us. Grandmaster of the 4 extreme realms. Lu Yud's eyes suddenly lit up. A warrior with this level of cultivation would be a overlord in the entire Taoyin County. With 2 grandmasters of the 4 extreme realms in charge, even if Shao Jie came in person, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves. Bayin County. At the city gate. Master Gao, Master Xia, you came and went in a hurry, and you did so much for our Bayin County, but we have nothing to give back. It's really shameful. At the gate of Bain County, Xia Dong and Gao Lian were preparing to leave with their men, and Lu Xian brought people from the county government to see them off. Master Lu, thank you for your hard work these past few days. The new county magistrate will be here soon. Lu Xian nodded quickly. Don't worry, my two lords, I have managed Bain County in an orderly manner. Upon hearing this, Xia Dong and Gao Lian looked at Lu Xian meaningfully, then turned around and left Bain County with their men. Lu Xian watched them leave and immediately returned to the Lu family. Brother. The little flag of the Demon Suppression Division and Gao Lian have already left. Lu Xian found Lu Yud and asked anxiously, what should we do now? Hearing this, Lu Yud raised his eyes and said calmly, since you've already left, there's no need to pretend anymore. Bring people to collect all the money we have distributed in the past few days. If those untouchables dare to resist, they will be executed on the spot. Lu Xian was stunned and a little worried. Will this arouse public anger and make those untouchables sue us at the Bain Mountain Underworld office? Lord Lu. Master Ma on the side said, just do this matter, and don't worry about the Underworld office. He's just a kid who just became a god. It's fine if he doesn't come down the mountain to meddle in other people's business. But if he dares to come down the mountain and disturb us, it's a good thing for us brothers. Humph. Master Ma snorted coldly, we will tear down his underworld office and let him know who rules the world. Lu Xian looked at Lu Yud puzzledly, and the latter smiled and waved his hand. These two are the immortal masters of Taishuan sect. With 3 immortal masters here, the underworld government won't be able to control us. It turns out that the immortal master has returned. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian stood up excitedly and saluted the 3 people. Brother, this time we must not only take back the money we gave away, but also the gold and silver that the county magistrate had previously divided among those untouchables. Those gold and silver belong to us. We can't let these lowly people get away with it. Lu Yud nodded slightly, this is natural. Oh, by the way, let's look around the city and pick out some pretty girls to bring back and train them properly. Those withered women in the mansion are not fit to be the cauldrons of several immortal masters. Upon hearing this, Master Ma and the other 2 looked at each other and burst into laughter. They thought that the Lu family had made the right decision. I'll do it right away. Lu Xian nodded and turned to go down. Soon, the Lu family servants and the county government runners all began to pour into the streets, and any young woman with a little bit of beauty they saw, regardless of her identity, would be abducted on the spot. At the same time, the families who had previously received compensation from the Lu family were visited by the Lu family and were smashed, looted and burned. Not only was all the compensation they had previously received taken away, but their original belongings were also looted clean. For a time, the entire Bain County was filled with public resentment and widespread grief. Damn Lu family, give me back my daughter. Dad, Mom. What are you doing? What are you doing, husband? All kinds of noises were heard in Bain County. One family was having dinner at home when the Yamen runners rushed in and snatched away their 6 or 7-year-old daughter without any explanation. Some newly married couples were having a wedding banquet at home when Lu's family and Yamen runners rushed in and snatched the bride away in public. What's more, even the widow of a man who had just died was taken away from the mourning hall. As for those who had accepted the Lu family's apology before, it was even worse. Not only did some lose their lives, but many more had their families destroyed. The entire Bain County was like a purgatory on earth for a moment, with cries and howls everywhere. The horse bandits slaughtering the city is nothing more than this. After the Lu family was wreaked havoc on, those families who had been ruined gritted their teeth as they looked at their homes in disgrace. Damn it, the Lu family, they have no remorse at all. They are just waiting for the adults in the county to leave. Oh my family, is it true that no one can cure the Lu family? Who said no? Several young people in the crowd stood up. They had all had their wives taken away by the Lu family, and they could no longer bear with the Lu family. I have no right to interfere with the Lu family claiming to be the emperor. Then let's go to Bain Mountain, to the underworld government, and to the judge to sue him. Yes, Emperor, I can't control the Lu family, so let's ask God to take them away. Don't you understand yet? If we don't get rid of the Lu family, we will never be able to make a breakthrough. Let's go to Bain Mountain and file a complaint with the judge. Following the young people's calls, many people responded and came to Bayin Mountain in groups. Boom, boom, boom. The drum of complaint rumbled in Dubai, and this time almost everyone in Bayin County heard it. The drum of complaint has sounded. Someone must have sued the Liu family. I'm going to sue these bastards too. Let's go to the mountain and sue the Liu family. The people in various parts of Bayin County who were persecuted by the Liu family rose up and flocked to Bayin Mountain. And Xiao Jie in the underworld government office also revealed his true form from the statue after hearing the drum beats. What's going on? So many people come to complain. Boom, boom, boom. The drum of complaint sounded, and Xiao Jie was also stunned. In his perception, there were a lot of people standing outside. So many people coming to his underworld yamen in broad daylight definitely were not here for tourism. Who can offend so many people at once? Did someone make an international gesture to everyone in Bayin County? And a cordial greeting to everyone's mother? No matter what, now that the call for redress has been made, the case must be heard in court. Xiao Jie waved his hand to open the door of the underworld. The people outside lined up and walked in. After entering, they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him 3 times. Please make the decision for us, sir. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with you? We want to sue the Liu family, Liu Xian. Liu family? Xiao Jie suddenly became interested, and finally came to life. What are you going to sue him for? Liu Xian allowed his soldiers to rob my family's money and burn down my house. And my wife. My daughter was only 6 years old, and she was kidnapped by this beast. Listening to the people below talking one after another, Xiao Jie finally understood. It turned out that the Liu family had stopped their activities 2 days ago and were looking for people all over the city to apologize. But today, as soon as Gao Lian and Xia Dong left, they immediately turned hostile. Not only did they let their soldiers take back the money they had distributed, they also robbed everyone again. In addition, anyone in Bayin County who was a little pretty and was a woman, regardless of age, was abducted by the Liu family. They went to Liu's house to ask for people, but many people were beaten and killed by Liu's family. Finally, they had no choice but to come here to complain. Why did the Liu family suddenly become so strong? Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows curiously. He knew the people in the Liu family very well. They were very afraid of death. The previous incident between the Liu family and Liu Tanhua had made him restrained a lot, but now he suddenly became tough. There was only one possibility: the Liu family had found a new backer. A backer who can stand up against you. But is there anyone in Taiyuan County who can pose a threat to me? Xiao Jie was a little confused. Apart from anything else, Tianshou Temple was definitely not his opponent. Interesting. Go see what the Liu family is doing. Xiao Jie became interested and was about to go to Liu's house to take a look, but a white squirrel ran out from the side. Grown-ups. How can I let you go for such a thing? The white squirrel patted his chest and said, "Let me go." Xiao Jie thought about it and nodded slightly. The white squirrel has been following him for a while, and its cultivation has improved. Even if the Grandmaster of the 4th Extreme Realm wants to run away, it will have no problem. Xiao Jie waved his hand and sent a decree to White Squirrel: go to the Liu family and remember not to get entangled. If they come, that's fine. If you don't come, I will naturally visit you. Yes. The White Squirrel picked up the decree and turned around to go to the Liu family. As soon as it approached, it realized something was wrong. This place is dangerous. Relying on its own instincts, the White Squirrel instantly noticed the unusual phenomenon in the Liu family. This place is even more dangerous than the Liu family it had been to before. There are talismans pasted all over the door frames. It has a feeling that if it steps inside, it will surely die. No. I just followed the judge to ask for help. White squirrels are very accurate in positioning themselves. As a worker, it cannot work itself to death. How can you make money if you work so hard? After thinking for a while, the white squirrel shouted at the door, "Listen, everyone inside, I am the messenger under the seat of the judge of the underworld. I am appointed by the judge to invite Master Liu to the underworld yamen." The door of Liu's house opened, Lai Fu came out, and when he saw Bai Song, he scolded him without saying a word. "Where did you come from, you little bastard? Get out of here right now. How can a little devil like the judge control our Lu family?" Upon hearing this, the white squirrel immediately issued an edict. "You are right. I'll leave now." The white squirrel turned around and ran without saying a word, disappearing without a trace in a few seconds, leaving Lai Fu stunned. Are the people in the underworld so easy to talk to? Where are the people from the underworld? Just then, Lu Yud, Ma Xianchi and others walked out and were a little confused when they saw the empty street. "I'm leaving. Gone. By the way," it put down the Yin-Faji decree and ran away without saying a word. Lu Yud was stunned. Are the underworld so easy to talk to? Ha ha ha, it seems that the underworld government also knows that we brothers are in the Lu family. They don't even dare to come in. It seems that the judge is really just a little devil, nothing to be afraid of. After hearing what Master Ma said, Lu Yud felt more at ease. "Come on, 3 immortal masters, let's go back and continue. You go first, we'll go back to practice." Lu Yud looked like he understood, and then led everyone back to the main hall. There were many other people in the hall, all of them were celebrities in Baiyin County. The head of the Lu family looked at Lu Yud, who was in high spirits, and asked in confusion, "Master Lu, who was knocking on the door just now? Why didn't you invite him in?" Hearing this, Lu Yud waved his hand and said, "It's the underworld government, it won't be a problem." The underworld. The head of the Lu family was startled and asked hurriedly, "Why did they come to you? What else could it be?" Lu Xian sneered, "It's because I accepted money from those unruly people yesterday, so they went to Baiyin Mountain to sue me. It's all small stuff. Let's continue the music and the dancing." Lu Yud waved his hands, looking relaxed. Ignore the decree of the underworld. Is this a small matter? Do you know that if the legal decree is not accepted, the judge will come in person? By then, the Lu family will be finished, and his family will serve as a lesson for them. The head of the Lu family trembled as he climbed up and bowed to Lu Yud, "Master Lu, goodbye." After saying this, the head of the Lu family left with his men without looking back. What happened to this Lu family member? I don't know. They looked like they had seen a ghost. I heard them just say they refused to accept the Yin judicial order. Rejecting the order of Yin judgment. That ignorant fellow. You are talking nonsense, whose house is this? If you refuse to accept the decree, the men from the underworld will be here soon. The other people at the banquet looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, Bung Bu was stunned. Your Lu family said they would treat us to a dinner, so we came here excitedly. But you didn't say that you also wanted to invite the underworld. Who dares to eat at the same table with the king of hell? Don't want to live? Let's go. When the judge comes, we will be in trouble. The Lu family is really a bunch of idiots. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. The Lu family is finished. All the guests in the hall stood up and left, which made Lu Yud and others very confused. What happened to these guys? Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost? Just when Lu Yud was puzzled, the guests who were leaving the table wished they had 2 more legs to quickly leave the Lu family. Why is the Lu family so big? The person who had previously praised the Lu family's house for its grandeur now wanted to slap himself twice. When they finally drove to the door and opened it, they were stunned for a moment. I saw a young man standing quietly at the door of Lu's house. The young man was wearing a black robe with dragon patterns, a golden crown on his head, and had a handsome face. However, there is a red line above his neck, which adds a touch of evil to his temperament. The wine is not finished. Don't stop drinking. Where are you all going in such a hurry? The young man in black smiled and stepped into Lu's house with ease. The moment he entered the room, the entire Lu family suddenly went from bright daylight to pitch darkness, with a blood moon in the sky. The entire Lu family was filled with rumbling white fog, cold winds, and bloody lights, and there were countless ghosts outside the door. The young man brought a faint chilly breeze as he passed by the crowd, and everyone shivered unconsciously. Finished. The judge has arrived. After passing them, the young man smiled and walked towards the hall where Lu Yud was. I am here in person. Won't the Lu family welcome us? Why is it dark? Lu Yud, who was in the hall, was stunned for a moment when he saw the sudden darkness outside the window. But the next moment, a sound was heard throughout the Lu mansion, and everyone in the Lu mansion could hear the sound clearly. I am here in person. Will the Lu family come out to greet us? The sound was very strange, as if it came from everyone's heart. This is. Lu Yud stood up suddenly, with beads of sweat appearing on his face. The judge is here. How did he get in? Brother, didn't you say that the senior immortal master has already set up a net of heaven and earth in Lu mansion, so even if the judge is a fourth-level evil spirit, he can't set foot in Lu mansion? Lu Xian was a little panicked, because the judge's target here was him. Lu Yud was also a little confused. They had clearly made all the preparations, so why was there no response? So many talismans. Didn't any of them work? However, just when Lu Yud was puzzled, at the entrance of the Lu family, the talismans and magic weapons that Master Song and others had pasted on the door were all shattered. All the various totems of gods and immortals that were posted on the corridor to calm the mind and protect the house began to bleed from all 7 orifices, and green mold began to grow wildly on them. In an instant, the entire Lu family seemed to be on a time accelerator, and the originally brand new courtyard began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the room, Lu Yud and other members of the Lu family looked at the doors and windows that were rotting and dilapidating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The various bonsai plants in the room turned yellow and withered, until the entire hall was filled with the smell of decay. And those talismans pasted around the beams all began to spontaneously combust with a popping sound like fireworks. What on earth is going on? Lu Yud looked at the flashing talismans and the dilapidated hall in horror, and his whole body began to tremble. Who's at the door? At this moment, Lu Xian on the side suddenly pointed at the door in horror and made a sharp sound. Upon hearing this, Lu Yud hurriedly looked towards the gate, only to find that there was no one there. There was nothing outside except the howling cold wind and the hazy white fog. Brother, there's someone at the door. Quick, quick, send someone to drive him away, send someone to drive him away quickly. Lu Xian was trembling all over and pointed at the door in horror. His expression didn't seem like he was acting at all. People. Where did they come from? Second brother, there is no one at the door. Everyone else present was confused. Who came from the door? There is no one at the door. No. He's coming in. He's coming in. At this moment, Lu Xian not only did not keep quiet, but suddenly stood up, pointed at the door with an increasingly terrified look, and kept backing away. Someone, come quickly, someone. Get him out of here, hurry up, get him out of here. As Lu Xian spoke, he backed away, throwing everything around him forward like a madman. With a look of horror, it was as if someone was walking towards him with a knife. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Don't come near me. Someone come quickly, get him out. Ah! Lu Xian suddenly screamed and rushed out from the back in panic. Second brother. When Lu Yud saw this, he hurriedly yelled to Lai Fu beside him, quick, hurry up and keep an eye on the second master for me. Yes. Lai Fu hurriedly chased out. Lu Yud calmed down and sat down on the ground. What on earth is going on? Why are the immortal master's talismans and magic weapons useless? Lu Yud was sweating all over and almost went crazy. Dad, is it the judge who is here? Shut up, we have 3 immortal masters in our family now. How can a judge like him dare to offend them? Yes, it must be another ghost this time. But the voice just now called himself, this official. Apart from the judge, how could there be a ghost who called himself, this official, in this world? Is it really the judge? Didn't Master Taijima say that the judge is at most a 4th-level grandmaster? The immortal master is here. At this moment, the door of the hall was pushed open, and Master Ma and 3 others strode in. When Lu Yud saw them, he immediately felt like he had seen a savior, and hurried forward. Master, you are finally back. Look, what's going on? Master Ma and the other 2 waved their hands, and Lu Yud finally calmed down. Humph, I didn't expect there would be such a fierce ghost in Bayin Mountain. Junior brother, this should be the ghost you encountered before. Master Song nodded, with fear in his eyes. You have to know that this ghost can kill him instantly, and even with the help of a death talisman, it almost killed him. Ghost. Lu Yud was slightly stunned. You mean, not the judge? Master Ma chuckled. Master Lu, you are a mortal and don't understand the difference between ghosts and gods. Gods are ghosts. Monsters are formed after accepting incense and practicing. Their power comes from the power of incense, which is different from ghosts. The judge is a newly created god. Even if he is not very popular, he is still a god after all. The power he uses is not ghost energy. Master Ma looked up at the decaying environment around him and said, the Lu family is full of ghosts right now. This time, it's a fierce ghost. It turned out to be a ghost. Lu Yud was shocked. Please ask the 3 immortal masters to take action immediately. Catch this little devil. After the task is completed, there will be a handsome reward. Master Ma waved his hand and said, Master Lu, please be patient. Let's catch this ghost first. Lu Yud nodded quickly, thank you. Master Ma and the other 2 said no more, took out their magic weapons, and chased after Xiao Jie and Lu Xian. And the other side. Lu Xian ran around in panic, and Lai Fu and his men chased him. However, as Lu Xian was running, he actually ran out of the Lu family mansion and disappeared on the street in the blink of an eye. Where are the people? Lai Fu and his companions stood on the dark street. When they looked around, they found that there was no trace of Lu Xian. It's over, the second master is lost. What should we do now? If the second master gets lost, the master will definitely not let us go. Shut up and look around. Lai Fu glared at the people behind him, and then they dispersed and started searching on the street. Suddenly, everyone realized something was wrong. Every household on the entire street was dark, except for the Lu family and the entrance of the newly built county government office, where lights were on. The gate of the county government seems to be open. Is the second master in there? Go and take a look. Lai Fu and his companions gritted their teeth and went to the gate of the government office, only to find that the door was open. There was no one inside, but the lights were on. And above the county government court, there seemed to be a shadow swaying. There seems to be someone inside. Could it be second master? Why did he go crazy and come to the county government office? Lai Fu and the others looked at each other, then cautiously came to the court. When they approached, they broke out in cold sweats. Inside the court, Lu Xian was found with his eyes open, completely hanged under the plaque that read "Mirror" hanging high in the court. What shocked them the most was that Lu Xian's hanging was very strange. One end of the rope was tied around his neck, but the other end was in his hand. In other words, Lu Xian hanged himself in the air 2 meters above the ground. Plop. Lai Fu and his companions came to their senses, fell to the ground in an instant, and then fled frantically towards Lu's mansion. It's not good. The second master hanged himself. Lai Fu rushed into Lu's house shouting all the way and came to the main hall. Master, it's bad. Second master hanged himself in the county government office. Lu Yud in the hall was suddenly shocked. Lu Xian is dead. County government office. Lu Xian knelt on the ground in fear, not daring to raise his head. Behind the long desk above him sat a young man. The young man casually flipped through the government account book and said lazily, "Have you thought about it?" Lu Xian trembled all over when he heard this, and turned his head to look behind him in horror. There was a pot behind him, which was filled with boiling hot oil. In addition, there were various peppercorns and chili peppers. It looked like a pot of red oil hot pot soup base. Next to the big pot, there is a cellar. Inside the cellar, there are all kinds of white maggots, which are strung together and driven in the holes. It is so horrifying. In addition, there is a rope in front of Lu Xian. Choose one of 3. Xiao Jie put down the account book. I have given you a lot of face. You should know that when I killed Lu Shirtsai and the county magistrate, I didn't give them any choice. I'm giving you 3 choices now, and you're still not satisfied. Lu Xian was so moved that he almost cried when he heard this. You gave me 3 choices, but you didn't see what they were. Option 1, human-shaped bullfrog in the red oil hot pot. Option 2, jump into the pit and fight the maggots for 7 days and 7 nights. Option 3, hang yourself from the beam with a rope. Compared with these 3 choices, Lu Shirtsai could only drown in the toilet, which was a good death. Seeing that Lu Xian didn't speak for a long time, Shao Jie gradually lost his patience. It seems that I am the only one who can help you make the choice. Shao Jie raised his hand and pointed, and one end of the rope on the ground was automatically tied around Lu Xian's neck, and the other end passed through the beam and fell to the ground. Grown-ups. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, his feet suddenly felt empty and he was strangely standing on the edge of the iron pot. Under the boiling hot pot was a pit full of maggots that were so dense that it gave people a headache. Shao Jie stood up and said, "Either you choose to climb up and hang yourself on the beam, or you fall into the hot pot and become a bullfrog. Of course, if you don't want to do anything, you can jump out of the pot and go to the maggot pit below to fight these things for 7 days and 7 nights." Lu Xian looked at the boiling hot pot under his feet and the horrible maggot pit below, and his whole body went numb. However, Shao Jie did not give him time to think. He snapped his fingers, and the hot pot under his feet began to grow bigger. Lu Xian had been able to stand with his legs apart, but now he couldn't stand at all. Out of the instinct to survive, Lu Xian desperately pulled the rope in his hands with both hands, and as a result, he was hung up. He struggled frantically, but the more he struggled, the tighter he was strangled and the higher he was hung. In the end, he just watched the hot pot and maggot pit below and hanged himself to death in midair. Seeing this scene, Shao Jie couldn't help but chuckle. "I said that people's potential is unlimited, they just need a little stimulation." Shao Jie smiled and waved his hand, and the hot pot and the maggot pit disappeared. Then he waved his hand again, and Lu Xian's soul appeared in his hand. Death does not erase sins. Come with me to the underworld. Shao Jie carried Lu Xian's soul and disappeared in the yamen. As Shao Jie left, the entire Beiyin County suddenly became bright, and everything returned to normal. The sun appeared again, but everyone in the Lu family felt cold all over. Hateful. Just then, Master Song and the other two returned to the hall angrily, and Lu Yud quickly stood up. "3 immortal masters, have you caught that ghost?" Master Ma was full of anger. "Stop talking, that ghost thing has a very good escape method. The 3 of us chased it for a long time, but we couldn't catch it." "What?" Lu Yud was disheartened. Even 3 immortal masters couldn't deal with this ghost. Their Lu family was targeted by such a creature, and they were afraid that they would be in great danger. "Where's the second master?" Immortal Master Song suddenly asked. "That ghost has been chasing him, maybe he knows something." "Yes, if we find the second master, we may be able to find the ghost's hiding place." Upon hearing this, Lu Yud hurriedly looked at Lai Fu. The latter was horrified. "Second master, he has hanged himself in the government office." "Hanged yourself? Do you want to organize your words again? Why does this sound so awkward?" Lai Fu said helplessly, "Master, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the county government office and take a look." Everyone looked at each other, stood up and walked to the county government office. Before they entered, they saw a lot of people blocking the door of the county government office, pointing and talking inside. There is actually someone who can hang himself. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that someone could hang himself. That's right. Did Lu Xian really hang himself? When Lu Yud and others heard this, they hurried forward, but were stunned when they entered the room. Under the plaque hanging high in the county government office, Lu Xian's eyes were wide open and there was a rope tied around his neck, which had cut deeply into his flesh. But what really shocked everyone was that after the rope went around the beam, the other end was actually tightly grasped in Lu Xian's hand. How is this possible? Lu Yud rubbed his eyes, somewhat unable to believe what he saw. Lu Xian's posture is so weird. His feet were more than 2 meters off the ground, and he didn't use any auxiliary tools. It seemed that he had hung himself 2 meters high. But how could a person hang himself 2 meters high? Even if one really has this ability, it requires great perseverance. But is Lu Xian a man of great perseverance? Are you kidding? Everyone knows he can't be the kind of person who can hang himself. What a cruel ghost. After reading this, Master Ma and the other two were filled with anger. Lu Yud quickly asked, "What on earth is going on?" Song Xianshi replied, "Second master hanged himself here." Did he really hang himself here? But this was not his own will. Master Ma added, I just used my magical eyes to see that the ghost forced Lucien to choose one of 3 ways to die. In the end, Lucien chose to hang himself. Lu Yud was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. What are the 3 ways of dying that could make Lucien choose to break through a person's limits and then hang himself on the beam of the house? This ghost is too cruel. Master, have you found where the ghost is hiding? Lu Yud asked hurriedly. This ghost must be eliminated, otherwise he would not be able to sleep or eat. Rest assured. Master Ma sneered and looked towards Bayin Mountain. I didn't expect that the so-called judge of Bayin Mountain is actually a ghost. When these words came out, Lu Yud was stunned. What did you say? The judge is actually a ghost. Lu Yud was stunned for a moment, and then he was immediately furious. How dare a little devil scare me? Master, let's go up the mountain immediately and kill the evil ghost. I will lead people to tear down his underworld office. Good. Several people hit it off immediately and rushed to the underworld government office with their men. On the other side, inside the underworld, Xiao Jie sat upright in the shrine, looking at Lucien, who was kneeling on the ground with a smile. At this moment, Lucien was like a ghost. His eyes were wide open and his neck was strangled like a gourd. Around him, the people who had been persecuted by him were all staring at him angrily, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Lucien. Lucien trembled, and quickly looked up at Xiao Jie in the shrine. He swallowed and nodded in agreement. The little devil is here. During your lifetime, you brutally murdered the people of Bayin County and extorted their wealth. You have committed numerous crimes. Can you plead guilty? Lucien kowtowed quickly. I admit my guilt, little ghost. Xiao Jie smiled and was about to pronounce the verdict, but his face froze and he slowly raised his head. Interesting. Are you planning to demolish my government office? Xiao Jie looked outside the door with a smile on his face. The Lu family had brought people here. It's right here. Come out, whatever the hell is in there. A ghost dares to pretend to be a god. Inside the underworld government office, the people of Bayin County were a little puzzled when they suddenly heard noises coming from outside. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? I heard that it seems like someone is going to smash the underworld government office. I heard it too. Who is so bold as to disrespect the judge? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It was really puzzling that someone would destroy the underworld government for no reason. It's a bit interesting. Xiao Jie slowly stood up, stretched, and walked out of the shrine. When the people saw this, they knelt down immediately. Judge, please come out. Those guys outside are in trouble. I haven't seen the judge take action yet, so I don't know how he will do it. Nonsense, the judge is a god, his moves are still earth-shattering. I think so too. The people in the underworld have been looking forward to it. After all, as mortals, being lucky enough to see the gods take action is something that can only be encountered by chance. Outside the underworld, the Lu family's servant supported Lu Yud and came to the underworld government office. Master, this is it. Lu Yud glanced at the underworld government office, then glanced at Lu Tanhua and others who were hung at the door, and his mouth trembled with death. Someone come. Destroy this damn temple for me and avenge my poor son. Following Lu Yud's order, the servants around him raised their hammers and smashed towards the incense altar in front of the underworld government office. Bang. However, the moment the man's club touched the incense altar, a terrifying force backfired and the man was knocked dozens of meters away on the spot. Those who were about to rush forward stood there in a daze. One of them cleverly ran over and touched the man's nostrils, and his face changed drastically. Dead. Master, he's dead. Upon hearing this, the people around immediately retreated from the front of the underworld and looked at the underworld government office in horror. Hateful. Lu Yud gnashed his teeth and said, "Don't be afraid, no, it's just a sneaky trick. Take out the talisman that the immortal master gave you." Just as Lu Yud finished speaking, the door of the underworld slowly opened and everyone looked over immediately. As the door of the underworld opened, everyone saw a young man wearing a black robe with dragon patterns and a golden crown on his head walking out slowly. The young man was handsome, with a handsome face, a red line on his neck, and a slightly evil look. The sun is shining. Xiao Jie glanced at the sun, then looked down at the person at the door, walked out lazily, and waved his hand, and a chair grew out of the ground. The master has come out. The white squirrels hiding in the dark became excited when they saw Xiao Jie. Looking at the adults' expressions, it seems that they don't take the Lu family seriously at all. Nonsense, what is your status? He is a judge. How can the Lu family, a small family, be compared with you? Sir, beat them up. A group of little squirrels were chirping there, cheering for Xiao Jie. At this time, the people inside also came out. They saw that it was Lu Yud who brought people to smash the underworld government office, and they were immediately furious. Lu family, what are you going to do? With us here today, you can't possibly destroy the underworld. If you want to attack the underworld, just go through us. Seeing the people's indignation, Lu Yud was also shocked. These untouchables were like sheep on weekdays, so how could he dare to confront them head-on today? Come. Xiao Jie waved his hand to stop the people and looked at Lu Yud with a smile. Are you the judge? Lu Yud also looked at Xiao Jie with his brows deeply furrowed. For some reason, he felt that the men in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Well, I am the judge. As soon as Xiao Jie finished speaking, a voice came from the sky. What judge? It's just a little devil pretending to be a celestial official. Xiao Jie looked up with some confusion, and saw 3 people flying towards him from the sky on flying swords, and then landed in front of Lu Yud. When Lu Yud and others saw the 3 people, they immediately became excited. The immortal master is here. This ghost won't be able to keep his arrogance for much longer. With the immortal master here, just wait for your death. Lu Yud stepped forward and bowed to Master Ma and the other 2, Master, you are finally here. This ghost is too arrogant. He killed my people as soon as he came out. Immortal Master Ma waved his hand and looked at Xiao Jie. How dare you, a sneaky person, open a government office here privately, pretend to be a god, and harm innocent people. You know, if this matter were known to the Lingguan Palace, you would be thrown into a frying pan, chopped with knives and axes. After Master Ma finished speaking, Master Zhang beside him couldn't help but sneer. Brother, why did you tell him so much? This little ghost is obviously a new ghost that just died. He gained some power and then wanted to absorb incense and become a god. Little did they know that without the certification of the Lingguan Palace, he is nothing more than a wild god. How dare a little wild god come to the government office and claim to be the righteous god of heaven and earth? Zhang Tianchi sneered, I think he is just ignorant and doesn't know whether to live or die. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that there were also immortal organizations in this world. He had never heard of the Lingguan Palace. I wonder if I, the judge, have reported to the Lingguan Palace. He was not worried that the Lingguan Palace would cause him trouble, he was just simply curious whether the system could cover up the lie. If he can't make it up, don't blame me for blackmailing him. 2 brothers, stop talking nonsense with him. Hurry up and get rid of him. Yes, now we will demolish his temple and destroy his way. Master Ma and the other 2 attacked without further ado. 2 grandmasters of the 4 extremes realm and 1 grandmaster of the late Dao Palace realm joined forces. Their terrifying true energy instantly stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Bayin Mountain. Boom. The terrifying true energy formed a huge cloud pillar on the top of the mountain, connecting the sky and the earth. Everyone was overwhelmed by this terrifying scene and could not raise their heads. The immortal master has taken action. This is the grandmaster of the 4 extreme realms. How terrifying. This is no longer something a warrior can do, right? When Lu Yud and others saw this scene, they shouted excitedly, but the people on the opposite side looked desperate. Immortal. Why would an immortal help the Lu family? God is so unfair. I wonder if you, Mr. Judge, can hold on. The Bayin of Bayin County were forced to their knees, but when they looked up, they found that the young man in black did not even move the corner of his clothes under the pressure of true energy. Ah. Xiao Jie yawned and raised a finger lazily. I finally met 3 interesting guys like you, but since you are so eager to die, then go ahead and die. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger, a black light flashed at his fingertips, and 3 streams of light flew out. Under the gaze of everyone, they instantly chopped off the heads of Master Ma and the other 2. Buzz. The chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly subsided, and the entire top of Bayin Mountain was dead silent at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the three headless corpses in front of them, and it took them a long while to come back to their senses. Immortal Master. Dead. Everyone had a feeling that it was unreal. The three immortal masters who had made such exaggerated moves were just pointed at by Xiao Jie, and that was all. Oh my God, the gap is too big. Is this the judge's strength? Too terrifying. God is God. No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot defeat God. Xiao Jie stood up, looked at Lu Yud and asked in his heart, "System. If I kill all the Lu family members now, will there be a reward?" No, you can only get rewards if you are guilty of the soul trial. Xiao Jie curled his lips and turned to walk towards the underworld government office. The Lu family has been committing crimes in Bayin County for many years. Today, I will open the underworld government office to investigate the crimes of the Lu family. Any ghosts in Bayin County who were persecuted by the Lu family can come here to seek justice. Xiao Jie's voice echoed throughout Bayin County, and everyone heard it. The judge wants to try the Lu family specifically. It's really God's mercy that we finally made it through. Let's go to Bayin Mountain to report to the Lu family. For a time, all the people of Bayin County gathered in Bayin County. Dad, save me. Dad. Lu family. Lu Yud looked at his son who was forced out by the people of Bayin County. He was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. What to do? What now? Lu Yud shrank into his chair. He was so frightened that he almost went insane. Ever since yesterday, when Xiao Jie killed Master Ma and three others and announced a public trial for the Lu family, the entire Bayin County was in an uproar. Those families who had been persecuted by the Lu family lined up and went to the mountain to file their complaints. Since yesterday, people from the Lu family have been taken to Bayin Mountain one after another by people from the underworld. It's over. He is actually God. Lu Yud was so tortured by the fear of death that he became insane. Lu Yud. Just then, a group of people rushed into Lu's house again, and a white squirrel stood on the shoulder of the leader. Someone just reported your butler Lai Fu, and the judge asked us to bring him to justice. When Lai Fu heard this, he knelt on the ground with a dejected look on his face. Master, save me. Lu Yud opened his mouth, and finally waved his hand, allowing the white squirrel to lead people to capture Lai Fu. Gone, all gone. Lu Yud watched the white squirrel come to the Lu family again and again to pick up people, and he felt that every time it said a word, he was one step closer to death. No, I can't die here. Go to the capital. Suddenly Lu Yud stood up. Now there was only one way for him to survive, and that was to go to the capital. Only by going to the capital and under the protection of the then Grand Tutor would he have a chance to survive. Although Xiao Jie is a judge, the capital is the capital of the Wuzhou dynasty. It is where the country's destiny lies. I don't believe he dares to go there. Lu Yud thought about it, then quickly stood up and ran to the backyard to prepare a carriage, stocked up on food, and then left Bayin County overnight and headed straight for the capital. On the Bayin Mountains. Dozens of wooden stakes had been erected in front of the underworld government office, and a person was hung on each of them. Those people were all from the Lu family, and they were all judged by Xiao Jie. The treatment of these people in Xiao Jie's team was very specific. No matter whether the crime was big or small, they would be killed first and then dealt with later. Find the people and hang them on the wooden stakes. I will take out their souls later and have a good talk with them. Under Xiao Jie's almost thoughtless judgment, he killed all the members of the Lu family in one day, leaving only a few people. Although Xiao Jie's trials were quick and all the sentences started with the death penalty, the system did not report an error in this situation. This made Xiao Jie smile bitterly. Even if he put a dog and all the people in the Lu family together, and then killed them all at once, the system may report an error only once. That's right. Only the dog was innocent. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Everyone in Bayin County went back. The underworld government finally became quiet. Xiao Jie couldn't help but stretch himself, opened the system, and began to check today's harvest. Your Excellency is wise and powerful, and has upheld justice for the people of Bayin County, hearing a total of 156 unjust cases. Incense value plus 100,000. Only 100,000. When Xiao Jie saw his incense reward, he immediately became furious. Your system is a piece of shit, it's just a piece of shit. Xiao Jie is angry. He worked hard moving bricks all day, only to find when he turned around that he had only earned 100 yuan. How could he tolerate this? You unscrupulous businessman, give me back my hard-earned money. Reward, innate spiritual treasure, 3 realms soul-catching rope. Obtain a god of impermanence. Ability to obtain, refining. Just when Xiao Jie was about to lose his temper, the system's continuous broadcast made him stand there in a daze. So many rewards. Okay, let me see what you rewarded me first, and then I'll get mad at you later. Xiao Jie opened the system, and an iron chain with a sickle hook appeared in front of him. In addition, there was a white hat and a golden light spot. What is this? Xiao Jie took the iron chain with the sickle hook, and its information immediately appeared in front of him. 3 realms soul-catching rope, an innate spiritual treasure that can ignore the limitations of distance, time and space, yin and yang, and bring back those who are found guilty by the underworld. It can also be used in combat to easily cut through space. Innate spiritual treasure. It's a good thing. Xiao Jie's eyes lit up. His Yin-Yang golden mace was just a top-grade magic weapon. It was nothing compared to the 3 realms soul-hooking rope. Of course, he also has an innate treasure, the Book of Life and Death. Normally speaking, the Book of Life and Death can crush the soul-hooking rope of the 3 realms. However, the Book of Life and Death lacks the Spring and Autumn reincarnation pen, so he cannot use all of its magical powers. Moreover, it is also a confusing book, so in his hands it is just for fun. The 3 realms soul-catching rope can be regarded as a compensation for the fact that I don't have a useful magic weapon. And it also makes up for my shortcoming of not being able to cross the line and catch people. Although the Yin-Yang golden mace is useful, it is a close combat magic weapon. With his current level of cultivation, there is no one in Taiyan County who can fight with him in close combat. In addition, his current authority only covers the entire Taiyan County, and the parade can only take place in Taiyan County. If the criminal escapes from Taiyan County, he can only watch helplessly. But the 3 realms soul-catching rope directly made up for his shortcoming, allowing him to capture people even if he was sitting in the underworld. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Jie was very satisfied with the 3 realms soul-catching rope, and then looked at the white hat. Impermanence. Impermanence is a ghost messenger in the underworld who acts to capture souls. The host can confer the title of impermanence on any living being and let him serve in the underworld. The title allows the conferee to absorb incense and speed up his cultivation, but it does not directly increase his cultivation. This is the rhythm for me to withdraw my men. Impermanence, white hat. It should be by Wuchang. Xiao Jie took the white hat and put it on his head. This person's identity is inappropriate. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Jie curled his lips, took off the white hat, and started to worry. I have people around me who are worthy of being a god. There isn't even a single extra ghost in his underworld office, and no one has deified him. Suddenly, the image of a white squirrel appeared in Xiao Jie's mind, and he couldn't help but raise his brows. The little goblin white squirrel is one of his serious subordinates. Although he is a goblin, he is not incapable of being an impermanence demon. Should I give it to it? Xiao Jie fell into deep thought. He was the right person right now. Just give it to him. It's been helping me anyway. Xiao Jie put away the white hat and then looked at the last golden light spot. Refinement. Each time you consume 1000 incense points, you can transform ordinary objects into magical instruments and continue to consume incense points to upgrade the magical instruments. In addition, you can transform materials that already have spirituality into more powerful spiritual instruments. Upgrading requires 100 incense points, and the incense points consumed for each upgrade are -5. This one is good too. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows, and he would not have to worry about his subordinates' weapons and magic tools anymore. We should add more. Now he has a lot of incense sticks, as many as 100,000. His authority could no longer be raised because he had no title. In terms of cultivation, he has already become a ghost immortal. Every improvement requires 10,000 points of incense. The amount of incense he has now is simply not enough. Moreover, his cultivation as a ghost immortal was enough to allow him to walk around the Wuzhou dynasty with ease, so he was not in a hurry to improve his cultivation. Xiao Jie thought about it and upgraded his weapon refining, 5 elements magic, and 5 thunders magic to the maximum level. Incense value -7,000. Name, Xiao Jie. Title, None. Official position, Judge of Yin and Yang. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal plus, 0%. Authority, Taiyan County plus, 100%. Abilities, Wandering God plus, 100%, Dharma Eye plus, 100%, Gathering Spirits plus, 100%, Refining Equipment plus, 100%. Spells, 5 thunders, max level, 5 elements, max level. Magic weapons, Book of Life and Death, Innate Treasure, Yin-Yang Mace, top grade magical weapon. Incense value, 30,000. Xiao Jie looked at his own layout and was very satisfied. Grown-ups. Just then, the white squirrel ran in from outside. My lord, something is wrong. Lu Yud ran away. Xiao Jie turned off the system and frowned in confusion. Run away. Where can he run to? Lu Yud ran away. Xiao Jie frowned slightly, and his terrifying spiritual sense swept across the entire Taiyan County in an instant, but he did not find Lu Yud. When did he run away? White Squirrel scratched his head. I don't know exactly, but according to the Lu family servants, it should have been yesterday. Yesterday. Xiao Jie frowned. It was impossible for an ordinary person to escape from Beiyin County in one day, let alone Taiyan County. Interesting. Xiao Jie frowned slightly. It seemed that this old guy must have a special way to quickly escape from Taiyan County. But isn't this a coincidence? He had just obtained the 3 realms soul-catching rope when Lu Yud ran away from Taiyan County, giving him the opportunity to use it as a ghost. My lord, what should we do now? The people outside our government office who are suing Lu Yud have lined up from the top of the mountain to the bottom. If he gets away, we will be humiliated. The white squirrel looked anxious. The other members of the Lu family are all little bastards, and Lu Yud is the real bandit leader. If he doesn't die, the Lu family case will never be closed. How could the first major case of their underworld office remain unsolved? Xiao Jie heard this and nodded slightly. You are right. This Lu Yud must come back to stand trial. Sir, do you have a way to find Lu Yud and bring him back? The white squirrel asked with anticipation. Xiao Jie smiled and said, of course. As he spoke, an iron chain with a sickle hook appeared in Xiao Jie's hand. Go. Bring back the prisoner Lu Yud. Xiao Jie raised his hand and threw the iron chain out. After it left his hand, it spun in the air and disappeared into the void in an instant. Sir, can that thing bring Lu Yud back? The white squirrel was full of confusion. It was just an ordinary iron chain and no one was using it. Could it really catch Lu Yud? Xiao Jie leaned against the shrine. Just wait. Capital City. A giant bird descended from the sky and landed on a mountain outside the capital. It shook its body and turned into a woman in black. Third Master, please. The woman in black had eagle eyes. She stretched out her hand and gestured to Lu Yud beside her. The Grand Tutor has been waiting in the mansion for a long time. You can tell him in person what happened at home. Good. Lu Yud nodded repeatedly and hurried towards the capital. When they arrived at the city gate, the woman in black showed the token to the people at the gate, and then took Lu Yud into the city. The two of them had an unimpeded journey and arrived at a spacious and luxurious house in the imperial city. The plaque above the house had 2 large gold-plated characters, Grand Tutor. There is also a stone pillar at the door, with 4 big characters carved on it, Imperial Master of all Industries. This mansion is the official residence of Lu Gauda, the current Grand Tutor and the Enlightenment teacher of the current Emperor. We're finally here. Lu Yud breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he entered this door, even if Xiao Jie had extraordinary abilities, he would not be able to capture him. Let's go. The woman in black opened the door. Lu Yud straightened his clothes, and strode into the Grand Tutor's residence. However, just as he stepped into the Grand Tutor's residence and took a few steps, he noticed that something seemed to be wrong above his head. What's going on? Lu Yud stopped and looked up to see lightning and thunder suddenly appearing over the capital. In just a blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by dark clouds. Boom. Terrifying thunder flashed in the sky, shaking the entire universe. Everyone in the capital city raised their heads and looked at the dark clouds in horror. What's going on? Why is it dark? This thundercloud seems to have bad intentions. I also felt it. This thundercloud is full of evil energy. Could it be that a powerful ghost has come to the capital? A powerful ghost who can create such a commotion must be a top-notch expert in the universe. Why would he come to our Wuzhou dynasty? That's right. The capital city is the most powerful place in the entire Wuzhou dynasty. The warriors here are generally much stronger than those outside, so many people can tell at a glance that the thunderclouds in the sky are not naturally formed. What's going on? The official residence of the Grand Tutor. The woman in black looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. For some reason, she felt like a pair of eyes were looking down at her from high above. In front of those eyes, she felt like an ant, or even more pitiful than an ant. It's insignificant and can be easily eliminated. It's not about me. The woman was trembling all over, and there was a voice in her heart telling her to stand further away. It's not about me. The woman in black stepped back almost instinctively, and her gaze finally fell on Lu Yud. It's him. The woman in black was shocked and found it a bit absurd. The mysterious and terrifying existence in the sky was actually doing it for a mortal. If you tell this kind of thing to others, no one will believe it. But the fact happened right in front of her. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky shook, and a sickle hook wrapped with endless ghost energy emerged from under the clouds. I wonder which ghost master came to my Wuzhou dynasty. Please come to the palace for a chat. At this time, a man in a dragon robe flew out of the palace. The man looked at the sickle in the sky solemnly, and his true energy condensed into 9 giant dragons. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sickle hook suddenly vibrated and stabbed towards the barrier below. Begin the city defense formation. The man's face darkened slightly and he snorted coldly. A layer of golden light appeared over the capital. However, the moment the sickle hook touched the light shield, it passed through without any obstruction. What? Everyone's pupils shrank and their expressions became terrified. The city protection magic circle could block the attack of Emperor Wu, but it was completely useless in front of this iron chain. Everyone be on alert. The man in the sky yelled, his whole body swelled with dragon energy, and he entered a complete combat state. All the warriors in the city took to the air, but the chain seemed to pay no attention to them at all, passing directly in front of them and heading straight for the Grand Tutor's residence. Who is sneaking around? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of this Grand Master? The Grand Tutor's mansion shook, and a figure appeared, blocking out the sky and the sun with a wave of his hand. However, the chain instantly pierced through his palm and went straight to Lu Yud below. Ah, this! Lu Yud screamed, and then was tied up by the sickle hook and dragged into the void in an instant. What's going on? The Wuzhou Emperor and the surrounding warriors were all bewildered. This great ghost master mobilized a large army and went to the lengths to attack their Wuzhou capital just to capture one person. Still a mortal. This. The Emperor Wuzhou was filled with anger but helpless. He said, "You just want a person, just speak up." He promised to clean the person and send him up, so why bother to break their magic circle? How could he put his face down? What made him most angry was that he still had no idea whether the other person was a human or a ghost. Just when Emperor Wu was feeling depressed, Lu Yud suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes and then he appeared in an unfamiliar space. Before he could come to his senses, a familiar voice came from above his head. Lu Yud. What crime should you be punished for? Lu Yud. Do you know your guilt? Hearing that familiar voice in his ears, Lu Yud looked up in panic and saw Xiao Jie looking at him coldly. You. Lu Yud was stunned. He was clearly in the capital, so how did he suddenly appear here? No. This is not true. Lu Yud shook his head repeatedly, turned around and was about to walk outside, but the moment he turned around, he met the gazes of the people in Bayin County who had been persecuted by him. You. Lu Yud swallowed his saliva, The great fear made him unable to stand up straight. No, that's not true. Seeing Lu Yud's loss of composure, Bai Songshu was shocked beyond words. Your Excellency is so awesome. The white squirrel's eyes lit up and he looked at Xiao Jie with admiration. Lu Yud had already fled to the capital, but was eventually caught by Xiao Jie. You have to know that the capital city is hundreds of thousands of miles away from here. It would take an ordinary person a lifetime to walk there, but Xiao Jie was able to grab a person from the air. It estimated that it would be impossible to acquire such mysterious and unpredictable means even if it practiced for a lifetime. It was definitely the right choice to follow you, my lord. The white squirrel secretly swore in his heart that he must work hard in the future. Lu Yud. Xiao Jie didn't know what Bai Songshu was thinking. He looked at the embarrassed Lu Yud and couldn't help laughing. You ran from Beiyin County to the capital in one day. You are really capable. But do you really think running to the capital will be helpful? Xiao Jie smiled and put away the three-realm soul-catching rope. As long as I want, you can run to the ends of the earth and never escape from my grasp. Now, you plead guilty. As Xiao Jie's voice exploded in Lu Yud's ears, the latter shuddered all over, hurriedly got up and kowtowed to Xiao Jie. Sir, spare my life. I am willing to spend all my wealth to atone for the mistakes I made in the past. Please spare my life, sir. Hearing this, Xiao Jie looked at the people of Beiyin County behind Lu Yud and said, every penny your Lu family earns is earned through hard work and blood. Use their money to pay for your own sins. Xiao Jie smiled and said, don't think about it. Besides, everyone in your Lu family is dead and you're the only one left. It would be so boring for you to live alone. You should go down and reunite with your family. No. Lu Yud still wanted to beg for mercy, but Xiao Jie was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand and threw him out of the underworld government office and hung him on the pillar at the door. Lu family case closed. Reward settlement. Incense value plus 20,000. Reward, top grade magic weapon, beheading platform. A guillotine appeared in front of Xiao Jie, with black air swirling around it, looking extremely eerie. Guillotine, anyone, human or ghost, can be beheaded. It is a sharp weapon for execution. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. This was a torture instrument. As a judge of the underworld, there was no hell, and there was no torture instrument either. He had to do it himself every time. After that, my family's belongings gradually started to grow. Xiao Jie put away the guillotine and looked at Lu Yud's body, but he became confused. Why is there no woman in the Lu family? Xiao Jie frowned. He had already wiped out the Lu family, but he found that there was no woman in the house at the foot of Liujia Mountain except the woman they had robbed. The Lu family seems to be the same. Xiao Jie couldn't help but frown. Are the yang energy of these two families so strong? Forget it, they're all dead anyway. Xiao Jie shook his head, then looked at the people of Beiyin County below. Everyone, Lu Yud has been executed. You can go back now. Upon hearing this, the people of Beiyin County immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, sir. Everyone left the underworld and returned to Beiyin County, and soon the news of the Lu family's demise spread throughout Beiyin County. The Lu family, which has been a scourge to us for 100 years, is finally finished. The judge is worthy of being the righteous God of heaven and earth. He enforces the law impartially and is not afraid of power. Yes, if it weren't for the judge this time, we wouldn't have had a chance to turn the tables. The judge has helped us so much, and we just burnt a stick of incense in front of his door. This is too shabby. Yes, should we follow the old tradition and give the judge a title and erect a plaque? It would be a token of our appreciation. That's a solution, but we don't know the judge's name. According to the custom in Beiyin County, people would actively give titles of honor to people or gods who have helped them. This honorific title is a respectful appellation. Generally it is the god's surname, plus an honorific title. For example, Lu Gong, Lu refers to his surname, and Gong refers to the honorific title people give him. There are also definitions for honorific titles, such as the wild god is called Gong or Taigong. Some righteous gods with divine powers will be respectfully called Yi or Wang Yi. Mr. Judge is the righteous God of heaven and earth, so he cannot use the title of Grand Duke. He must be called Prince. I understand the logic, but the problem now is that we don't know the master's last name. We can't just randomly create relatives for the master. Yeah, what can we do? Everyone was worried. The title could not be given randomly. If it was given to the wrong person, the head would be knocked somewhere else. By the way, have you discovered something? What is it? The judge looks a bit like Xiao Jie. After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. I hadn't noticed it until you mentioned it, but now that I think about it, it seems to be true. Do you think the judge is Xiao Jie? I heard that after the judge was born, the first people he killed were Lu Shizai and the county magistrate, and Lu Shizai and the county magistrate were the culprits who killed Xiao Jie. The more you talk, the more I think this is possible. The more people talked, the more they felt that the judge was Xiao Jie. After all, the judge was very targeted at the Lu family, and there was a clear personal grudge involved. I think it's almost certain that Xiao Jie is the judge. Then let's prepare and give the master a title. Okay, let's do it. You've helped us so much, sir. After everyone discussed, they started to get to work. With a group of people taking charge, soon the entire Beiyin consumer Beiyin started to move. After all, Xiao Jie was the one who stood up for everyone in Beiyin County. Who wouldn't be grateful to him? Therefore, everyone in the entire Beiyin County was very cooperative when it came to the matter of conferring the title of emperor. Just when everyone was busy, a carriage arrived in Beiyin County and stopped in front of the government office. Grown-ups. Here we are. A middle-aged man in blue got off the carriage. Wu Liang glanced at the government office, then at the busy people on the street, somewhat puzzled. What are they doing? On his way here, he found that everyone in Beiyin County was busy with one thing, which made him very curious about what could have mobilized everyone in Beiyin County. I just asked. The servant next to him said, they are preparing to give a title to the deity they are worshipping. Wu Liang frowned and snorted coldly. He only knows the gods but not the emperor. It seems that the previous magistrate of Beiyin County did not govern this place well. It seems that I have to help the people here change their mindsets. After Wu Liang finished speaking, he waved and walked into the yamen. The servant quickly picked up the luggage and followed him. Wuzhou Imperial City. In the court. Emperor Wu listened to the report from below with a gloomy expression. After a long time, he could not help but snorted coldly. That is to say, the protective magic circle of our Wuzhou dynasty was broken by someone. Now we can't even tell whether the other party is a man or a woman, a human or a ghost. Really? All the civil and military officials in the court were silent. Although this statement was a bit hurtful, it was the fact. They still have no clue about the identity of the mysterious strongman who broke the city's protective magic circle and captured a person a month ago. Even if there was only a little clue, Emperor Wu wouldn't be so angry. Waste. The veins on Emperor Wu's face bulged. What happened a month ago had made their Wuzhou dynasty lose face in front of the people of the world. The defensive formation of a royal capital of a country was broken by someone, and a person was captured in front of everyone. This kind of thing would be a great shame and humiliation even if it happened to a small sect, let alone their Wuzhou dynasty. That's right. Emperor Wu suddenly thought of something. Have you found out who the person who was arrested is? This. Explain. Upon hearing this, the person in charge of investigating the matter had no choice but to speak. He is from the Grand Tutor's mansion. After our investigation, we found out that he is the younger brother of the Grand Master's hometown. He came to the capital a month ago for some unknown reason. Emperor Wu frowned and asked, have you checked if he has offended anyone outside? Forehead. The man hesitated for a moment and said, Beiyin County is the hometown of the Grand Master. The Grand Master has said that he will investigate this matter personally. He wouldn't let me get involved. Emperor Wu's face darkened and he felt annoyed. His teacher was increasingly looking down on him. He dared to interfere openly in a matter that concerns the royal family's reputation. Emperor Wu was silent for a long time, then waved his hand slightly. Since the Grand Tutor wants to investigate it himself, then let him investigate it. Let the world know that this is the Grand Tutor's family affair, and the Grand Tutor is solely responsible for it. No one else is allowed to interfere. Yes. Upon hearing this, all the officials understood what the Emperor Wu meant. Just when Emperor Wu and all the civil and military officials in the court were worried, Wu Liang, who was far away in Beiyin County, also had a headache. "My lord, I surrender myself. I am guilty, please sentence me." Wu Liang looked at a man in brocade clothes kneeling on the ground, his face full of confusion and helplessness. "What's the matter with you?" Wu Liang spoke mechanically. This was the 16th case of voluntary surrender he had encountered since he took office a month ago. What struck him as most bizarre was that the people who surrendered themselves were all well-known and influential people in Beiyin County. Either he is a scholar or a wealthy businessman. But on the first day he arrived in Beiyin County and took office, these people were like seeing a living Buddha, and they rushed to surrender themselves. What puzzled him the most was that the cases they turned themselves in for were all old cases, and some of them even brought up crimes committed by their grandfathers. It's simply outrageous. "Sir, my father once stole 3 watermelons from Zhang Air 15 years ago. It was because of the unbearable heat that my father stole 3 watermelons from Zhang Air." After the scholar finished speaking, Zhang Air next to him was confused. "It's been 15 years since this happened, and you still remember it?" Wu Liang was about to collapse. "It was just 3 watermelons and you remembered it for 15 years. Zhang Bowen, are you making fun of me?" Wu Liang could no longer bear it and slammed the table and stood up. "You dug up this kind of shitty thing from 15 years ago and asked me to judge you. Do you think I have too much free time? Come here, kick these 2 people out. If there is such a mess again, kick them out." Wu Liang waved his hand, and the yamen runners around were about to drive Zhang Air and Zhang Bowen out. "My lord, this is not okay. If you don't sentence me, and Zhang Air goes to the underworld to sue me, my family will be finished." When Wu Liang heard this, his face darkened. He raised his hand to stop the yamen runner and looked at Zhang Bowen with some confusion. "What did you just say?" "What underworld office?" Zhang Bowen said hurriedly. "Sir, you must judge this matter for me. Whether it means paying compensation or going to jail, I accept it. But you must not judge. If Zhang Air digs this up and sues me in the underworld, we'll both be finished." The underworld. It's this underworld government again. Wu Liang was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Since the first day he came to Beiyin County, he had been hearing people talking about the underworld government and the judge. Those who came here to surrender during this period all came to his yamen to surrender because they were afraid of going to the underworld. This makes him feel that the school beauty chose you because her idol doesn't like her. This is pure spare tire. Asshole. Wu Liang was furious. "Get out of here. Go to your underworld office and never enter my office again." Roll. Seeing Wu Liang's emotional breakdown, Zhang Bowen and Zhang Air were shocked and hurriedly ran out of the yamen. "Is there something wrong with the new county magistrate's brain? I just want to ask you to turn yourself in. Why is he acting like he's been cheated on?" Zhang Bowen looked depressed. "I have already surrendered myself and paid compensation. You can't go to the underworld to sue me again. My father just died, and I can't stand Prince Zhao's torment." Zhang Bowen looked pleading, and Zhang Air quickly waved his hands. "Mr. Zhang, as long as you behave yourself in the future and stop bullying us ordinary people, I won't mention this old matter." Zhang Air patted Zhang Bowen on the shoulder and said, "If you behave the same as before, even if I don't sue you, Prince Zhao will not let you go. You have seen Prince Zhao's methods. The Liu family's people are hanging there." Zhang Bowen trembled all over and nodded quickly. "Don't worry, I know what's important." The 2 men left after they finished talking, but the content of their conversation fell into Wu Liang's ears word for word. Hateful. Who on earth is this Prince Zhao? Why do the people of Beiyin County obey him like he's their own father? Wu Liang was jealous. "I am the official of Beiyin County, but I was surpassed by a stone. Now I am the stone sitting in the shrine as a decoration, so the judge of the underworld is the official of Beiyin County. Grown-ups. You must never say such things. Prince Zhao is a true god. You will be punished for speaking ill of him behind his back." When the yamen runners around heard Wu Liang say this, they immediately slapped their thighs anxiously. "What are you afraid of? What a bullshit judge. Wu Liang's face flushed, veins popping out on his forehead. If you have the guts, tell him to come find me. I, the magistrate of Bayin County appointed by the imperial court, will not be afraid of him. When the people around heard this, they were all speechless. However, while they were talking, on Bayin Mountain, Shao Jie opened his eyes and revealed a wicked smile. You want to see me so much? Then I'll go and have a good chat with you tonight. Grown-ups. What's wrong with you? The underworld. When the white squirrel ran in and saw Shao Jie smiling, he couldn't help but ask. Nothing, it's just that the magistrate of Bayin County seems to want to see me. White squirrel was stunned and frowned. What is the origin of this county magistrate? Why does he want to see you for no reason? Shao Jie frowned. What do you mean? What's wrong with me? Is it a bad thing to meet me? No, I just said it casually. The white squirrel quickly shook his head, but rolled his eyes in his heart. Who is this? The judge of Yin and Yang in charge of the human world. Anyone who can enter this yamen has to come in standing and leave lying down. During this short period of time, the two big families in Bayin County, the Lu family and the Lu family, one family ascended to heaven, while the other was half dead. This was all the reputation that Shao Jie had earned himself. It could be said that wherever he went, people would die, and there might even be more than one person dying. Asking him to go over for no reason is like offering incense to the king of hell in the middle of the night. I want to go down and take a look. Snort. Shao Jie snorted coldly, waved his hand, took out Wu Chang's hat and threw it over. The impermanence hat was originally very big, but it spun in the air and then became very small, and then was put on the white squirrel's head very straight. Are you sure you want to confer the title of the current creature as the underworld impermanence? Shao Jie silently said in his heart, confirmed. Successful canonization. Clergy, white impermanence. Race, demon. Cultivation, bone-forging realm. Shao Jie glanced at the white squirrel's message, then looked at the white squirrel fighting with the hat on the ground. My lord, what is this? Why did you suddenly give me a hat? I'm a goblin, what do I need this for? The white squirrel held the hat with a puzzled look on his face, and Shao Jie stood up and came to the ground. From today on, you will be called by Wu Chang. You will work in the underworld in the future. White squirrel was confused when he heard this, white impermanence. Working for the underworld. After a long while, white squirrel came back to his senses, his eyes sparkling. Sir, do you mean that I will be the official underworld messenger of the underworld from now on? Shao Jie nodded. Not bad. From now on, you will be the death seeker of the underworld, responsible for bringing people to justice. You can share the incense of the underworld with me. The white squirrel was almost moved to tears when he heard this. Family members. Landed. My lord, you are so kind to me. The white squirrel rushed over with snot and tears, but Shao Jie dodged him with disgust. Okay, I'll go to the county government office, you keep an eye on it in the underworld. After saying this, he disappeared into the underworld. Late at night. Bayin County Government Office. Feeling upset, Wu Liang returned to his room, washed up and sat on the bed. Master, why do you look so unhappy today? Mrs. Wu Liang looked at her husband's sad face and couldn't help asking him. The latter was silent for a long time and couldn't help complaining. It's still these unruly people from Bayin County. Wu Liang sat up and said, These guys, when I was in the capital, I heard that the people in Bayin County were having a hard time, so I wanted to come here and help them. But look at what happened to me after I got here. Wu Liang became more and more excited as he spoke, and sat up from the bed. You said they are not living well, I agree, it is obvious to all, few of them are living well. But if you say that these people were harmed by the Lu family, I don't believe it at all. Why? Wu Liang's wife Zhang was very puzzled. Why? Wu Liang stood up and said, I have been here for more than a month, and I have never seen the Lu family. Do you know what these unruly people are busy with every day? They spend their days giving the underworld judge a title, and instead of working the land, they go to the craftsmen's homes every day. I don't understand what they are doing. Maybe this is their tradition. Zhang said unhappily, you are just meddling too much. You said that. Wu Liang was speechless. You said that if farmers don't farm, where will the food come from without food? How can we live a good life? You pray to the gods every day, but can those stones bring you food or keep you from going hungry even if you don't eat? Wu Liang sighed, people should still be down to earth. What's the point of praying to gods and Buddhas all day long? Zhang shook her head, I think you are just working behind closed doors. You've been in Bayin County for a month, but have you ever gone down to have a sincere word with the people? How do you know that people have delayed farming because of praying to the gods? You often tell me that what you hear is not necessarily true, and what you see is not necessarily true. If you want to know the truth, you need to hear it, see it, and feel it with your heart. But why do you only know how to look at the surface now? Wu Liang glared at his wife when he heard this. Why are you speaking for outsiders now, woman? Zhang smiled and said, I am here to help the right people instead of my relatives. You taught me that. You. Wu Liang was helpless. I shouldn't have taught you too much. Wu Liang fell into deep thought as he spoke, but then again, what you said does make sense. I may have had a preconceived idea and did not make a decision without understanding the situation in Bayin County. This is wrong and should really be changed. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew up around him after Wu Liang finished speaking. The next moment, the world in front of him flickered and he appeared in front of the county government court. Wu Liang. Before he could come to his senses, a voice came from above. Wu Liang turned around suddenly and saw a young man sitting in the court. The man was wearing a black robe with a dragon pattern, a golden crown on his head, a red line on his neck, and his handsome face looked at him with a hint of evil. Where did the ghost come from? How dare you come to the underworld of the Wuzhou dynasty and cause trouble? Wu Liang was startled by the scene before him, but quickly calmed down and pointed at Xiao Jie and scolded him. Xiao Jie played with the gavel and smiled, Is there anything special about this place? It's just a room. You can come and go as you please. By the way, I was the one who burned down the previous government office in Bayin County. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat. Did you kill the previous county magistrate? He had also heard about Wu Guo's incident, but he didn't expect that the culprit would reappear and find him just 1 month after taking office. What do you want from me? Wu Liang clenched his fists. He couldn't agree to anything this ghost said today. Don't you want to see me? You're going to die here? Wu Liang was halfway through his words when he froze in his tracks. When did I say I wanted to see you? Today. Xiao Jie raised his hand, and a scene emerged in Wu Liang's mind. What is the judge of the underworld? If you have the guts, ask him to come to me tonight. Looking at the scene in his mind, Wu Liang felt numb all over. You are the Yin-Yang Judge? Xiao Jie shrugged, yes. Didn't you tell me to come find you if I had the guts? I'm here now. Wu Liang opened his mouth, and then his whole body froze on the spot. This Yin-Yang Judge is not a lump of stone, he is a true god. Tell me, what do you want from me? In the county court. Wu Liang stood there in a daze, looking at the young man in black in front of him, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. The judge of the underworld is actually a true god. Wu Liang felt numb all over. Now he finally understood why the people of Bayin County believed in the underworld government so much. It turned out that this was a righteous god of heaven and earth. Instead of those stone lumps, or wild gods that even we can't enter. You asked me to come here, what do you mean by not talking? Xiao Jie frowned, do you look down on me? Please calm down, Judge. Wu Liang quickly bowed and apologized, but he felt bitter. He just said it casually in the afternoon, how did it get into Xiao Jie's ears? He heard it, and what made him speechless was that this person took it seriously. Seeing Wu Liang like this, Xiao Jie also smiled and stopped teasing him. He stood up and walked down from above. I just heard the conversation between you and your wife. Wu Liang's heart was shocked and he immediately broke out in a sweat. It turned out that this adult had arrived a long time ago, but he didn't even notice it. Although you are a little old-fashioned, you are much better than when you last took office. At least you are not a fool. Wu Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiled dryly and nodded. From now on, Bayin County will be handed over to you to govern well. Xiao Jie patted Wu Liang on the shoulder. You must always remember that besides your emperor, there is also me above you. The emperor is far away, and your emperor may not be able to punish you, but you and I are neighbors, and if I want to punish you, it's just a matter of stretching your feet. Wu Liang trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, sir, I understand, I understand. That's good to know. Xiao Jie smiled, let go of his hand, thought for a moment, and said, but you don't have to worry too much. As long as you govern Bain County well, I will ensure your safety. Xiao Jie came to the door and said, from now on, just let go of your trivial matters in the human world and administer justice impartially. No one will dare to say anything. As for the blind prince or noble, if you can't do it yourself or it's not convenient to do it, just hand the case over to the underworld. I will take over the matter, so you don't have to worry about it. By the way, if you encounter a ghost complaining or something, send it over here too. After Xiao Jie finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of black gas and dissipated. Only then did Wu Liang shiver suddenly and feel the cold wind. Wasn't that Yunming just now? Wu Liang shivered, wrapped his clothes tightly, looked at the dark sky outside, and couldn't help swallowing. It should have been true just now. I didn't expect that there actually is a deity in this underworld government. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Wu Liang swallowed his saliva, stood up and returned to the room. When Zhang saw him come in, she asked in confusion, you were talking just now, why did you suddenly go to the bathroom? And didn't you take too long to pee? Zhang was suspicious, I had this problem before, do you want to see a doctor? Wu Liang's mouth twitched, and he sat down on the bed, what doctor? You don't know what I just went through. Zhang was even more puzzled, you got yourself mad over something as simple as peeing. What's the matter with pee? Wu Liang felt very sad. Who would have thought that he had just been chatting about life with the king of hell? Sleep, sleep. Seeing Wu Liang like this, Zhang shook her head helplessly, turned off the lights and went to bed. Late at night. There was a gust of cold wind in front of the underworld government office, and suddenly white fog appeared on the street. A figure flickered in the white fog, and after a moment, a figure with a cane appeared in front of the county government office. It should be here. The man was wearing tattered clothes, had a weak leg, and walked with a limp. However, when he looked up, he found that there was a hole in the middle of the man's head, and the brain inside was shattered. Buzz. The ghost took one look at the gate of the county government office and then walked straight in. After entering the county government office, he walked around inside but didn't seem to find what he wanted. After staying in the court for a while, the ghost suddenly walked quickly to the side of the county government office, and soon stopped at the door of a room. The room was pitch black, and only the sound of even breathing could be vaguely heard. The ghost hesitated in the room for a moment, then walked through the door and came to the head of the bed. Looking at Wu Liang, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and pressed it on his forehead. Wu Liang, who was sleeping soundly, trembled all over, sat up from the bed, and then followed the ghost out of the room. Zhang, who was sleeping, opened her eyes when she heard the door open, just in time to see Wu Liang's back as he walked out. The master seems to be getting old, and he gets up more and more frequently at night. Zhang shook her head and closed her eyes again. On the other side, Wu Liang followed the ghost all the way to the court and sat on the chair under the ghost's guidance. When the ghost saw Wu Liang sitting down, he took a step back, knelt on the ground, and suddenly shouted loudly. My lord. Please redress my injustice. Wu Liang felt a slight chill all over his body while he was sleeping. He vaguely heard voices crying out for justice and opened his eyes in a daze. This. Why am I in court again? Wu Liang was shocked. Which great guy came to chat with him again? Sir, the little devil Wu Laosan has a major case to expose. Please help me. Just then, a voice came from downstairs in the hall. Wu Liang looked over subconsciously and was immediately startled. Under the dim light, I saw a shattered head facing me. Ghost. Wu Liang was so frightened that he jumped up on the spot. Although facing Xiao Jie was also terrifying, it was not scary. After all, he is a person with perfect appearance, but the one in front of him is a complete ghost. Your Excellency really has a keen eye for talent. The little one is a ghost. It seems that the man was right after all. The Lord can really redress the grievances for us ghosts. When Wu Liang heard the praise from Wu Laosan, he almost burst into tears. If he can't tell that Wu Laosan is a ghost, then there's something wrong with his eyes. Which bastard is the one who tricked me? From the ghost's tone, it seemed as if he was introduced by someone else. Isn't it cheating to introduce a ghost to him? Wu Liang sat down slowly with trembling hands and excited heart. What do you want from me? The most urgent task now is to calm down Wu Laosan. If we delay for a while, maybe someone will find out. My lord, I want to expose the crimes of Zhang Miaoying, the spirit worshipper of Dongshan County. You want to sue the gods? Wu Liang's mouth twitched. Then why did you look for me? How much this ghost thinks highly of him. Why does he interrogate the gods? I heard from someone that there is a man in Beiyin County who can settle disputes between yin and yang, so I came here. An adult who can settle a case of yin and yang. This probably doesn't refer to him. And who else is an official in Beiyin County? Wu Liang was stunned for a moment, looked up at Beiyin Mountain, and suddenly burst into tears. It seems like you are here to find the judge. How could he have encountered such an unexpected disaster? Wu Liang sighed. I understand. My lord, are you willing to make the decision for me? Wu Laosan was surprised. No. Wu Liang sighed softly. I definitely can't win your lawsuit, but I can show you a way. Go to Beiyin Mountain. There is a yamen of the underworld there. They will definitely be able to redress your grievances. County Government Office. Court. Master. Wu Liang heard Zhang's voice in his ears. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Zhang and a group of people looking at him anxiously. Wu Liang was startled at first and looked around quickly, but he was relieved when he saw that there was no trace of Wu Laosan. Sir. What are you doing here so late at night? You scared me to death. Zhang looked anxious. I thought you fell into the toilet. Really talking? Wu Liang rolled his eyes at Zhang, slowly stood up, and said unhappily, It's hot at night, I came here to cool down. After saying that, Wu Liang walked towards the room, while Zhang and others looked at each other, looking at the late autumn weather outside, and were speechless. Forget it, let's go. Zhang waved her hand and everyone dispersed. Back in the room, Wu Liang lay on the bed with his eyes open, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Seeing this, Zhang, who was beside him, sat up and asked. Master, did anything happen to you today? Why is it so weird? Wu Liang didn't say anything. Zhang frowned, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said. Are you being targeted by that underworld judge? Show. Wu Liang quickly covered Zhang's mouth, looking anxious. Please don't say this name. Zhang's pupils shrank and she nodded slightly. Wu Liang then let go of her hand, sighed, and lay down again. After a long silence, he sighed and said, I have lived for most of my life and served as an official for so long, but this is the first time I have met a true immortal. Still working with me. Wu Liang sighed lightly. The most important thing was that this person was his neighbor, which made him uncomfortable. I'm afraid that there will be more incidents like this happening to Wu Laosan in the future. On the Beiyin Mountains. The wind was cold and chilly. Wu Laosan limped up and was shocked when he saw the towering underworld government office. The county magistrate really didn't lie to me. There actually is a hellish government office here. Wu Laosan limped forward, picked up the drumstick and beat the drum of grievance. Boom, boom, boom. The drums rumbled, and wisps of white mist suddenly rose from the top of the Beiyin Mountain. As the drums sounded, the gate of the underworld slowly opened, golden light shot out from inside, and a grand voice rang out. Who is complaining outside? The voice carried a terrifying pressure. When Wu Laosan heard it, his entire soul began to tremble and he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. The little devil has grievances, and he will tell his grievances. Go to the palace to appeal for justice. Upon hearing this, Wu Laosan quickly stood up and walked into the underworld government office. The moment he stepped into the underworld government office, Wu Laosan was shocked. Suddenly, the entire government office was covered in golden light, and various laws were constantly flashing in the stream of light. And in the center of the light emitted by these thousands of laws, there is a black shrine. Sitting inside the shrine was a young man in a black robe with dragon patterns. The young man wore a golden crown, had a handsome face, and had a red line on his neck. He looked at him with a slightly evil look. "Little devil Wu Laosan, I bow to the judge." Wu Laosan immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Xiao Jie looked at Wu Laosan. It looked like this man had been killed by someone smashing his head. Buzz. Xiao Jie took out the Book of Life and Death and found Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan, 50 years ago, was from Dongshan County, Taiyan County. He was a beggar since childhood and lived by begging all his life. The cause of death was a blow to the head in a fight. Huh. Xiao Jie was a little surprised. This time, what was recorded in the Book of Life and Death did not seem false. Confused, Xiao Jie looked up and said, "Wu Laosan, you died in a fight 50 years ago, and you didn't feel wronged. Why did you come to the underworld?" As expected of the judge of the underworld, he knows everything. Wu Laosan was amazed and kowtowed quickly. "Your Excellency has great magical powers." This little ghost was indeed not wronged in his lifetime. Since there was no injustice during life, then what about after death? Xiao Jie frowned. "I don't care about ghosts fighting ghosts. The underworld presides over justice. It does not care about matters between people, between ghosts, or deaths caused by fighting for treasures or power, or bravery and brutality. As the saying goes, the underworld has its own rules. Since you are in the underworld, you must abide by these rules. Of course, nothing can cross the line. Crossing the line is a sin. The little devil has not been wronged." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie took out the Yin-Yang golden mace and said, come on, stretch your head over here. I think the hole on your forehead is not big enough. Please calm down, my lord. The little devil is here to expose the crime." Seeing Xiao Jie take out the magic weapon, Wu Laosan kowtowed and said, "I was beaten to death 50 years ago for snatching a bite of food. Although my death was a bit unfair, I have no resentment. Beggars have their own rules. I accept them. But I came to the underworld today to expose the Dongshan County sacrificial spirit, Zhang Miaoying." Xiao Jie put away the Yin-Yang golden mace. "You want to sue the gods? In the hierarchy of gods in this world, wild gods are the lowest class of gods, only worthy of enjoying the incense of the village, and their cultivation level is only that of a grandmaster at the Dao Palace level. The sacrificial spirit is a county-level deity who accepts incense and offerings from a county. His power is unfathomable, and he can have multiple wild gods under his seat. The sacrificial spirit is the boss of the wild gods and has great power." Xiao Jie was a little surprised that Wu Laosan actually wanted to sue the Dongshan County where he worked for the spirit sacrifice. Good. Wu Laosan kowtowed and said, "The little devil wants to sue the Dongshan County spirit, Zhang Miaoying, Lady Zhang." Seeing how confident he was, Xiao Jie couldn't help but become curious. Why? Although Zhang Miaoying is the sacrificial spirit of Dongshan County, he is actually a complete evil ghost. This person secretly ate the baby girls in Dongshan County. Eating a baby girl. Xiao Jie frowned, his expression slightly cold. "Do you have any evidence?" Wu Laosan kowtowed repeatedly. "I saw it with my own eyes, but I don't have any real evidence, but I dare to guarantee it with my life." Xiao Jie frowned. "Did you see it with your own eyes? You are a wild ghost, your strength is not even as good as a grandmaster. The lowest strength of the sacrificial spirit is a grandmaster of the fourth extreme realm. How can you escape her perception?" Wu Laosan heard this and sighed. "To be honest, I learned a special skill before I died, which is to conceal my presence and reduce my presence to the extreme. Even if I stand next to someone, no one will be able to spot me." Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. "There is such a skill." After the little ghost died, I was surprised to find that this skill not only did not disappear, but it became much better because I became a ghost. Wu Laosan scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Over the past few decades, I have been able to ensure that I will not be discovered even if I stand in front of a grandmaster of the four extreme realms." As he spoke, Wu Laosan restrained his breath. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow. In his perception, Wu Laosan began to fade. "You can see me here." After Wu Laosan faded, he walked around the entire underworld, but found that Xiao Jie's eyes were always staring at him. He was immediately startled and quickly put away his magical powers. Xiao Jie chuckled. "Not bad. The little devil made a fool of himself. Wu Laosan kowtowed quickly. Xiao Jie waved his hands and said with a smile, "So you used this skill to discover Zhang Miaoying's crime?" "Yes." Xiao Jie touched his chin and nodded slightly. "In this case, I will accept the case." October 9th. Many people came to the temple in Dongshan County one after another. There are a total of 6 counties in Taiyuan County, of which only Beiyin County is located in the north, and the other 5 counties are all in the south of Taiyuan County. Therefore, the customs of Beiyin County and the other 5 counties are almost completely different. Dongshan County is right next to Taiyuan County, almost adjacent to it, and is the county closest to the county seat. Because of the distance, Dongshan County has the largest population among the 6 counties in Taiyuan County. Also because it is close to Taiyuan County, the people here have almost the same customs as those in Taiyuan County. They go to the temple to burn incense on the 9th day of every month. Squeak. The temple gate was wide open and pilgrims rushed into the temple. "Please bless me, my goddess, and keep my granddaughter safe. Goddess, please let me find my daughter." There are all kinds of people coming and going, but their reasons for burning incense are surprisingly the same. "Ah, what do you think of that bastard? He just steals other people's children. Yes, it's a sin. If I knew that it was that bastard who did this, I would pester him and make him suffer the consequences." Just beside the path where pilgrims came and went, 3 little ghosts squatted on the side of the road, chatting and observing the passers-by. "This young lady is pretty good. You can tell from the looks of it that she just got married. You are blind, aren't you? This Li family's wife is already pregnant with her 2nd child, and you and I just got married. Ignore him. He died because his head was caught in the door. His brain is not normal. 2. Stop messing around, come to life." A few ghosts were chatting when suddenly they saw a bright light in front of them. They saw a few masked men with knives in their hands jumping out from the roadside and stopping a few pilgrims who were burning incense. "Don't move." The sturdy men in the lead carried a big knife, pointed at the trembling pilgrims, and spoke loudly in a stuttering voice. "A cloud in the sky in the northwest. Crows fall on the phoenix flock. The road is full of heroes. The king is here and the minister is here." The pilgrims looked at each other in confusion. "What are you guys going to do? What are you doing? Can't you see?" The sturdy man raised his big knife and put it on a man's neck. "Robbery." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally calm pilgrims suddenly turned into birds and beasts and scattered in all directions, but they were still stopped by those men. "Give me all your money. Otherwise, I'll give them all to you." The sturdy man said that he was afraid that the person next to you would start to search you. Suddenly, the plaintiff's face changed slightly, and he suddenly raised his sword and slashed towards the open space next to him. Boom. Dust rose up, and a white light instantly cut through the ground, leaving a long gully on the ground. "Where did that little devil come from? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of your bandit grandfather?" The plaintiff frowned and stared at the direction of the 3 parties, and after a moment showed contempt. "So they are 3 wild ghosts. If you don't want to die, get out of here." The pilgrims were so frightened when they saw this scene that they trembled all over and hurriedly took out the money they had on them. "This big guy is a lunatic. Give him the money quickly, don't let him yell at you." When the pilgrims saw this scene, they all thought that the big guy was a madman. However, in the big guy's eyes, there were 3 people in front of him. Those 3 men were very strange looking. The person opposite him was wet all over, his skin was pale, and he looked like a mountain of flesh, which was very strange. On his left, the man's head had a very strange shape, a gourd, and it seemed like it was pinched by something in the middle. The other one was even stranger. Its tongue was extremely long and its neck seemed to have no bones and could stretch and retract freely. I didn't expect to encounter a hard spot on the road today. This man is a great master, and he is in the late stage. I guess he is the one who has been blocking the road and killing people recently. The ghost with a long neck looked at the wet ghost and said in a deep voice, "Without Wu Lao-san, the 3 of us might have a hard time working together. What are you afraid of?" The ghost with the gourd head snorted coldly, "I've already died once, so why would I be afraid of dying again? Yes, since we can't be reincarnated anyway, it's better to die than to wander around like a lonely ghost every day." The wet ghost nodded, and the other ghost gritted his teeth when he saw the other two ghosts saying so. Okay. Let's three brothers fight it out today. As the three ghosts spoke, they immediately rushed towards the strongmen from three sides. The three of them had all learned martial arts while they were alive, and their movements were quite methodical, but it was obvious that their skills, both before and after death, were not as good as that of the strongmen. Boom, boom, boom. The combined attack of the three was easily repelled by the sturdy men. Haha, you three little brats, how dare you act so presumptuous in front of me? Why don't you ask me about your grandfather's reputation in this area? When have I ever been afraid of you little devils? The plaintiff laughed loudly. After the three ghosts were repelled, the ghost energy in their bodies was violently rolled by the true energy. Brothers, let's fight him. I'm going to die anyway, so I'll just blow myself up with this bastard. Good. The three ghosts looked at each other, their ghostly aura boiling, and the strong evil spirit made the surrounding environment become very cold. It's so cold. What's going on? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Hiss. The pilgrims around suddenly felt the biting chill and began to shiver involuntarily. However, the bandits looked slightly grim and quickly hid behind the big men. You three useless guys want to drag me down with you. The big man saw this scene and just sneered, fools are dreaming. Just as the big man was about to kill the three ghosts, his pupils suddenly contracted violently and he stared at the crowd. At some point, a young man in black wearing a golden crown appeared behind the crowd. The young man was handsome and stood out among a group of men, women, old and weak. When did he show up? He felt cold all over as he clearly remembered that he was not among the group of people just now. When did this person appear? At this moment, the young man suddenly twisted his neck and raised his head slightly. The big man could clearly see a red line on his neck. However, the next moment, he saw the young man raise his hand and actually take his head off his neck, carefully tidy up his hair in his hand, and then put it back. Ghost. When the big man saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched violently, and he turned and ran away in front of everyone. Brother. The bandits were very confused when they saw this scene, but they didn't hesitate at all and ran away. Run away. What's going on? The three ghosts and the pilgrims were at a loss when they saw this scene. Just as they were wondering, the entire sky suddenly turned pitch black. The next moment, cold winds blew and ghosts and wolves howled all around the temple. And blood began to flow out from the wall of Empress Zhang's temple. This. Oh my God, is the Yin-Yang temple haunted? Crack. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, the wind was howling, and the people who were burning incense in front of the temple looked up at the sky in confusion. Why did God's face change so suddenly? It was a clear sky just now, but suddenly there was thunder and lightning. It felt like the sky was falling. I don't know. Blood. The Yin-Yang temple is bleeding. At this moment, the people in the temple discovered a strange phenomenon. They saw a large number of blood spots suddenly appearing on the white-painted walls of the temple. The spots became darker and darker, and gradually seeped out from the wall. They were sticky blood with a strong and foul smell. What on earth is going on? This is the goddess temple. At the same time, bloodstains began to appear on the ground beneath everyone's feet, and in just a moment the entire Yin-Yang temple was covered in blood. Everyone was trembling, looking at the temple behind them. Blood was flowing down from the roof, sticking to the doors and windows, and spreading towards the statue in the shrine inside the room. Buzz. As the endless ghost energy approached, the statue shook slightly and began to flash golden light. As the golden light flickered, a trace of divine power emerged from the brow of the statue in the shrine. The queen has appeared. Mrs. Zhang has appeared. We are saved. Kneel down quickly. When the pilgrims who were about to escape saw this scene, they knelt down excitedly. When the three ghosts outside saw this scene, they were all stunned at this moment. I'm not seeing things, Madame Zhang is going to run away. What is the origin of this ghost? Even Lady Zhang ran away when she saw it. It dares to force its way into the temple. This ghost is definitely not an ordinary creature. Even the gods would be afraid of it. I've never heard of such a vicious creature appearing in Dongshan County. The pilgrims around were ordinary people and could not see what was happening in the temple, but the three ghosts could see it clearly. The unusual movement of the statue of Empress Zhang was not to show her power and exorcise evil spirits, but to pack up and leave. The ghost that attacked Lady Zhang's temple was so ferocious that Lady Zhang was no match for him. Buzz. At this moment, thunder and fire shook, and suddenly countless thunders fell from the sky, bombarding the statue in the village Yin-Yang temple. Boom boom. After a burst of thunder, the entire Yin-Yang temple collapsed, and bursts of black fire gushed out from it, engulfing the entire building. Ah! Suddenly, a sharp scream was heard, and everyone could clearly see an illusory figure flying out from the statue in the temple. The figure was a woman in yellow clothes, now covered in blood. She fled into the sky without hesitation. Snort. However, a cold snort came from the sky, the thundercloud shook, and a huge black hand stretched out from the clouds and instantly grabbed the yellow figure. No. With a scream, the big hand slowly withdrew above the clouds. After a moment, the clouds dissipated and the sun fell again. As the sun set, the bloodstains on the temple disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. Was everything just now an illusion? Gulu is so scary, what on earth just happened? That thing seemed to have taken someone away just now. Why do I feel like that person is Empress Zhang? Look, the statue of the goddess. Everyone looked back and was shocked to see that the statue in the temple had its head chopped off by something. Moreover, blood was constantly oozing out from the crack of the immortal. Mrs. Zhang was beheaded. What the hell is this? They actually cut off the head of a god. What a cruel ghost. Everyone was shocked. They often heard people say that gods caught ghosts, but this was the first time they saw a god being beheaded by a ghost. At the temple entrance, three ghosts looked at the headless statue of Lady Zhang and couldn't help but look at each other. Empress Zhang has been captured. The statues are all destroyed. There's no way to save them. What is the origin of this ghost? It is so cruel. Just when everyone was confused, Tian County, Tianshou County. On Tianshou Mountain, in a solemn and majestic temple, pilgrims come and go, and the abundant incense burns form a faint auspicious cloud above the temple. Those auspicious clouds lingered in the sky as the scriptures were constantly chanted in the main hall. Suddenly, a voice was heard from a side hall of the temple, followed by a flash of golden light, and an old monk opened his eyes from the main hall. He looked up at a light on the candlestick in front of him. The lamp had gone out, and a piece of paper was stuck to the lamp holder with the three words, Zhang Miaoying, written on it. Zhang Miaoying's soul lamp is extinguished. When the old monk saw this scene, his expression became slightly gloomy. At this time, the door opened and two monks walked in from outside. Uncle Master. The two men saluted to the old monk, and when they looked up, one of them was Monk Miaokong. You guys go to Dongshan County. Zhang Miaoying's soul lamp just went out. Help me to find out what's going on. The old monk stood up, took Zhang Miaoying's soul lamp from the candlestick, and handed it to Monk Miaokong. Whoever is behind this has been dealt with. You dare to move the people of Tianshou Temple. No matter who it is in Tian County, don't even think about surviving. Miaokong took the soul lamp, nodded to the other monk, and then walked out. Without much hesitation, the two left the temple and headed straight for the Yin-Yang Temple in Dongshan County. Just as the two were heading towards the Yin-Yang Temple, lightning suddenly flashed on the Beiyin Mountain far away in Beiyin County. In front of the underworld, a cold wind suddenly blew up and the pilgrims who were burning incense looked up in surprise. The sky in broad daylight suddenly turned gloomy. What's going on? Is the judge angry? Is it because of our title? Don't talk nonsense. Adults are not that stingy. Just when everyone was puzzled, the door of the underworld suddenly opened, and golden light flashed inside. The next moment, a black wind rushed into the underworld. As a cold snort came from the underworld, the thunder in the sky became more terrifying, and the thunderclouds pressed down as if the sky was falling. Go to court. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It seemed like such a big commotion was about to lead to a court hearing. Who has committed a crime that the judge has to go and arrest him personally? This is definitely not an ordinary person. Let's go in and take a look. The pilgrims around walked in curiously. Wu Liang and his wife looked at each other in the crowd and followed them in. When everyone arrived at the underworld government, they found that there were Northwest prisoners under the court, only a bleeding head of a statue. Eh? Isn't this the head of Lady Zhang from Dongshan County? Really? I heard that this Lady Zhang is the sacrificial spirit of Dongshan County and a true deity. How come the judge cut off her head? Could it be that the person being interrogated today is Madame Zhang? Hiss, can the underworld even interrogate gods? The people around all gasped. They never expected that even gods could be interrogated by the underworld. The underworld. Wu Liang looked at the statue's head on the ground and was completely stunned. Is this underworld government so powerful? Even gods can be judged. Not only can he catch ghosts and kill people, he can even judge the county's sacrificial spirits. You should know that although the sacrificial spirit is not a real god of heaven and earth and has no official position or rank, he is still the patron saint of a county. But he is not comparable to those wild gods. He is considered the wild god's superior. Although Shao Jie is the righteous god of heaven and earth, the judge of Yin and Yang, sits in the underworld and administers the laws of heaven and earth, he thinks that the most he can do is catch a ghost or settle an unjust case. He didn't expect that he could even rule over the gods, which shocked him greatly. I don't know what Madame Zhang did wrong to have her head chopped off by the judge. I guess this is a big deal. You didn't see that the adults were frowning deeply. That's strange. Empress Zhang is a deity who protects the people. She was a good person both in her lifetime and in her later life. What crime could she have committed? Wait and see, the judge wouldn't kill a god for no reason, would he? Everyone looked towards the shrine, where Shao Jie was leaning back in a chair, examining the book of life and death carefully. Zhang Miaoying is a good man for 7 generations. He has had a connection with Buddhism since childhood. He was once enlightened by a great monk and has the ability to save the world. He travels around the world, eliminating demons and defending the way. Later, she married Lu Zhen from Lujiazhuang and gave birth to 6 sons and 3 daughters. When Shao Jie saw this, he couldn't help but frown, and was speechless. You can't find it even after searching everywhere, but it comes to you without any effort. I didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance. Shao Jie was amazed in his heart. This woman was the criminal who had been on the run in the previous Lu case. She was the culprit who caused the entire 32 members of the Lu family to be killed. He wanted to search Lu Zhen's soul before, but was interrupted by the restrictions she had set in advance. He didn't expect that he would find the person by accident this time. How could this evil woman, who relied on her abilities to commit crimes, become a god after her death? Shao Jie expressed deep doubt when he looked at the description of Zhang Miaoying as a good man for 10 generations in the Book of Life and Death. If she were a good person, there would be no bad people in this world. Shao Jie continued to read. 100 years ago, she was struck by lightning and died while saving her husband who was attacked by an evil spirit. After his death, he was enlightened by a high monk and became a sacrificial spirit in Dongshan County. He received incense and was sure to receive a positive result. Enlightenment from a high monk. Why are there these bald donkeys everywhere? Shao Jie frowned. The Lu family has a close relationship with Tianshu Temple. Could it be Tianshu Temple? Judge. You and I have no grudges in the past or in the present, why did you suddenly attack me? The statue of Zhang Miaoying squirmed, like a real person's head, opened its eyes, opened its mouth and angrily shouted at Shao Jie. I am a county spirit worshipper in Dongshan County. I enjoy the incense offerings of Dongshan County. Although I have no official rank, I have not done anything wrong. Why do you, judge, arrest me? Zhang Miaoying was filled with rage. His divine body was cut off and it would take a long time to repair it even if he went back. Although he was filled with anger, Zhang Miaoying actually hid endless fear in his heart. Why are you arrested? Shao Jie put away the Book of Life and Death, touched a strand of hair by his ear, and said thoughtfully, there are many reasons to arrest you. For example, the souls of the 32 people in the Lu family. For example, you stole the truth and changed the lifespan of the Lu family. Or rather, the case of a missing baby girl that occurred in Dongshan County during this period. Shao Jie looked at Zhang Miaoying, who was lying on the ground with an unnatural expression, with a half-smile. there is no problem in arresting you for any of these 3 reasons. You can pick the reason you like. You. Zhang Miaoying's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that Xiao Jie knew everything. Wasn't it Lu Zhen's wife who did the killing of the 32 souls of the Lu family? What does this have to do with Madame Zhang? You are stupid. Madame Zhang was Lu Zhen's wife 100 years ago. Mrs. Zhang is actually Lu Zhen's wife. No wonder the Lu family has a wild god protecting them. Moreover, they have done so many bad things but still live a long life. I know about the missing baby girls in Dongshan County. I've heard about it. I heard that many baby girls were lost inexplicably. It's not something a human could do. I've heard that too. If Empress Zhang was responsible for the loss of the baby girl, then everything makes sense. If this is true, then Zhang Nyang, as the sacrificial spirit of Dongshan County, enjoys the offerings of the people but steals from them. This is really abominable. Wu Liang in the crowd couldn't help swallowing when he heard this. It seems to be the case of Wu Laosan. I didn't expect that what the judge said was true. He would really take this kind of case. After the shock, Wu Liang just felt relieved. Xiao Jie is so powerful, so he will have to do something big in the future. From now on, if anyone uses his status to bully him, he will report the matter to the underworld, and then Xiao Jie will deal with those people. Anyway, Xiao Jie had promised him before. Wu Liang suddenly felt more confident, as he now had someone to back him up. This guy. Zhang looked at her husband, speechless. Why was the judge so arrogant when he was judging a case? White impermanence. Exist. As Xiao Jie opened his mouth, a white squirrel wearing a tall hat and holding a small wooden stick came out from the side. Huh? Isn't this the little squirrel next to the judge? It's wearing a hat. What little squirrel? Show some respect and call him Lord Wuchang. He has been promoted to a regular employee. Alas, even goblins can come ashore these days. Listening to the envious discussions of the people behind him, Bai Wuchang couldn't help but straighten his chest. It is also a fairy with status. Call the witness, Wu Laosan. Yes. Bai Wuchang nodded, ran out quickly, and soon came in from outside with a ghost. Sir, bring the witness Wu Laosan here. Xiao Jie waved his hand, Bai Wuchang quickly retreated, and everyone looked at Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan. I'm asking you, is this the person you want to expose? Xiao Jie's expression was icy. Wu Laosan, you must not speak nonsense in court. Watch carefully. Wu Laosan nodded, turned around and saw Zhang Miaoying's head, and said in horror, it's her, it's her. That night, the little ghost went to Xiao Li's wine shop to steal wine, and happened to see her stealing Xiao Li's newborn daughter. You are so outrageous. Zhang Miaoying's expression changed drastically. You little brat, you have no evidence, how can you say that I stole the baby girl? Wu Laosan turned his head and kowtowed to Xiao Jie. Sir, I am willing to accept the soul search. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed slightly. Wu Laosan was just a little ghost, his ghost body was not as strong as Lu's, and Lu died when his soul was searched. If this Wu Laosan's soul is searched, there is no chance of survival. Xiao Jie waved his hand. No need, I believe you. Zhang Miaoying, let's settle the old and new accounts together now. Xiao Jie stood up and flashed in front of Zhang Miaoying with a cold look in his eyes. The Lu family's crime of destroying souls. The crime of tampering with destiny. The crime of eating a baby girl. The above 3 crimes are all punishable by death. I will take away your position as a god first. Xiao Jie waved his hand, and the Yin-Yang golden mace appeared in his hand. He waved it and threw it out, and it instantly turned into 2 streams of light and dissipated. Boom. The next moment, a stream of light flashed above the goddess who was far away in Dongshan County, and a golden mace fell from the sky and instantly smashed the statue of Empress Zhang into powder. When the monk Miao Kong and the other monk who had just entered the room saw this scene, they were stunned. Boom. After a loud bang, all that was left in front of Miao Kong and the other men were a bunch of dilapidated houses and yards. As for the statue that originally stood here, it had completely disappeared. Who on earth is it? How could they be so cruel? After a long silence, Monk Miaokong spoke softly. Monk Miaoning looked at the fleeting light in the sky and frowned slightly. The light just now is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Could it be Taiyan Prefecture and Taishuan sect? That doesn't seem like their method. Monk Miaokong and Monk Miaoning were both bewildered. Who on earth dared to kill a sacrificial spirit in broad daylight? Just when the two were puzzled, far away in the underworld government office in Beiyin County, Zhang Miaoying's face suddenly changed, and the head of the statue began to shake. Then it turned into ashes with a bang and shattered all over the ground. Wow! A woman in yellow flew out and fell to the ground. She began to bleed all over her body. At the same time, her back began to swell and a terrifying evil aura was released from it. Puff! The clothes were torn, and a huge tumor grew on Zhang Miaoying's back. The tumor was dark red in color, with granulations wriggling on it. The flesh buds squirmed for a while and turned into human faces. Those faces were all the size of fist-sized babies, each with their mouths open and crying shrilly. What's going on? How did Madame Zhang turn into a ghost? It's so scary. That tumor is like countless people are staring at me. Oh my God, is this the guy that the people of Dongshan County have been worshipping? Ugh, how disgusting. The people in the underworld were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Zhang Nyang would turn into such a horrible appearance. Evil ghost. Bai Wuchang and Wu Lauer were stunned when they saw Zhang Miaoying's look and quickly dodged away. How could this guy be a demon? Wu Lauer looked incredulous. This was something he had never expected. Buzz. At this time, Shao Jia took back the Yin-Yang golden mace, lowered his head and looked at Zhang Miaoying coldly. Zhang Miaoying. So you've been an evil ghost from the beginning to the end. So-called evil ghosts are different from ordinary ghosts. Ghosts are formed when one dies unjustly in life, and the resentment that accumulates and does not dissipate makes it impossible to reincarnate, so one eventually becomes a ghost. Ghosts exist passively in the human world, and normal cultivation is called ghost cultivation. The evil ghosts, on the other hand, are a type of ghost cultivator who actively stays in the human world and practices evil methods to continuously improve his cultivation. I'm a little curious about how you became a sacrificial spirit. Shao Jie sneered. Evil ghosts cannot absorb incense, but Zhang Miaoying can absorb the effect and conceal his own ghost power. She definitely couldn't do it with her ability, which means she has someone helping her behind the scenes. Shao Jie reached out and grabbed Zhang Miaoying's head. Let me see who gave you the golden body. As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Jie's terrifying evil aura surged into Zhang Miaoying's mind, instantly searching through his memories. Ah! Shao Jie let go of Zhang Miaoying, who was rolling on the ground in pain, and his expression became gloomy. No wonder I can't find any female relatives in the Lu family or the Lu family. So, all of them were sacrificed to you. Shao Jie thought that Zhang Miaoying stole the baby girl and ate the child, which was something that happened after she became a ghost. It seems that this guy started eating children before he was born. It turned out that Zhang Miaoying met a mysterious monk when she was a child, and the monk taught her a set of skills. That technique contained a lot of secrets that could help one cultivate supernatural powers and achieve immortality, but if one wanted to reach that level of cultivation, one had to devour a baby girl. Zhang Miaoying could not resist the monk's bewitching act and secretly practiced the evil method. From then on, she began to secretly use magic to eat baby girls. As her cultivation improved, she became more and more daring, and began to steal baby girls everywhere, and finally even sneaked to the capital of Wuzhou. As a result, his whereabouts were discovered by the Demon Suppression Division and he was chased and fled everywhere. It was also during her escape that she met Lu Zhen, who had just been expelled from the temple. With Lu Zhen's cover, she avoided the pursuit of the Demon Suppression Division several times and finally came to Beiyin County. She then married Lu Zhen and had children. She and Lu Zhen had 6 sons and 3 daughters, but Zhang Miaoying was still evil and ate her 3 daughters one after another, and then devoured all the baby girls in Lijiazhuang. Later, the Lu family discovered her secret and cooperated with her. The Lu family provided her with a baby girl, and she solved some problems for the Lu family. Snort. Only animals can sympathize with each other. But who is that mysterious monk? Shao Jie frowned slightly. This Zhang Miaoying colluded with the Liu family secretly, and although it was very covert, the Demon Suppression Division still found clues. In the end, Zhang Miaoying was strangled to death by the Demon Suppression Division, but after her death, the Demon Suppression Division also dealt with her soul. However, Zhang Miaoying was rescued and was even enlightened to become the sacrificial spirit of Dongshan County. According to Zhang Miaoying's memory, the person who enlightened her should also be a monk, but Xiao Jie couldn't confirm whether he was the same mysterious monk as before. I am a good man for 10 generations. I am a spirit worshipper in Dongshan County. You and I are both righteous gods of heaven and earth. Judge, although you are the god of Yin and Yang justice, you have no right to interrogate me. I am also a god. Zhang Miaoying felt Xiao Jie's terrifying murderous aura, endured the severe pain in her soul, and stood up. I want to go to the Lingguan Palace. I am a registered sacrificial spirit of the Lingguan Temple. Only the Lingguan Temple can interrogate me. Your laws of heaven and earth have no influence on me. When Xiao Jie heard her words, he couldn't help but smile, and waved his hand, and the guillotine appeared on the ground. Hee, the laws of heaven and earth are not only set for the humans, ghosts, and monsters in the world. Warriors, heavenly officials, princes, and emperors are all within this law. According to the laws of heaven, anyone who commits a crime can be killed by me. Xiao Jie waved his hand, the guillotine opened, and a terrifying force forced Zhang Miaoying onto the guillotine. No, you can't kill me. I am a true god personally appointed by the Lingguan Palace. You can't kill me. Judge, you can't kill me. Looking at Zhang Miaoying who was still struggling on the guillotine, Xiao Jie sneered. Don't say you are just a small sacrificial spirit with no official rank or rank. Even if they are the 3 officials marshals in the Lingguan Palace who are bestowed by heaven and earth, I will kill them without mercy. You. Zhang Miaoying trembled all over and finally felt fear and terror. The judge in front of her seemed different from the gods she had seen before. He didn't seem to be afraid of the Lingguan Palace at all. No. Master, save me, save me. Ah. As the guillotine fell, Zhang Miaoying's body seemed to be forcibly cut off by the laws of heaven and earth. No, no. Zhang Miaoying struggled to recover, but found that there was a force of heaven and earth that was preventing his wounds from healing. Seeing this, Xiao Jie waved his hand and issued a decree, Zhang Miaoying, you have committed many sins. I sentence you to be cut into pieces. No. No. As the decree came down, Zhang Miaoying was grabbed by a terrifying force and dragged into the back of the underworld government office. Immediately, his shrill screams were heard from inside. Ah. Hearing the strange screams, the people in the underworld finally came to their senses and looked at Xiao Jie in shock. This is the underworld government. Even the gods were killed. I didn't expect that Prince Xiao's underworld office could even judge the gods. What immortal? It's just an evil ghost. I didn't expect that the spirits worshipped in Dongshan County were ghosts. They have been worshipping ghosts every day these years. It reminds me of a nation that burns incense in toilets. Rubbish. On the mountain road of Beiyin Mountain, people coming down the mountain were chatting animatedly. Wu Liang walked briskly in the crowd, which made Zhang next to him very confused. You seem to be in a good mood today. Of course. Wu Liang sighed softly. Before I was an official, I felt helpless. I wanted to be a good official who would speak up for the people, but there were many things I wanted to do but couldn't do. Human power will eventually be exhausted. But from now on, my lord, I will also be hard. Wu Liang put his hands on his hips and said, from now on, if I can't accomplish something or try someone, I will report it to the underworld. Since a lowly official like me cannot judge this case, let the Yin-Yang Judge do it. Zhang looked at Wu Liang, who looked very proud, and smiled. As the people from the mountains in Beiyin County came down from the mountains, everything that happened on the mountains quickly spread throughout the county. What? The underworld killed a god today. Yes, and it was the Lady Zhang from Dongshan County. I didn't expect that she was actually an evil ghost. Madame Zhang. That was a spiritual offering certified by the Spiritual Official Hall, but she was killed by the judge. The underworld is really powerful. Even gods and immortals cannot escape judgment if they commit crimes. Everyone in the tavern was discussing that with the fall of the Liu family and the Liu family, the quality of life of the people in the entire Bayin County improved instantly without the exploiters. Nowadays, these ordinary people are the regular customers of pubs and tea houses everywhere. Prince Xiao has great magical powers. He can judge the gods and ghosts of heaven and earth, and can manage trivial matters in the world. It is our blessing that he can settle in our Bayin County. That's right. If it weren't for Prince Xiao, we would still be exploited by the Liu family. Speaking of which, should we speed up the process of giving Prince Xiao the title of emperor? Everything is ready. Now we just have to wait for October 7th, 3 days later. After the people of Bayin County confirmed that the Yin-Yang Judge was Xiao Jie, they checked his birth date. Xiao Jie's birthday is on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. It is already late autumn and it is impossible to travel back in time, so they chose the 7th day of the 10th lunar month. The 7th day of October is a big day that people in Bayin County agree is the birthday of Bayin Mountain. The fact that this day was chosen to confer a title on Xiao Jie shows how much importance the people of Bayin County hold in Xiao Jie. Just when the people in Bayin County were busy conferring the title of emperor on Xiao Jie, the Liu family was in a panic. What did you say? Grandma was sentenced to death by the official. The head of the Liu family, Liu Hang, was completely stunned after hearing what the housekeeper said. Old Zhang, are you getting senile? My great-grandmother died 100 years ago. I'm afraid she has been reincarnated twice. Liu Hang was speechless. After the red dress case ended, Xiao Jie's judgment on the Liu family had come into effect. All the people in their Liu family who were over 30 years old had died, and the only ones left were young people with normal lifespans. However, even they were affected by the verdict. Many people, no matter how strong they were before, would immediately become weak and sickly as soon as they approached the age of 30. Moreover, the newborns in their Liu family also suffer from many disasters and diseases, including premature death and disability. As for the current result, although they all hated the underworld government very much, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. After all, although they are not doing well now, at least they still have their bloodline preserved. In contrast, the Liu family has already died. Master, you are young. Lao Zhang sighed, I'm older and I know some things. In fact, your great-grandmother is the sacrificial spirit of Dongshan County, Empress Zhang. What did you say? Liu Hang was shocked that his ancestor was actually a god. I actually have such an awesome background. Wrong. Suddenly, Liu Hang was startled and looked at Lao Zhang. You just said that Madame Zhang was sentenced to death by the official. Liu Hang looked ashen. It's over. I'm afraid the Liu family will be in trouble again. No, I have to go to Bayin Mountain to burn incense. This matter has nothing to do with our Liu family. Liu Hang stood up quickly. This matter must be cut off, even if it was his ancestor. The two left in a hurry, and a moment later, a figure appeared in the room. Even Empress Zhang was killed. Lu Gong was extremely frightened. He is one of the wild gods under Empress Zhang, and was assigned by Empress Zhang to come to the Liu family to protect her family. He didn't expect that his old boss would be killed by Xiao Jie. No, I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, something bad will happen sooner or later. There are some things that others don't know, but he knows. Now that it has not been exposed, there is still room for maneuver. If those things are uncovered, it will not only be the underworld that is targeting him, but some people will not let him live. Walk. Without any hesitation, Mr. Liu turned around and was about to leave the Liu family. However, the next moment his face changed, golden light began to emit from his body, and bursts of Sanskrit sounds came from his mind. This soul-demanding Sanskrit sound. Tianshu Temple, you guys. Before he could finish his words, his body exploded with a loud bang, and at the same time, the statue of Lu Gong also broke in the middle, and blood flowed out of it. Amitba. Monk Miaokong and Monk Miaoning stood in front of the statue and watched the scene silently. Brother, are you sure you are not going to pursue this matter any further? Miaokong was a little puzzled. No, the judge in the underworld is definitely not an ordinary god, his strength is unfathomable. Miaoning shook his head. Just cut off this thread, There is no need to turn against the underworld just for a sacrifice. When the Buddha mother is born, we will slowly settle the accounts with the underworld. All right. The two turned around and left the Liu family quietly. However, not long after the two left, a hand suddenly stretched out from the cracked statue of Liu Gong, and a huge resentment floated out from it, and the whole room began to become gloomy and cold. Tianshou Temple. You bald asses will die a miserable death. I'm going to sue you in hell. The underworld. Your Excellency is wise and powerful, and has killed an evil god. Update of information on the Book of Life and Death. Incense plus 10,000. Obtain a mid-level magic weapon, bone-scraping knife. Xiao Jie looked at the gray knife that appeared in front of him and reached out to take it. Bone-scraping knife, a mid-grade magic weapon. It can scrape flesh and bones, making life worse than death. It is an instrument of torture from the underworld. When used, it can completely peel off a person's flesh and bones, and neither of them will die. Another torture device. Xiao Jie played with the bone scraper for a while, but unfortunately he was only accompanied by the little demon Bai Wuchang, and had no other subordinates. This torture device requires him to use it every time. I should have a lot of incense now. During this period, people from Bayin County burned incense for him every day, and his popularity grew day by day. Turn on the system. Name, Xiao Jie. Title, None. Official position, Judge of Yin and Yang. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal plus, 0%. Authority, Taiyan County plus, 100%. Abilities, Wandering God plus, 100%, Dharma Eye plus, 100%, Gathering Spirits plus, 100%, Refining Equipment plus, 100%. Spells, 5 Thunders, max level, 5 Elements, max level. Magic Weapons, Book of Life and Death, Innate Treasure, Yin-Yang Mace, Top-Grade Magical Weapon, Beheading Platform, Low-Grade Magical Weapon, Bone-Scraping Knife, Middle-Grade Magical Weapon. Incense Value, 130,000. 130,000 Incense Value. Xiao Jie touched his chin. This amount of incense was definitely not enough for him to upgrade, but his cultivation had to be improved. Moreover, he wanted to see what changes would happen to himself after his cultivation level improved. After thinking about it, Xiao Jie muttered to himself. Add some points to your cultivation. A system prompt immediately sounded in my mind. Incense value minus 10,000. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal plus, 1%. As the system prompt came down, Xiao Jie only felt a terrifying evil energy surging out of his body, and at the same time, a trace of inexplicable power also appeared. Law. Xiao Jie was stunned. He raised his hand and looked at the lightning flashing in his palm, a little stunned. Increasing his cultivation level actually allowed him to obtain the Law of Thunder. The end of the law is authority. Can I become the God of Thunder in the future? Let's see if we can improve it. Xiao Jie scratched his head, and with an idea in mind, he continued to increase his cultivation. Incense value minus 90,000. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal plus, 10%. Cultivation breakthrough to the Ghost Immortal Mahayana realm. Unlock ability, Soul Refining and Mind Concentration. As the system prompt came down, Xiao Jie felt that his ghost energy was gathering in his heart, and gradually it was showing a tendency to condense into a solid entity. It feels like I can influence the entire real world. In the past, he needed to use the power of wandering gods to open the ghost realm in order to affect the real world, or he could directly affect the real world in the form of decrees in the underworld. But now he feels that even without relying on these two abilities, he can still have a certain impact on the real world. It was as if he was gradually changing from an illusory existence to a real one. Refine the soul and concentrate the mind. Refining the soul and concentrating the mind can condense the primordial spirit in the body. Once the primordial spirit is formed, you can master the laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. No wonder he was suddenly able to grasp a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. It turned out to be because of this. Primordial spirit, master the laws of heaven and earth. If I continue to practice like this, won't I be able to return to the world of the living? A person with solitary yin is a ghost, a person with balanced yin and yang is a human, and a person with solitary yang is a god. Ghost immortal is the limit of what a ghost can cultivate to. Xiao Jie is a little curious about what he will become after he comes back to life. At this moment, Xiao Jie raised his head and looked outside the door. A ghost just passed by. Squeak. Xiao Jie opened the door of the underworld government, glanced at the empty square, then glanced at the trees on the hillside, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Is this the guy? Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. There was a ghost hiding in the tree, and it was Lu Gong. How could he become a ghost? Xiao Jie was a little confused. Lu Gong's aura was now quite special and he had become a ghost again. Although the wild god is formed from ghosts absorbing incense, it is not a ghost. It can be said to be a pure yang creature, so it can absorb the pure yang power of incense to cultivate its spirit. But now Lu Gong's aura is pure yin, and he has obviously become a ghost. After becoming a wild god, can he still degenerate into a sneaky ghost? Xiao Jie frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a thing. Is this guy full of resentment? Are you here to report a crime? Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows slightly and walked slowly towards the mountain. Mr. Lu in the tree looked at Xiao Jie, who came out, feeling very hesitant and nervous. I can't just go and sue Tianshu Temple. If he went directly to sue Tianshu Temple, no matter whether Tianshu Temple would be destroyed or not, with what he had done, he would definitely not be able to escape Xiao Jie's guillotine in the end. Although he is no longer a god, at least he has left a remnant soul and can still survive. Maybe he will have the opportunity to become a god in the future. But if he were to be brought to Xiao Jie's court, he would be sentenced to death and would be sent to the 18th level of hell. However, just as Lu Gongjing was thinking, a hand fell silently on his shoulder and pulled him out of the tree. Mr. Lu looked at Xiao Jie, who was standing in front of him and looking down at him. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Do you think you can keep me invisible by being inside the tree? Probably not. Xiao Jie grinned upon hearing this and took out the Yin-Yang golden mace. Then are you teasing me? Come on, I know a little bit about fighting, let's go to the underworld and talk. Lu Gongjue tensed up and his face suddenly turned green. Plop. My lord. I'm here to report a crime. Mr. Lu didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie put away the Yin-Yang golden mace and curled his lips in disappointment. Report the case if you want, why are you hiding here? With a wave of his hand, a chair appeared on the ground. Xiao Jie sat on it, crossed his legs and asked, Tell me, who do you want to sue? Let me state the prerequisite. I don't care about grudges. For example, if you say that you were silenced because of some grudges, I don't care. This. Lu Gong thought about his own affairs. He helped someone steal a child and then was silenced. This shouldn't be considered a grudge, right? Not a big deal. He came here to report a case, not to surrender himself. No, I can't just say that. Lu Gong thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I will report that the Lotus Temple secretly stole the child. Report. Are you sure? Yes. I'm sure of it. As soon as Mr. Lu nodded, Xiao Jie slapped him twice, making his head buzz. My lord, why are you hitting me? Xiao Jie shook his hands and said unhappily, Open your mouth to report the case, close your mouth to report it. Are you here to report the case or to report it? Think it over and say it again. Report. Lu Gong was in tears. Why was he still nitpicking about words at this time? Xiao Jie snorted coldly, Is there any solid evidence? This. Lu Gong was embarrassed. The reason he knew that the monks in the Lotus Temple stole children was because he had given children to them. But if I tell this out, wouldn't I be turning myself in? No. Xiao Jie took out the Yin-Yang golden mace and said, Come here, kid, stretch your head over here so I can love you well. My lord, everything I said is true. Mr. Lu kowtowed quickly and said, This matter involves Tianshu Temple. You know that I have some relationship with Tianshu Temple. I can guarantee that as long as we investigate this matter, we will be able to get rid of Tianshu Temple. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He was thinking about that bald donkey Xian Kong, but unfortunately the guy was a nobody, so it was a little difficult for him to take action. If this matter could really involve Tianshu Temple, then he would have reason to move against that bald donkey Xian Kong. Moreover, the events in Dongshan County also involved Tianshu Temple, but there was no direct connection. They had wiped their asses too cleanly, and he could not find any evidence for the time being. Are you sure? Xiao Jie put down the Yin-Yang golden mace. You know that the consequences of lying to me are very serious. Mr. Lu nodded quickly. My lord, it is absolutely true. I am absolutely not lying. Looking at Mr. Lu's solemn promise, Xiao Jie fell into deep thought. Mr. Lu didn't dare to lie to himself. What he said would definitely implicate Tianshu Temple. But there is a problem now. There is no solid evidence for this matter, which means he needs to slowly investigate it. You must be joking. Let me investigate the case. I'm the only one who has to pay to leave the shrine, and I'm investigating cases all over the world. It's unrealistic. Xiao Jie was in a bit of a dilemma. It would be nice if someone could help me with the case. Xiao Jie pursed his lips. After all, he was the judge. Of course, it is reasonable to just judge without investigating. Who are you looking for? Xiao Jie frowned and thought, when suddenly his eyes lit up and he looked towards the only place with lights on in Bayin County. County Government Office. Got it. The new county magistrate of Bayin County is a good official. At least he is not greedy or possessive. Although he has been here for a short time, he has done a lot of things. Let him investigate, and he can make his own judgment based on what he finds. Yes, go find him. The county magistrate is the head of a county, and the Lotus Temple is in Bayin County, so he will definitely go and investigate. However, with his authority as a county magistrate, he certainly couldn't do anything to those people, so he would just take action himself when the time came. Yes, let's do it. I'm really awesome. Xiao Jie nodded slightly. After all, he is now the judge of the underworld, which makes him a ministerial-level leader. As we all know, the most important thing for a leader is to be able to arrange things. If you can't arrange things, how can you lead? How can you guide? Xiao Jie waved to Lu Gong, pointed to the county government below, and said with a smile, "Go to the county government to report the case, tell the county magistrate about it, and let him investigate." Lu Gong was confused when he heard this. Can he, a county magistrate, take over my case? What you said is that you look down on the county magistrate. Xiao Jie rolled his eyes. After all, he is a 7th-grade official, and he is more than capable of investigating your case. Lu Gong blinked. But Lotus Temple is the place where Emperor Longxing of Daqian lived. Go ahead. Xiao Jie patted Lu Gong on the shoulder. I will show you the way on the mountain, go quickly. Lu Gong sighed and bravely came to the county government office. Because it was a newly built county government office and there was no suppression of the national destiny, he came to Wu Liang's room easily. You old guy, how old are you, and you still do this kind of thing? I'm not afraid of spraining my waist. In the room, Zhang said angrily, and Mr. Lu frowned slightly. It seems that he came at the wrong time. Should he wait a moment? Is that all? I'm already old, and it's good enough that I can do it twice on a whim. Don't be too hard on people. Mr. Lu, who had just turned around, turned back silently, and it seemed that there would be no delay. With his hands clasped together, Mr. Lu cast a small spell on Wu Liang in the room. Inside the room, Wu Liang was humming a song while hugging his wife with a rosy face, when suddenly he felt cold all over and his stomach started to growl. Ouch! I'm going to the bathroom. Wu Liang quickly put on his clothes, held the lantern, and went out. Zhang on the bed rolled her eyes in annoyance. Old man, you really spoil the fun. When Wu Liang walked out of the room, he was in a trance for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the court. It was pitch dark in the courtroom and nothing could be seen. There was a cold wind blowing outside, which made Wu Liang stunned. Don't I need to go to the bathroom? Why are you here again? Just when Wu Liang was puzzled, all the lanterns around the court suddenly lit up, but those lanterns emitted green light instead of white light. The dark green light reflected on Wu Liang's face, making his complexion turn green. Wu Liang looked at the gloomy court and his face turned green. He was being targeted by a ghost again. Woo woo woo. Just when Wu Liang was stunned, a cold wind was blowing outside the court, and a man appeared in the shadows, appearing dimly and then disappearing into the hall. Seeing the man's appearance clearly, Wu Liang couldn't help but clamp his thighs together, and his bladder swelled slightly. The man in the courtroom was split in the middle, like two chopsticks connected by all kinds of eerie flesh threads, which was very scary. Why am I so unlucky? I'm the county magistrate, not the judge. Wu Liang wanted to cry but had no tears. Grown-ups. As soon as Mr. Lu opened his mouth, Wu Liang above raised his hand. Okay, you don't have to say anything. Wu Liang stood up and pointed at the mirror hanging above his head. This is the county government office, and you are looking for the underworld government office. The underworld is on the Northern Mountain. Start from here. It was the judge who asked me to come find you. Plop. Wu Liang sat down on the chair and stared at Lu Gong blankly. Did the judge ask you to come find me? What do you want me for? Wu Liang's throat felt a little dry. Did the judge send a ghost to find him? What does this mean? Do you think that he eats the emperor's food too easily? Sir, I have clues about the 7 baby boys that were lost in Bayin County a year ago. As soon as Mr. Lu finished speaking, Wu Liang, who had originally looked like he had lost all hope in life, instantly perked up and sat up straight. What clues? After Wu Liang took office, he reviewed all the backlog files in Bayin County, and the case of the missing 7 baby boys left the deepest impression on him. At that time, a strange thing happened in Bayin County. 7 baby boys were lost on the same day and at the same time. This case happened a year ago, and compared to other old cases, it is the most likely to be solved. He has been investigating this case for some time but has no clues. Instead, the more he searched, the more confused he became. Because he found that these children were not only born on the same day, but also at the same time, and their horoscopes were exactly the same. Those 7 children were stolen by monks from the Lotus Temple. Lotus Temple. Wu Liang's face turned serious when he heard this. Are you sure? Mr. Lu nodded very confidently, very sure. The monks at the Lotus Temple have been stealing children in secret. You can investigate for yourself, and perhaps you will find something else. After saying this, Lu Gong slowly disappeared, and everything around him returned to normal. Ah. Wu Liang suddenly sat up from his chair, looking around and gasping for breath. The ghost has found me again. Wu Liang panted heavily, pondered for a moment, and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. Lotus Temple. The origin of this Lotus Temple is not simple. It is a 1,000-year-old temple with close ties with Tianshu Temple. If it only involved underworld forces, he wouldn't be too worried. But what made it difficult for him was that this Lotus Temple had another identity. The place where dragons rise. In the past, the Emperor Wuzhou once went into seclusion here. After he came out, his cultivation level greatly improved, which enabled him to seize the throne in one fell swoop. This Lotus Temple has a plaque and an imperial edict personally bestowed by Emperor Wu. No one in the entire Taiyuan County dares to provoke it. Even Tianshu Temple has to give them some face. In this place, let alone a mere county magistrate like him, even the prefect of Taiyuan County could only watch helplessly. Looking for the judge. Wu Liang had a bitter face. This is the job given to him by the judge. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes. He probably guessed what Shao Jie meant. It was obvious that he wanted to use him to investigate the case. He just needs to verify this matter, and Shao Jie will take care of the rest. But how do we investigate this case? Wu Liang sat in a chair, lost in thought. He was just a small county magistrate and couldn't even touch the Lu and Lu families, let alone the Lotus Temple. The Lotus Temple is a place that can only be checked by the Dali Temple or the Demon Suppression Bureau. He doesn't even have the qualifications to check it. Check? What does he use to check? The judge is really good at giving me a hard time. Grown-ups. Just when Wu Liang was worried, there was a sound at the door. He looked up and saw Wu Laosan limping in, looking around vigilantly. Why are you here again? Wu Liang was a little scared. He is a county magistrate. Why is it that ghosts are looking for him every day? Don't be afraid, sir. I sensed a ghostly aura in the county government office and was worried that the ghost might harm you, so I came in to take a look. Wu Laosan looked around and confirmed that there were no other ghosts, then bowed to Wu Liang. Thank you, my lord. If it weren't for your advice that day, this little ghost would have reported Madame Zhang's affairs to the underworld. Wu Liang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and waved his hand. Why thank me for this? I was just pointing the way. If you want to thank someone, then thank the judge. If it weren't for his impartiality and great power, no one would be able to do anything about this matter. Your Excellency is right. Wu Laosan nodded, and then asked, Sir, when I came in just now, I saw that you looked sad. Are you worried about something? Although I don't have the magical powers of the judge, I still have some small skills. If you have any instructions, just tell me. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang subconsciously refused. How could a county magistrate like him let ghosts do things for him? But the moment he opened his mouth, he froze in place and then looked at Wu Laosan. I really can't investigate the matter of Lotus Temple openly, but I can let this ghost investigate secretly. By then, as long as there is enough evidence, the rest of the law enforcement will have nothing to do with him. And what if this gets known to the higher-ups? He didn't kill the person, so what does it have to do with him? It is the underworld that kills people. If you have the guts, go find the underworld. Just do it. Wu Liang's heart hardened, and he looked at Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan, I do have something to tell you, and it is also related to the missing baby case. Wu Laosan's pupils shrank. My lord, are you in trouble? Just tell me. I will help you find out even if it costs me my life. Wu Liang nodded. I do have a clue, but it involves the Lotus Temple. You know, in this world, high-ranking officials can crush people. Although I am the magistrate of Bayin County, I often find it difficult to achieve anything. Sir, do you want me to secretly investigate the Lotus Temple? Wu Liang nodded. You just need to observe their movements. If they make any moves, notify me. Then, as long as we can catch them in the act, this matter will be easy to handle. I understand. Don't worry, sir. Leave it to me. Wu Laosan bowed and turned to leave. Wu Liang saw him and looked at him. You are alone, don't force anything. Although the case is important, don't put yourself in danger easily. The Lotus Temple is northwest ordinary place either. However, when Wu Laosan heard this, he smiled and waved his hands. You are too worried, sir. I have 3 friends in Dongshan County. They have already come to Bayin County. If the 4 of us take action, even a Grand Master won't be able to escape. Wu Laosan bowed to Wu Liang, then limped out of the county government office. Wu Liang watched Wu Laosan leave and couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this time, footsteps were heard in the corridor again, and Zhang came hurriedly with her servants. Master, didn't you go to the toilet? Why are you in court again? What happened to you these past 2 days? Zhang put clothes on Wu Liang and said in a somewhat reproachful way, You are old now, don't do this anymore. Wu Liang waved his hand and returned to the room without saying anything. 3 days later, every household in Bayin County was celebrating as if it were Chinese New Year, with lights and decorations everywhere, candlesticks, incense tables, firecrackers and red silk at the door. The gongs and drums were beating and the firecrackers were blasting. Even Xiao Jie, who was on the Bayin mountain, was alarmed. When he opened his eyes, he could see the entire Bayin County. Seeing everyone busy in the streets and alleys, Xiao Jie was also stunned. Is today an important day in Bayin County? The original owner had lived in Bayin County for decades, so how could he not remember what an important day today was? Just when Xiao Jie was puzzled, inside the county government office, Wu Liang had already put on his official uniform and was urging Zhang, who was standing beside him. I said, can you hurry up? Today is a big day. Here I come. Zhang came out of the room, and Wu Liang hurriedly pulled her to the county government hall, where all the respected and prominent families in Bayin County gathered. And among the crowd, there was something covered with red cloth, and dozens of young men were waiting around it. Grown-ups. Seeing Wu Liang, everyone quickly stood up and Wu Liang raised his hand to signal. Everyone, today is an important day for our Bayin County, but safety is the most important thing. Wu Liang said, then waved his hand. Let's go. Good. Everyone stood up, then carried the thing wrapped in red cloth out of the county government office and headed towards Bayin Mountain. Inside the underworld. Xiao Jie couldn't help but look up as he heard the noise getting closer. It seems like we are in the mountains. Just when Xiao Jie was puzzled, the huge team from the foot of the mountain arrived at Bayin Mountain and stopped in front of the Yinsi Yamen. All the sounds disappeared, and Xiao Jie saw through the Yinsi Yamen that all the people of status in Bayin County had come to the door, and there were even more ordinary people, almost filling up the platform in front of the Yinsi. What is this for? Burning incense for me? Xiao Jie was puzzled. At this moment, Wu Liang came up, took out a bamboo slip, knelt under the incense altar, and everyone followed suit and knelt down. The judge is here, from the underworld. I am Wu Liang, the magistrate of Bayin County. I am here today to lead the people of the county to express my gratitude to you for your protection and grace, and to confer upon you a noble title. After Wu Liang finished speaking, several young men brought up the thing wrapped in red cloth. Wu Liang casually pulled off the red cloth, and suddenly a golden plaque appeared. The golden plaque was shining brightly, with exquisite patterns on it, and the 4 words were very conspicuous. Temple of Prince Xiao. Xiao Jie was in the underworld government office, looking at the golden plaque at the door and was stunned. It turns out that the reason why it's so lively today is because of him. Ding, the host enforces the law impartially and eliminates the evil bullies for the people of Bayin County. The people of Bayin County are grateful for your kindness and have specially given you a title of honor. Do you accept? When Xiao Jie heard the system prompt, he suddenly realized that this was how the so-called title of honor came about. Accept. Xiao Jie didn't think much about it and nodded to accept it. And the moment he nodded, the entire Bayin Mountain began to shake, and the majestic power of heaven and earth and the energy of the earth gathered from all directions. What's going on? Outside the underworld, everyone was a little at a loss. At this moment, Wu Liang's eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. After pointing at Yinsi, he didn't say anything for a long time. Look. What is that? On the Bayin Mountains. As Wu Liang finished conferring the title of honor on Xiao Jie, the entire Bayin Mountain began to shake violently, and the terrain gathered behind the underworld. As the terrain and the charm converged, everyone was surprised to see a towering gate slowly rising from the ground behind the underworld. A door. A door appeared behind the underworld. No, look, there's something behind that door. Oh my God, is a palace going to grow out of the ground? Under the gaze of everyone, the vermilion gate slowly rose from the ground, and behind the gate, palaces slowly emerged. A palace has really grown out of the ground. Wu Liang rubbed his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that a palace could grow out of thin air on the ground. Just after the palace was formed, the spiritual veins of heaven and earth in the Bayin Mountains began to converge towards the Bayin Mountains. The entire mountain range was affected by an invisible force and actually became a subsidiary area of the Bayin Mountains. Roar. In the Bayin Mountains, countless big monsters opened their eyes, either poked their heads out of the water or walked out of their caves. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging in one direction? All the big monsters were a little confused. They had lived in the Bayin Mountains for hundreds or thousands of years and had never encountered such a thing. The entire Bayin Mountains is originally a holy place for cultivation with abundant spiritual energy. As great demons, they occupy the places with the richest spiritual energy in the mountains. However, now the spiritual energy of the entire Bayin Mountains has begun to gather towards the southwest, and all the blessed places have become mediocre in an instant. What happened in the southwest? Why is the spiritual energy heading that way? It's fine if the spiritual energy is gathering over there, but why is the negative energy also running out? Is the guy in that place a human or a ghost? Why does he want both spiritual energy and yin energy? This is the first time in my life that I feel like I've seen a ghost. The more those great monsters explored, the more confused they became, because what was gathered there was not only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also the evil energy. This made the big monsters a little confused. It is generally acknowledged that humans and monsters absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. It is also generally acknowledged that sneaky demons absorb evil spirits to cultivate. The evil energy and spiritual energy are in conflict and cannot be cultivated at the same time, but now the spiritual energy and the evil energy are all gathering in one place. This made them a little confused. Was it a ghost or a monster that appeared in that place? Why do you want them all? Just when they were puzzled, on the Bain mountain, Shaojia was filled with ghostly aura, but there was a golden light between his eyebrows. Buzz. After a moment, the ghostly golden light dissipated, Shaojia returned to normal, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. The title blessing is successful. Title, Prince Xiao. Shaojia opened his eyes and looked at his system interface, a little curious. System, this title blessing was successful, but I don't think there is anything special about it. It's not just a name, is it? You are too stingy. The title is not bestowed on the host by the system, but is initiated by the people of Bain County. After being certified by heaven and earth, the world bestows a kind of authority and identity on you. What's the use? What's the benefit? On the first day of every month, all the people in Bain County will offer you a little extra incense. Shaojia raised his eyebrows. Bain County had tens of thousands of people, so his fixed income per month would be tens of thousands. Obtain the Xiao Palace, where you can live and accept tributes from all sides. Shaojia's eyes lit up. He finally didn't have to stay in the shrine like a stone every day. Obtained fiefdom, Bain Mountains. Bain Mountains will be your territory, and every blade of grass and every tree in it will be your private property. Tisk, I've become rich all of a sudden. Shaojia was quite satisfied. He didn't expect that the title would bring him so many rewards. The host obtains the first honorable title and obtains the system reward, the 4-value Ghost Envoy God position. 4 hats appeared in front of him, and Shaojia waved his hand to put them away. Yes, this time we gained a lot. Shaojia didn't expect that a title would bring him so many rewards. Why didn't the judge respond? Are you not satisfied with the title we gave you? I don't know. Outside the underworld, Wu Liang and others were a little anxious as they looked at the underworld government office which had not been opened for a long time. How about going and asking? Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to go up. At this moment, several young people were surprised to find that the golden plaques in their hands flew up automatically. Did this golden plaque fly away? Hurry, follow. Wu Liang and others quickly stood up and followed the golden plaque to the back of the underworld government office, and hung it on the vermilion gate under the gaze of everyone. Buzz. As the golden plaque was hung up, the vermilion door shook and slowly opened from the inside. Why is this golden plaque hanging here? Is this the Master's temple? What is the underworld? You are stupid. The underworld is a place for work, and this is a place for burning incense. We, the county magistrate, have to separate our work and life, let alone the judge. Yeah, can we go in? Wu Liang hesitated for a moment and said, since the door is open, the master should let us in. Okay, since the adults have said so, then you can definitely get in. Come on, go on, let's go in and take a look. You guys. As soon as Wu Liang finished speaking, the people around him carried him directly into Prince Xiao's mansion. When they entered, everyone was amazed. The entire Prince Xiao's mansion is a huge palace with 7 entrances and 7 exits, including a front hall, a main hall, a main hall, a back hall, a back hall, a back hall, and a law court. Except for the law palace at the end, you can go anywhere else. However, in the entire Prince Xiao's palace, only the main hall enshrines a statue of Shaojia, and there are no statues in other places. Squeak. When everyone pushed open the door to the main hall, the first thing they saw was the statues of gods that filled the entire hall. That statue was different from the one in the underworld. It did not hold the Book of Life and Death or the Yin-Yang mace. He was also dressed in plain clothes and had disheveled hair, but he still looked like Shaojia, except that the whole statue seemed less majestic and more sloppy. Is this Prince Xiao's temple? It looks big from the outside, but a bit shabby inside. How about making a few sacrifices for Prince Xiao? Are you crazy? Prince Xiao is a true god, and you made a few stone figures for him. Do you want to die? If you ask me, I would capture a few wild gods, preferably female ones, and offer them to His Majesty. I guarantee he will like them. You, 6, I'll leave this to you. Wu Liang glared at the few people behind him who were not in line with the rules, and was also convinced. Are the people in Bayin County so tough? Grown-ups. Just then, several Yamen runners ran in and quickly whispered something in Wu Liang's ear. The latter's face changed and he hurriedly bowed to the statue of Shao Jie. Your Majesty, please forgive me. There is something important going on in my office. I'll take my leave first. After saying this, he turned and left. Seeing this, the people of Bayin County followed him and left. Shao Jie's true identity was revealed only after everyone had left. It looks like there is a clue. He was still thinking about the matter of Lu Gong. At the foot of Bayin Mountain, Wu Liang hurried back to the underworld government office and saw Wu Laosan and 3 other ghosts as soon as he entered. Close the door. The captain closed the door, and Wu Liang then bowed to Wu Laoer and the other 3. What's going on, everyone? Sir, we have just confirmed that the Lotus Temple is indeed stealing babies in secret. Wu Laosan gritted his teeth and said, however, we only found the child going in, but not the child coming out. It is likely. Only in, no out. Wu Liang staggered. He thought that stealing babies from Lotus Temple was at most to make money by reselling them, and no matter what the situation, these children could still keep their lives. But he didn't expect that the Lotus Temple was not after money, but was simply trying to kill people. Bang. Wu Liang stood up and said, this evil temple of Lotus Temple must be eradicated. Sir, we have already found out that they are going to steal a newborn baby from a family in Dongchuan, Bayin County tonight. Wu Liang's eyes lit up. Very good. Then let's catch him red-handed tonight. I'll see what these bald asses can do to deny it then. Good. Late at night. The night wind was blowing in the streets. The weather had turned cold. People had already fallen asleep and even the stray dogs had stopped moving. Call. At this moment, a black shadow flashed across the sky above Bayin County and landed lightly on a house. A pair of eyes patrolled the street vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one there, the men quietly came to a house. The lights in that house had been turned off. The sound of even breathing could be heard from inside, and from time to time, the babbling of a child could be heard. After the men at the door confirmed it again and again, he clasped his hands together and uttered a strange spell. Soon, the noise in the room became very quiet. Oh. The person at the door chuckled, pushed the door open and walked in, and soon came out of the room holding a child. Ding ding ding. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly rang out around him. Stealing a child. Stealing a child. At the same time, many Yamen runners appeared around, and soon surrounded the family's house, making it impossible for anyone to get out. What's going on? The man's face changed slightly. How did these Yamen runners know that he was coming here today? What's going on? Stealing a child. That conscienceless bastard did such a wicked thing in the middle of the night. Where's my knife? Who stole the child? If he can get out of here alive today, I will have the same last name as him. As the noise spread, the surrounding neighbors immediately rushed out, filling the entire street. Make way. The county magistrate is here. Wu Liang walked out of the crowd and looked at the people in the yard who seemed at a loss. You thief, why don't you surrender now? After hearing Wu Liang's angry rebuke, the man was not afraid. Instead, he calmed down and held the child in his arms. Amitabha. The man chanted a Buddhist name and took off the veil and hat in front of everyone. Monk. Why is he a monk? This bald donkey is really despicable. He has become a monk, but he still does such evil things. Stealing a child is a life-threatening act, even a monk cannot be spared. The incident of 7 children being lost in Bayin County overnight is still fresh in our memory. Some of the 7 children went crazy, and some died. When Wu Liang saw the monk, his face changed slightly. The ghost that night did not deceive him. There was indeed something wrong with the Lotus Temple. County Magistrate. I am a monk from the Lotus Temple, my Buddhist name is Xian Kong. I came here tonight because I was assigned by the abbot to take this child to the temple for training. Monk Xian Kong bowed and said, My Lotus Temple is the place where your majesty was born, a sacred place of Buddhism. It is an extraordinary opportunity for you to be able to practice in my Lotus Temple. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around immediately fell silent. In this world where ordinary people can't even get enough food to eat, being able to become a monk is a very good thing. Although there are many precepts, at least they will not starve to death. That is why many families will abandon their children to the temple when they can no longer make ends meet during years of disaster. So when the people heard that Monk Xian Kong was coming to take the children to the temple to practice, they were not so resistant. After all, for ordinary people, this is also a way out. Shut up. However, Wu Liang shouted angrily, What nonsense! Lotus Temple is the birthplace of your majesty, a sacred place of Buddhism. If the abbot, Master Huikong, really wanted to convert this child into Buddhism, why didn't he come in broad daylight, but let you sneak in at night to steal the child? I see that you are clearly using the reputation of the Lotus Temple to cover up your crime of stealing children. After Wu Liang said this, everyone suddenly understood. Yeah, it's not a bad thing, why are you sneaking over here so late at night? I was almost fooled by this bald donkey. Sir, don't waste your words on him. Let me beat him to death with a shovel. Seeing his trick exposed, Monk Miaokong's face darkened and he immediately used his qinggong to leave. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a weight on his shoulders and was pinned to the ground by a huge force. Who? Miaokong turned his head suddenly, only to see a ghost face flash by. Ghost. Before he could come to his senses, he was held at knife point by a group of yamen runners. Wu Liang stepped forward and snatched the child away. Seeing that the child was fine, he glared at Xian Kong and said, You evil monk, you are really despicable. Come here, take him back to the yamen for trial. Xian Kong was escorted by a group of people and soon arrived at the county government office. Go to court. Wu Liang sat in the court, glaring at Xian Kong who was sitting on the ground below and reciting scriptures. Xian Kong, do you admit your guilt? Xian Kong seemed to be deaf to everything and just kept reciting scriptures, not paying any attention to the people around him who were about to eat him. Sir, don't waste time talking to him about stealing a child, just chop him up. Yes, no matter if he is a monk from Lotus Temple or not, I will chop him up first if he steals the child. Kill him. Wu Liang was about to speak when he heard this, but a Buddhist chant was heard from the door. Amitabha. Then a large number of monks rushed into the hall and surrounded Xian Kong, and then a middle-aged monk walked in slowly. Amitabha. I am Huiqing from the Lotus Temple. I am honored to meet you, sir. When the people around saw the middle-aged monk, they were all stunned. It's Master Huiqing. Is this monk really from the Lotus Temple? Wu Liang stood up and asked, Master, why did you bring so many monks to my county government office so late at night? What's your purpose? Amitabha. Huiqing smiled and said, Xian Kong made a mistake. I am here to take him back and let him accept the precepts. Xian Kong stood up from the ground, shook his clothes, looked at Wu Liang indifferently, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Master, I haven't informed you yet, how do you know he has committed a crime? Wu Liang looked gloomy. Master, do you have the ability to predict the future, or do you already know this? Upon hearing this, Huiqing smiled and said, Sir, it's better to be a little confused about some things. Okay, that's all I have to say. I'm taking you away. Huiqing waved his hand. My lord, please take care of yourself. Seeing Huiqing leaving with Miaokong in a swagger, everyone present fell silent. Let's go. Well. It's good enough that the child is saved. The people shook their heads and left, and soon only Wu Liang and the captain were left at the scene. Sir, are we just going to let them take the person away? Captain Wang Er was a little angry. They said they would take people back to receive discipline, but most likely they will lock them up in a room for a few days and then release them. Wu Laosan and 4 other ghosts also came out from the darkness and looked at Wu Liang with some confusion. You don't seem worried at all, sir. Wu Liang heard this, smiled and waved his hands, then sat down on the table. What are you worried about? Do you think he brought back a life from the Lotus Temple? No, this is a firebomb. If Xian Kong dies here today, the matter will be over. His Lotus Temple will still have a chance to survive. But now, Wu Liang couldn't help but hum a little tune. He will just wait to die in the Lotus Temple. Wang Er and others were all puzzled and did not understand Wu Liang's meaning for a moment. Okay, let's go to Baiyin Mountain. After calculating the time, Wu Liang stood up from his chair and walked outside. Zhang Er and others hurriedly followed him. I can't control his Lotus Temple. But someone can take care of it. At the foot of Baiyin Mountain, Wu Liang and others looked at the people in front, behind, and around them and looked at each other in bewilderment. Sir, you are here to climb the mountain at night. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Looking at the embarrassed people around him, Wu Liang's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, aren't we all going up the mountain to report the crime? Me too. Let's go now. Wu Liang waved his hand and led his men to Baiyin Mountain. Boom boom boom. The drum of complaint sounded. Xiao Jie opened his eyes in Prince Xiao's mansion, and instantly arrived at the underworld government office with a thought. Squeak. The gate of the underworld slowly opened, and a moment later, Wu Liang and the people of Baiyin County walked in from outside and kowtowed to Xiao Jie in the shrine. Xiao Jie looked at Wu Liang and a group of common people, then looked at the ghosts, and probably realized that things were starting to look up. You, the humans and ghosts, have come together, officials and civilians have come together. What are you doing in my underworld office so late at night? Xiao Jie asked knowingly. Seeing this, Wu Liang hurried forward. Sir, I caught a child-stealing human trafficker tonight, and he was caught red-handed. Xiao Jie glanced outside and said, since they caught the criminals red-handed, as the county magistrate, you can just deal with it directly. Don't you have the power? That's not the case. That person is a monk from the Lotus Temple, and his Buddhist name is Xian Kong. Wu Liang kowtowed quickly and said, this person has a special identity. Although I have caught him red-handed, I can't do anything to him because he is protected by the Lotus Temple. But Xian Kong is a repeat offender. He may be involved in the case of the disappearance of 7 baby boys a year ago. If he is not arrested, there may be endless troubles. So I dare to ask the Lord of the Underworld to take action and bring Xian Kong to justice. Wu Liang chuckled inwardly. The matter was finally handed over. Next is Xiao Jie's home court. Xiao Jie was very satisfied when he heard this. It seems that he made the right choice by finding Wu Liang, as the effect was seen so quickly. Good. Xiao Jie nodded slightly. I agree to this matter. White impermanence. As soon as Xiao Jie's voice fell, a white shadow jumped out from the underworld. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a white squirrel wearing a white hat. Grown-ups. Bai Wuchang carried the small wooden stick and saluted in a very formal manner. Take this official's decree and go pick up the person. If anyone tries to stop us, come back and report. Yes, sir. The white squirrel turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Wu Laosan stepped forward. Sir, this is a trivial matter that does not require you and Lord Wuchang to take action. The 4 little ghosts are willing to go to the Lotus Temple and capture Xian Kong. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie looked at Wu Laosan and the other 4 ghosts. Except for Wu Laosan, who was a beggar, the other 3 were all warriors in their lifetime. They all died in private fights in the martial arts world. Their souls were not allowed to reincarnate, so they stayed in the human world and became ghosts. I still have 4 ghost messengers. I don't know what the background of these 4 people is. Xiao Jie's mind moved, and he waved his hand to open the book of life and death, and the information of the 4 ghosts immediately appeared in it. Zhang De, from the Wuzhou dynasty, was a native of Zhuozhou County. He was a bodyguard when he was alive. 160 years ago, he was escorting silver to the front line. He was robbed and died when he passed through Taiyan County. Lu Er, from the Wuzhou dynasty, was a native of Tianshui County. He was a knight-errant in his lifetime. 100 years ago, he was chased by his enemies and fled to Baiyin County, where he died. Song Si, a native of Jiangmen County, was originally the young master of a gang. He came to Baiyin Mountain for fun and was chased by his enemies. He stepped on empty space and was hit on the head by a door, and died accidentally. although the deaths were all very strange and varied. But the foundation is clean. Over the past few days, Xiao Jie discovered that the information on the Book of Life and Death seemed to depend on the person. As long as the person was like Wu Laosan, who had no resentment after death, his information would be normal. Putting away the Book of Life and Death, Xiao Jie looked at Wu Laosan and the other three. It just so happens that my underworld office is short of a few people to work for me. From today on, you will serve as the fourth ghost messenger under my command. After Xiao Jie finished speaking, he waved his hand and 3 hats fell on Wu Laosan's head. With a flash of light, the 4 of them instantly returned to their normal appearance, just like ordinary people. Thank you, sir. Wu Laosan and his companions looked at him and were very surprised. Go ahead. If someone tries to stop you and you can't defeat them, ignore them and just come back. I will take action myself. Xiao Jie waved his hand, and the 4 of them nodded, turned and left. Wu Laosan and 3 other men left the underworld government office and went straight to Lotus Mountain. They have been investigating the Lotus Temple these past few days, and the 4 of them are very clear about the situation inside. When they arrived at the Lotus Temple, the 4 of them looked around and confirmed that there were no talismans posted before they walked in with swagger. This Lotus Temple is different from other Buddhist temples. It is a Zen temple. It has no Taoist heritage and is not blessed by any gods. It's just because it is the place where the current martial emperor once practiced in seclusion, so its status is transcendent, and its military strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary gang. So after coming in, the few people didn't have any special taboos and came to the meditation room at the back of the temple with ease. Abbot, Xian Kong failed. Inside the abbot's room at Lotus Temple, Monk Huikong opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. How could I have missed? Hui Qing shook his head, I don't know. When he went there, the new county magistrate of Beiyin County was already waiting there with his men. I see. Huikong frowned slightly. Xian Kong is a warrior from the We'll See. Does the county government have anyone who can deal with him? Hui Qing shook his head slightly. I am also a little confused about this matter. On the way here, I asked Xian Kong. There was a ghost beside the county magistrate. He was caught because of the tricks used by the ghost in secret. Snort. Huikong snorted. How dare a county magistrate associate with ghosts? Write a letter to the capital and ask them to get rid of Wu Liang. Yes. By the way, where is Xian Kong now? Confinement in the backyard. Thank you for your hard work this time. Let him go tomorrow. Yes. At the door, Wu Laosan and a few others looked at each other, then turned and left. They soon came to a Zen temple. They passed through the wall and saw Xian Kong lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. This kid is really here. Just like what the adults said, these bald asses don't take this matter seriously at all. This matter has been reported to the underworld. I want to see how they end it. That's right. It's no big deal to have someone in the capital. If you have the ability, there are people in heaven. The 4 of them looked at each other and attacked together. Xian Kong was rolled up in his sleep, packed up and carried out of the room, swaggering towards the outside of the Lotus Temple. Late at night. A few monks were patrolling the temple in a daze and yawning, when a long object wrapped like a rice dumpling flew past them quickly. The thing was struggling violently but made no sound. Hey, I think I saw senior brother Xian Kong just floating past. I saw that, too. What nonsense are you two talking about? There is no one floating over there. Come on, follow me and patrol. But it was really senior brother Xian Kong who floated over just now. Just patrol, why do you care who comes in and who goes out? Just do your job well and patrol well, and don't interfere with things that you shouldn't be involved in. The 2 younger monks looked confused. Being inexperienced, they did not react for a while. On the other side, Xian Kong watched himself being carried all the way from the Lotus Temple to a mountain and into a yamen. As soon as he landed, before he could say anything, a roar came from above your head. Someone come. Take him directly to the guillotine and chop him off. Someone come. Just chop it off. The underworld. As Xian Kong entered the room, he heard Xiao Jie's roar and was stunned for a moment. He looked up in surprise and saw Xiao Jie sitting in the shrine, looking at him with a gloomy face. Who are you? Why kill me? Xian Kong was completely confused. He was sleeping soundly in the Zen room, but was caught here by 4 ghosts. He was chopped down as soon as he entered the door. He refused to accept. Very dissatisfied. Xian Kong. Wu Liang stood up and pointed at Xian Kong and angrily shouted, "You are a Buddhist, but you actually stole a child. Do you know your crime?" Only then did Xian Kong see Wu Liang and the people of the surrounding Bayin Mountains, and he immediately understood something. "Wu Liang, what are you going to do?" "I've already said it. I was assigned by the abbot to take that child to the Lotus Temple for training." "You farted." Wu Liang stepped forward and said, "You want to take the child to practice Buddhism. The child is only 3 months old and he is still breastfeeding. Why are you taking him to the temple? Can you monks feed him milk? Also, if you're here to receive me, why don't you come openly during the day?" Xian Kong was speechless after hearing Wu Liang's 2 questions, and the latter snorted coldly when he saw this. "I see you are here to steal the child, and you still dare to speak nonsense in front of the judge." "I am not." "You're not. Then why did you go to someone's house in the middle of the night?" "No comment." "You." Looking at Xian Kong, who looked as calm as a dead pig and was not afraid of boiling water, I felt bored and angry. "Stop arguing." Xiao Jie raised his hand to signal Wu Liang to retreat, then threw the guillotine down and said, "Chop him off." Upon hearing this, Wu Laosan and his companions escorted Xian Kong forward. "No, why did you cut me?" "Wu Liang, you colluded with the evildoers and murdered innocent people. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." "Ah. Are you guys serious?" Xian Kong struggled and cursed Wu Liang, but when he saw the guillotine in front of General Zhang being raised up and the bright blade flashing in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. No, what are you doing? You really want to chop me?" Xian Kong's face turned pale. "You guys are going to chop me down without asking a single question. How can a court be held like this? Is there still law?" Xian Kong was dumbfounded. He thought Xiao Jie was just trying to scare him and give him a warning to make him confess. But now looking at the attitude of these people, they are serious. Where on earth is this place? Why do you just come up and attack people without asking any questions? Not to mention him, Wu Liang is also a little confused now. Is this progress too fast? "Sir, do you want to ask this?" Xiao Jie raised his hand. "Don't worry. Kill him first, and ask questions later." Kill first and ask questions later. When Xian Kong heard this, his legs trembled and a hot stream flowed out from his crotch. "Am I dead? What the hell are you asking?" Xian Kong was numb. He had finally figured out that the young man in black above was not normal. His life was in danger, so Xian Kong had no time to care about anything else and hurriedly explained. "My lord, I will explain. I'll tell you everything." However, Xiao Jie waved his hand and said, "I'll talk about what I told you to do later. Stretch your neck and let yourself be stabbed first." Xian Kong felt numb when he heard this. He would be dead if he got stabbed. What's the point of talking about death? Stop dawdling. What a lot of nonsense. Song Si and Lu Er didn't waste any time. They knocked Xian Kong down and threw him onto the guillotine. Zhang De excitedly grasped the guillotine and said, come on, don't move. I won't be responsible if you chop somewhere else." "You." Xian Kong wanted to say something, but Zhang De didn't give him the chance to bring the guillotine down. "Ah." Xian Kong watched helplessly as the bright machete fell, and after a burst of severe pain, he was split in half from the middle. "Really cut it?" Xian Kong looked at his still twitching lower body, and still didn't understand how these people dared to really chop him. "I told you to stop moving, but now you've hit my kidney. Who told you not to act so swiftly? Isn't this the first time?" Zhang De and the other 3 looked at each other in bewilderment. Wu Liang, who was standing nearby, was already stunned. Is this really dead? Looking at Xian Kong, which was broken into 2 and already stiff, Wu Liang was confused for a moment. What does Xiao Jie mean by this? The person is dead, how can the case be tried further? At this time, Bai Wuchang came up and kicked Xian Kong with his foot to confirm that he was dead. Then he turned around and said, "Sir, the person is dead." Xiao Jie nodded, "Bring it up and continue." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Bai Wuchang turned around, picked up the small wooden stick in his hand and tapped Xuan Kong's body. "What is this for?" "The person is dead, how can we still try him?" Wu Liang had never seen Xiao Jie interrogate the Lu family, nor did he know that Xiao Jie could capture people's souls. Just as he was wondering, he saw Bai Wuchang pull the small wooden stick outward, and Xuan Kong's soul flew out of the corpse. Ah! When Wu Liang saw this scene, he was stunned. Can you still play like this? Now he finally understood what Xiao Jie meant. He would chop it off first and then slowly ask what it meant. On the other side, Xian Kong was even more confused than him. I am dead, am I not? Why are you still here? Xian Kong was confused. He clearly remembered that he was slashed by Xiao Jie, so how come he was still in this damn place after waking up? Xian Kong. You are going to confess your crime, so confess now. Xiao Jie spoke in the shrine. Hearing this, Xian Kong gradually came back to his senses. He glanced at the guillotine beside him and slowly understood his situation. I understand. I have become a ghost. Xian Kong suddenly smiled and stood up from the ground. Explain. What the hell, I'm already dead, if you dare, just chop me again. His arrogant attitude made everyone present unable to react for a moment. They looked at each other, feeling a little at a loss. Bai Wuchang looked at Xian Kong and was also stunned. This person just chopped off the kidneys, how come he also damaged the brain? If you say such things in the underworld, aren't you just bragging in front of the king of hell and seeking death? Hey, this bald ass. Xiao Jie was also stunned. It was the first time in his life that he heard someone ask someone to chop him off. Then we have to do as he wishes. Come here, chop him into 3 pieces. Yes. Zhang De and his 2 companions stepped forward and took Xuan Kong's ghost to the beheading platform. Seeing this, the latter was not afraid but proud instead. I've become a ghost, and you still want to hurt me with your mortal knife. Before Xian Kong could finish his words, a sharp pain immediately overwhelmed his soul. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul almost made him feel that living was the most painful thing in the world. Of course, in addition to this, he also deeply understood a truth. The knife in this place. I can really chop him down. After a long time, the pain gradually faded away. Xian Kong raised his head and saw the young men in the shrine looking at him with a smile. Do you want me to chop you again? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuan Kong's 3 parts of his body trembled at the same time, and he quickly shook his head. No, I confess everything. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie sneered. You little bastard, I can't cure you. Go ahead. After getting Xiao Jie's approval, Xian Kong swallowed and spoke quickly. Grown-ups. I am actually just a worker. Xuan Kong's eyes rolled. It was my uncle, Huiqing, who told me to do this. In fact, I don't agree with it in my heart, but Huiqing is my uncle after all, and when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Xian Kong looked aggrieved. Sir, I am at most an accomplice. Xiao Jie frowned slightly. We'll talk about whether you are an accomplice later. First, tell me how many children you have stolen in total. Is there anyone else like you who is stealing children? Besides, what did you steal the children for? Xiao Jie's expression was grim. Tell me everything you know. Of course, you can also hide it. I can search your soul myself, and that will feel more painful than slashing you with a knife. This. Hearing Xiao Jie say this, Xian Kong's heart trembled. He swallowed and spoke quickly. I stole 13 children in all. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Liang and others' faces suddenly became gloomy. 13 children, this is just the achievement of Xian Kong alone. There are hundreds of monks in the entire Lotus Temple. God knows how many children they have stolen over the years. Sir, even though I secretly gave birth to 13 children, my performance in the Lotus Temple is only considered average. Xian Kong sensed the murderous intent of the people around him and quickly defended himself. My brothers, each of them has stolen dozens of children. My senior brother Xian Jing has stolen hundreds of children by himself. He is known as the king of children in private. Xian Kong's voice became lower and lower as he spoke. He found that the more he spoke, the more murderous intent became around him. The eyes of those people seemed to want to eat him up. Xiao Jie frowned even deeper, and after a moment of silence, he said, "How many children have you stolen over the years?" This. Xian Kong licked his lips and laughed dryly, "Not many actually. According to my estimate, there are only about 700 to 800. It's mainly because the master has certain requirements for the birth dates of the children. If you steal something else, it will be useless and you will be punished. So the hardest part of stealing children is actually finding the children, which is why it's impossible to steal on a large scale." Xian Kong scratched his head in embarrassment. The people around him were shaking with anger after hearing what he said. Xiao Jie raised his hand to steady those who wanted to go up and chop Xian Kong. "The children have special needs. What do you want those children to do?" Hearing this, Xian Kong quickly shook his head, "I don't know about this. We stole all the children and handed them over to Uncle Huicheng. We don't know what to do with them." Xian Kong shook his head. Xiao Jie frowned slightly. It seemed that he would need to invite a few more people over to get the answer clearly. "Also, you just said that children who stole unqualified items would be punished, which means that someone made a mistake. What happened to those children in the end?" As soon as Xiao Jie said this, Xian Kong's eyes became evasive. This. That. Seeing Xian Kong's evasive expression, Xiao Jie already knew the result. "Does the number you just mentioned include these children, or just the qualified children?" This. Looking at the hesitant Xian Kong, Wu Liang was already trembling all over, and the people around him were already gritting their teeth in hatred. Xiao Jie sighed lightly, "Some things cannot be thought about too carefully. Grown-ups. This Lotus Temple is a demon den. Please help and destroy them." Wu Liang stepped forward and knelt down. The people around him immediately surrounded him. Xian Kong was so frightened that he trembled. Xiao Jie waved his hand, "Since this matter has come to my desk, I naturally cannot let it go. Where are the 4 ghost envoys?" Zhang De and his 4 companions stepped forward upon hearing this. "Grown-ups. Arrest all the people Xian Kong has accused." "Yes." After Xiao Jie finished speaking, he looked at the outfits of the 4 men. Although they were ghost messengers, they looked a bit shabby and had no weapons in their hands. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jie raised his hand and gathered the evil energy in his palm. Soon, an iron chain, 2 long swords, and a pair of shackles were formed. Refine the weapon. Incense value -4,000. As Xiao Jie's mind moved, the 4 weapons began to flash with golden light, and then all turned into 9th-grade magical weapons. Soul-catching rope, a 9th-grade magical weapon, a replica of the 3 realms soul-catching rope. It can forcibly extract a person's ghost from the body and can also be used as a weapon. Ghost-slaying sword, a 9th-grade magical weapon, a replica of the beheading platform, which can injure both humans and ghosts. Shackles, a 9th-grade magical weapon that can be used as a 2-handed weapon or to detain sneaky people. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jie nodded slightly, waved his hand and handed the magic weapon to Zhang De and the other 3. "Pick one each." Zhang De and the other 3 were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect that Xiao Jie would give them magical weapons just one day after they joined the underworld. "Wu Laosan, your martial arts skills are average, so take the soul-catching rope. Lu Er and I will use knives. Lao Si, you can use 2-handed weapons, and the shackles will be given to you." Zhang De made the arrangement and the other 3 had no objection. After getting the magic weapon, the 4 of them quickly arrived at Lotus Mountain. It was early in the morning, and except for a few disciples on night patrol, almost everyone in the Lotus Temple had fallen asleep. "Brother, what's the point of us patrolling every day?" At the temple gate, a few young monks said listlessly that they had been wandering around the courtyard with torches for an hour. During the period, they saw their senior brothers flying past them, which was an outrageous thing. As a result, the leading senior brother asked them to pretend not to see it, which made them very confused. "What do you know?" The leading disciple glared at them fiercely upon seeing this. "Let me tell you, in this temple, patrolling is the best job for us. Don't be fooled by the fact that those senior brothers are also glamorous and praised by the abbot and the senior uncle every day. Do you know what they do in private? Upon hearing this, several new monks immediately became interested. Brother, do you know anything? Tell us about it quickly. Upon hearing this, the leading monk rolled his eyes at the younger monks and asked, Why are you asking about this? I tell you, the more you know about some things, the more miserable your death will be. Patrol honestly, recite the sutras peacefully, and don't think about other things. Maybe you can save your life if something happens in the future. After the leading monk finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze and he looked into the temple in astonishment. The other monks had the same expression. In front of them, Huiqing and others were imprisoned with iron chains and shackles and were walking outside, like a group of prisoners. When Huiqing and others saw them, they became excited and glanced at those people. The meaning is obvious. Hurry up and call for help. However, when the leaders saw this scene, they looked at each other, turned around at the same time, and faced their backs to them. Ah, the night is so beautiful today. Yes, it's a beautiful day. This scene makes me want to compose a poem. So wet, so wet. When Huiqing and others saw this scene, their defenses were immediately broken. So many people have been arrested, why are you still reciting poetry? Huiqing and others were full of resentment but could do nothing but watch themselves leave Lotus Temple. The next day, Monk Huiqing got up and went to the Buddhist hall. Looking at the disciples doing morning prayers in front of him, he felt something was wrong no matter how he looked left and right. After a long time, he couldn't help but ask the apprentice beside him. Xian Neng. Do you feel that? The temple seems a little deserted today. Xian Neng and the little monks below looked at each other and spoke silently. Maybe it's because something is missing. You evil ghosts. Where are they taking us? Bayin Mountains. When Huiqing and his companions arrived at the underworld covered in wounds, they were stunned when they saw the towering yamen. Why is there a government office here? Their Lotus Temple is not far from Bayin County, so how come there is a government office here? Just when they were confused, the gate of the underworld opened and Zhang De and his 4 companions dragged them towards the underworld. Entering the underworld, Huiqing and others saw Xuankong's corpse and soul on the ground at a glance. Xian Kong, how did you die? What on earth is going on? Xian Kong looked back at his senior brothers and uncles and shrugged slightly. I confess everything. Admitted. Huiqing and others were stunned and did not react for a while. What's the trick? What did you do? Huiqing asked as he knelt down. After you die, we will talk about it in detail. Xian Kong patted his uncle's shoulder with an amused look on his face. Wait till you die. Huiqing and others looked at each other, becoming more and more confused. What's the point of talking when you're dead? Just when Huiqing was still confused, he heard a cold snort from above his head. Someone come. Kill them all. Killed. Huiqing looked up in surprise when he heard this, and then he discovered that there was a huge shrine in the yamen in front of him. There were carvings of various sneaky asuras on it, but there was no statue of a god inside. Instead, there was a young man in black sitting there. What is going on? Where on earth is this? Huiqing and others were stunned. Why is there a government office on top of Bayin Mountain? And there is actually a young man in black enshrined inside. Who uses the government office as a temple? Bang. Just when they were full of doubts, several ghosts came over with a guillotine and placed it heavily in front of them. Zhang De pulled up the guillotine, the bright and cold blade gleamed so brightly that Huiqing and the others were so frightened that they trembled all over. What are you going to do? We are Buddhist disciples. Ghosts that kill people will be punished by heaven. You guys think about it. Huiqing shouted in a timid voice, but Zhang De sneered when he heard it. We'll talk about retribution later. Just stick your head out first. I'm telling you, don't learn from your nephew. He got hit on the waist with a knife and is now half paralyzed. He's right. Xian Kong nodded in agreement. To your sister. Why did I have to take this knife? Huiqing struggled to be taken to the guillotine, and he is still completely confused now. I was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, but someone pulled me over and stabbed me for no apparent reason. Is there still justice in the world? However, no matter how many doubts he had, the big guillotine still fell. Blood splattered everywhere, and Xuankong's senior brother was stunned when he saw his uncle broken into 2 pieces. Is he really dead? No, this is actually true. Get out of here, I want to go back, I want to go back. Those who originally thought this was just a prank were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This is not a joke. It's really going to kill people. Xiao Jie frowned and said, once you enter my underworld gate, there is no way back for you. Kill. The door to the underworld closed, and suddenly a shrill scream was heard from inside. After a long time, the gate of the underworld opened. The ground was in a mess, covered with blood. A pile of incomplete corpses were piled together and were being beaten by a white squirrel with a wooden stick. Every time the white squirrel knocked, a ghost would fly out of the corpse and kneel on the ground. Am I really dead? Oh my God, why is this happening? My death was so unjust. Those monks were full of grievances and were dragged down and chopped off while they were taking a nap. Now that I'm a ghost, I still don't understand why I died. Grown-ups. The count has been completed. There are 32 people in total. All of them have been executed. Bai Wuchang stepped forward. Xiao Jie opened his eyes, waved his hand, and Bai Wuchang retreated. Hui Cheng. Why did you instruct Xian Kong and others to steal the baby? As soon as these words were spoken, Hui Cheng and the others who had been noisy suddenly quieted down. They looked at each other for a long time, and then looked at Xian Kong in front of them who had a calm expression. Well, you Xian Kong, it turns out you are the one who harmed us. You bastard, you got yourself into trouble, but you're dragging us down with you. You're so despicable. Uncle, senior brother, this is the underworld government, not the county government. Is it up to me to decide whether to tell the truth or not? Xian Kong looked at his uncle and fellow apprentices who were gritting their teeth beside him, and he looked calm, without any guilt at all. Now that we are all ghosts, we should tell the truth as soon as possible to avoid physical pain later. After hearing this, Huiqing wanted to say something, but Xuankong's fellow disciples next to him looked at each other and kowtowed to Xiao Jie. Sir, we all follow the arrangements made by our uncle. We were just errand boys who stole the child. Everything was Uncle Master's idea. It was our uncle who coerced us into doing this. Sir, we are also victims. You. Huiqing was dumbfounded on the spot. These guys were going to put all the blame on him. Wu Liang and the people around him looked at each other. These people were so straightforward. Xiao Jie was also somewhat speechless because of this group of people. After pondering for a while, he looked at Hui Cheng. Hui Cheng, is what they said true? No, it's all lies. Where did they lie? This. Hui Cheng was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Xiao Jie waved his hand and said, come on, chop him into 3 pieces to wake him up. Ah. I said, I confessed, I was honest. Huiqing was confused. Why did he want to chop people at every turn? And he had already become a ghost, so how could he chop himself? However, the next moment, Huiqing knew it. The pain that penetrated his soul suddenly cleared his mind and he began to let go of everything. My lord, I will explain. I'll tell you everything. Huiqing twitched all over. It was the abbot. The abbot told me to do this. Xiao Jie frowned. Why? What does he need so many children for? Huiqing got up and said, Huikong has practiced Buddhism for many years and is obsessed with immortality. He has asked the Lu family for advice many times, but to no avail. 30 years ago, when Huikong was traveling, he met a very famous longevity master in Nanshui County. That old man taught him a method of longevity, called the human pill method. Xiao Jie frowned slightly. Are you saying that you stole the baby to make pills? Huiqing swallowed and nodded slightly when he felt the murderous gazes around him. Yes. After these words were spoken, not only the ordinary people present, but even Xian Kong and a few others were a little stunned. To refine the human pill, do you need so many children? After all, Huikong is a latecomer and doesn't know how to make elixirs, so he has failed over the years, and has always. Huicheng couldn't continue speaking because they felt Xiao Jie's terrifying murderous intent above their heads. What a peaceful Buddhist place. Xiao Jie sneered, besides this, do other people in your temple have any problems? Huicheng shook his head. All the people in the temple who were involved in this matter, except the abbot, were here. Xiao Jie took a deep breath and said, go and get Hui Kong. Yes. Lotus Temple. After morning class, Xian Neng and the others left the main hall and were sweeping the courtyard at the door. At this time, several little monks from last night came over. Brother, do you think we should tell the abbot what happened last night? Last night? What happened? Xian Neng had a puzzled look on his face, and the little monks looked at each other in surprise. Brother, don't you remember? What about the brothers being arrested yesterday? Xian Neng became more confused after hearing this. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Xian Neng clasped his hands together and said, we patrolled all night last night. It was calm and peaceful. It was all thanks to the Buddha's blessing. The young monks looked at each other. Xian Neng seemed to be planning to pretend nothing happened yesterday. Just as several people were talking, a voice suddenly came from the abbot's meditation room. Help! Help! Abbot Huikong shouted at the top of his voice, which echoed throughout the entire temple. Upon hearing this, the faces of several young monks changed slightly and they turned their heads to look at Xian Neng anxiously. Brother, something happened to the abbot. Then they turned around and saw Xian Neng sitting on the ground with a compassionate look on his face, and spoke to them. Mingjing, did you study hard in your morning class today? What morning lessons are you doing, brother? Something seems to have happened to the abbot. Why don't we go take a look? Well, you have learned well. Come and chant the mantra of rebirth with me. I'm talking about the feather duster. What are you talking about? I'm saying something happened to the abbot. Mingjing and the other little monks were so anxious that sweat was all over their bald heads, but Xianning seemed to be not on the same wavelength with them. Bang! Help! Someone come! At this moment, the abbot's Zen temple was opened, and Monk Huikong was wrapped like a rice dumpling and carried out of the room. Xian Neng, please save my master quickly. My disciples, what are you doing? Come and save me. It was now broad daylight. After the events of last night, the only young monks left in the temple were Xian Neng and a few others. Among them, Xian Neng was the oldest. At this moment, when he saw Xiang Fang being carried out, and the former was indifferent, everyone was stunned for a moment. Save. The little monks looked at each other, pondered for a moment, and slowly sat down. I haven't reviewed the morning lesson the abbot taught me today. Me too, come on, let's sit down and talk. That is. As they talked, they began to whisper to each other, and the abbot could not wake them up even though he shouted. However, when the abbot was carried out of the temple and just walked out of the gate, earth-shaking cries were heard from inside. Oh, the abbot is missing. Master Wu Wu, where have you been? Now that you are gone, what shall we do? Abbot, why did you abandon us? Oh, abbot, I mean abbot. The crying was so sad and painful to everyone who heard it, even more heartbreaking than the burial of one's own father. However, Zhang De and the others outside were stunned and at a loss for a moment. Are these people crying? Still laughing? Shaking his head and looking at the fainted abbot, Zhang De and a few others turned around and left. Inside the temple, Xian Neng and others hugged Huikong's robe and cried for a long time. After Mingjing confirmed at the door that the abbot had disappeared, he quickly closed the door and ran back. Stop crying. Everyone looked up and Mingjing had a sad face. The abbot has gone far away, and he will definitely not come back. As the saying goes, a country cannot be without a king for a day, and a temple cannot be without an abbot. For the future of the Lotus Temple, we should choose a new abbot as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Xian Neng, who remained silent. Seeing this, Mingjing went over with two other monks and helped him up. Hey! What are you doing? Why do you put the abbot's robes on me? The abbot just left. How can I do this? Turn up my collar. Ah, you guys have caused me so much trouble. A moment later, the door of the Lotus Temple opened, and Yin-Yang led the monks to greet the pilgrims coming down the mountain with smiles. "I am the new abbot of Lotus Temple, Yin-Yang." The pilgrims coming and going were so confused. How could the abbot be replaced overnight? On the other side, inside the underworld, Huikong was looking at his own corpse in front of him with tears streaming down his face. What on earth is this place? No need to explain, just chop me first. Then catch his ghost and interrogate him. Looking at the disciples around him, Huikong became even sadder. No wonder he felt the temple was deserted this morning. All his emotions were here. Huikong. You stole the child to make human elixir. Humans are born to cannibalize their own kind. So many families have been torn apart. You deserve to die. Xiao Jie angrily shouted, "Tell me, where did you get that human pill method? And you don't have an accomplice." Huikong shuddered all over and kowtowed quickly, "Sir, I don't know what you mean by stealing a child." "Abbot, don't quibble. We have confessed everything." "That's right. We all said you asked us to do it." "Abbot, even if you become a ghost here, you will be stabbed." "You." Huikong looked at his disciples beside him in astonishment. Did they mean he was not here to take the blame? "Someone come." Xiao Jie had just arrived when Huikong below suddenly spoke at an alarming speed. "The human pill method is from Xiaodong village in Nanshui County, the 6th courtyard on the left after entering Chiushui Alley. The owner's surname is Kong, and he is a doctor. He has 2 sons, 1 daughter, and 18 grandchildren. His sons are named. My accomplices are these disciples. Mr. Liu from Beiyin County once gave me 7 children. Later I found out that they were the lost children of Beiyin County. I was the one who was cheated in this matter. I thought the child was stolen from somewhere else. I usually don't eat grass in my own backyard." Listening to Huikong's long chatter, but with every word clearly spoken, Xiao Jie was stunned for a moment. "By the way, Mr. Liu and I have discussed this matter privately. It seems that those 7 children were not stolen by him. Instead, someone gave them to him and asked him to pass them on to me. Are you done?" "That's all." Huikong heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that everything should be fine now. "Someone come. Cut him for me." "Ah." Huikong looked up in astonishment. "I have confessed everything, why did I still get chopped?" Xiao Jie frowned and said, "You are guilty of interrupting me. Cut him." "Ah." Huikong was so confused. If he stuck his head out, he would get stabbed, and if he pulled his head back, he would get stabbed again, so why did he explain it so thoroughly? "Ah." Seeing Huikong getting stabbed, Xiao Jie immediately felt relieved. "Grown-ups. The baby stealing case involves a lot of people. Can you detain these ghosts first so that I can investigate them?" After Wu Liang finished speaking, Xiao Jie nodded slightly. There were too many strange things about the baby stealing case. "Good." Xiao Jie waved his hand, and the souls of Huikong and others in the hall were dragged to the back of the underworld. "Wu Liang, go ahead and investigate the baby stealing case. No matter who you find, I will back you up." "Thank you, sir." Upon hearing this, Wu Liang bowed quickly. Xiao Jie stood up and said, "Zhangde, the 4 of you should follow Wu Liang for the time being and help him investigate this matter. You must also protect him." "Yes." After saying that, Xiao Jie waved his hand and everyone left. "Your Excellency is wise and powerful, with a keen eye, and has solved the first stage of the baby stealing case. Reward Underworld Expansion Building, Prison. Reward, 2 prison warden god slots." Xiao Jie's eyes lit up, he finally had a cell. Just when Xiao Jie was checking the system rewards, more than 500 elite armed soldiers suddenly came from Beiyin County. These soldiers escorted several luxurious carriages slowly through the street. When the people around saw them, their faces turned into horror. "The Lulu family is back." Squeak. The luxurious carriage, under the guard of many elite soldiers and the gaze of the common people, slowly arrived in front of the Liu family's gate. Who could it be? I didn't expect someone from the Liu family to come back so soon. I don't know who it is. Alas, the Liu family is really a big tree that is difficult to fall. As soon as one person dies, someone else will come back immediately. Under the gaze of the people, a middle-aged man slowly walked down from the carriage. The middle-aged man was wearing a blue shirt and had a short beard. He looked elegant and easygoing, but when the people of Bayin County saw him, their faces turned grim. Lu Yoheng, the third master of the Lu family. How could it be him? It was this butcher. As if sensing the people's fear of him, Lu Yoheng, who was beside the carriage, turned his head and glanced at them. Dad, these untouchables are looking at you the same way they always do. Haha, many people probably remember my father's cavalry in the past. Do you want me to send troops to teach them a lesson? Two young people, a man and a woman, walked over, and the woman showed a cruel smile. Don't forget what we did when we got back. Lu Yoheng waved his hand and looked away from the people. A bunch of bones that even my dogs would think cheap when eating, why would I care about them? Let's go. We've been traveling for such a long time. Let's go back and rest for a while. Yes. The two of them glanced at the people around them and followed in. The underworld. Shao Jie came out of the shrine, walked around it, and came to the back of the underworld. The underworld is very large, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, but the buildings inside are very simple. Except for the courtroom at the entrance, the rest of the place was empty. It was just surrounded by a wall and there was nothing inside except trees. This forest has been enclosed in the underworld. Even the birds have come. Shao Jie looked at the dense jungle, shook his head slightly, and walked along the bluestone road into the depths of the woods. Ah! Deep in the woods, Empress Zhang's screams were heartbreaking, Huekong and others were crying one after another, and some bodies of Lu's family were hanging on the trees. If an ordinary person walked in, he would be scared out of his wits and would be terrified like hell. Shao Jie walked in and glanced at the ghosts with annoyance. All they do is make noises all day long. If he hadn't used his magic power to isolate the backyard, the screams here would be enough to make ordinary people stay away. Shao Jie shook his head and waved his hand, and a black light flew out from his sleeves and landed on the ground in front of him. Buzz. The black light turned into a terrifying black hole the moment it hit the ground. The black hole distorted the surrounding forest and ghosts, and they were swallowed up in an instant. A moment later, a black iron door slowly rose from the black hole. There was a Taotia pattern in the middle of the door, with various sneaky reliefs of being tortured carved on it, and two ferocious gods with green faces and fangs standing on both sides. Jail Warden, a building of the underworld, with a mysterious and powerful mind, which can suppress ghosts, sinners, demons, evil spirits, etc. It can also be used to post jail wardens to detain criminals. I don't know what it's like inside. Shao Jie walked in curiously. This prison only had the gate on the ground, and the entire main body was underground. After walking for a long time, Shao Jie found himself still on the first floor, and couldn't help but feel curious. How big is this prison? With a thought, Shao Jie's spiritual sense swept across the entire prison, and he was immediately shocked. The entire prison is actually 3,000 meters underground, like a pyramid, divided into 7 layers, and the area becomes larger as you go down. Also because of this structure, the prisoners in the upper levels of the prison have the lightest crimes, and the crimes become more serious as you go down. Shao Jie took a look and realized that as long as he passed the 3rd level, he basically wouldn't have to die, because it would be difficult to die even if he wanted to. These guys are really extremely evil. The abbot and others were all imprisoned on the 4th and 5th floors. They were basically tortured with scraping day and night. There was no way they could survive reincarnation for hundreds or thousands of years. And Empress Zhang is also on the lowest level, probably in the wheel of hell, unable to get out for the rest of her life. That's good, it's finally quiet. Shao Jie took a look around and was very satisfied with the underworld. However, since the biggest problem now is that there are no Inchai, you still need to pay attention to this place, otherwise it will be troublesome if the guys inside run out. By the way, the Bayin Mountains are now my fiefdom. Can I recruit the monsters living there? Shao Jie suddenly looked towards the Bayin Mountains where the Shao Palace was located. Living on the land here, it's not too much to give yourself a job, right? Besides, he was giving you a regular position as a ghost messenger in the underworld, which is equivalent to a civil servant in heaven and earth. It is better than being a conscienceless boss. After taking a turn, Xiao Jie walked out of the underworld government office and saw Bai Wuchang running towards him in a hurry. Grown-ups. Something happened. Xiao Jie was puzzled. What happened? Bai Wuchang looked anxious. The Lu family is back. Xiao Jie immediately became interested when he heard this. Lu family. Which one is it? There are 5 brothers in the Lu family, and Lu Yud is the second oldest. Although Lu Yud is just a greedy and lustful mortal, none of his brothers are simple people. Not to mention the eldest son of the Lu family, he is the prime minister of the dynasty and even the emperor's teacher, a loyal minister, holding a high position and power, second only to the emperor and above everyone else. The third child is a hussar general with an army of 100,000. He is powerful in border areas and is known as the villain butcher. The fourth and fifth elders are even more remarkable. It is said that they joined the spiritual sect and became immortals. They have become otherworldly and uncontaminated by the world. When Lu Yud was killed, Xiao Jie knew that someone from the Lu family was definitely coming, but he was just curious about who it was. The third child, Lu Yoheng. Really? Xiao Jie chuckled. She looked similar to him. This Lu family only has some skills to take care of this matter. Grown-ups. Bai Wuchang looked anxious. I heard that Lu Yoheng is known as the villain, and he has an army of 100,000 men. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. Xiao Jie sneered when he heard this. Slaughter of villains. Just a mad dog. Xiao Jie sneered. Lu Yoheng, the villain, was very loud, but this name was only very famous in the Dacian Empire, and almost no one outside had heard of it. There is only one reason for this. In the name of suppressing riots, he got the name Little Man too by setting up troops to burn, kill, loot, and use his sword to attack the enemy, killing almost the entire Bainang mansion. To put it bluntly, this name is just a curse on him. It's just that 3 years ago, there was a general in Dacian who killed millions of enemy troops and was called a massacre by neighboring countries. This was how he got the glory. This Lu Yoheng is probably much worse than his second brother. Xiao Jie touched his chin. If this gave him a clue, it would be a great achievement. Boom. At this moment, Xiao Jie's expression suddenly changed. He looked towards Prince Xiao's mansion and his expression instantly became gloomy. How dare you, this ignorant beast, come to my house to cause trouble? Xiao Jie snorted coldly, turned around and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in Prince Xiao's mansion? Bai Wuchang held his hat, came to his senses and hurried towards Prince Xiao's mansion. Roar. Bain Mountains. Behind Prince Xiao's mansion. 2 burly figures stood there, one of them had horns on his head, and the other had a horse face. Both of them looked very strange. Why haven't you come out yet? The guy inside won't be a coward, will he? The man with ox horns spoke in a deep voice, and his words sounded like thunder. The man with a horse face next to him glanced at the entire Prince Xiao's mansion and snorted coldly. I don't know which blind wild god dared to come to the Bain Mountains and act so recklessly. Don't you know that this place is the territory of the demon race? As the two were talking, many monsters appeared in the mountains. These monsters were all the original inhabitants of the Bain Mountains. Because Xiao Jie gained authority over the Bain Mountains, they now have to gather around the Bain Mountains. The Bull King and the Horse King really came just in time this time. These two are the strongest demon kings in Bain Mountain. They are able to stand up for us this time. That is. Those monsters were all full of expectations. Although they were all big monsters, when they approached Xiao Jie's palace, they felt fear for some reason. The demonic power in their bodies froze involuntarily and they could not use it at all. But all the demon kings are terrified when they come here, but the Horse King and the Bull King have no trace at all. Why is that? I don't know. We can only know the situation after the two demon kings enter this place. Just when the monsters were puzzled, the sky suddenly became gloomy, and the entire Bain Mountains looked like the sky was about to collapse. The terrifying dark clouds seemed to be less than 100 meters above the monsters' heads. What's going on? Such a horrible energy. Is this the power of the owner of this place? This is a bit scary. Can the Bull King and the Horse King hold on? As the evil energy of heaven and earth rose, the faces of the Ox King and the Horse King became solemn when they saw this scene. What kind of evil beast dares to run wild here? Thunderclouds rolled in, and a strange figure appeared in the sky above Prince Zhao's mansion. The man was dressed in black and had a grim face. Just looking at the Ox King and the Horse King made him feel a chill on his back. I'm afraid this guy is a bit difficult to deal with. What are you afraid of? Let's attack together. We are not just vases. Okay, fuck him. The two looked at each other and flew directly towards Xiao Jie without any hesitation. You want to take advantage of my relaxed state of mind to defeat me in one fell swoop? Oh. Xiao Jie chuckled and raised his hand slowly. Little do you know that in the face of absolute power, any strategy is nothing but a fool's fantasy. Buzz. As Xiao Jie's palm fell, a huge black handprint emerged, and then a palm print stretching for hundreds of miles appeared on the ground. In the palm print, the Horse King and the Ox King were kneeling on the ground, surrounded by Yin energy, and were already seriously injured. Old Ma. Go. The Bull King didn't hesitate at all and pulled the Horse King away. As a result, he stretched out his hand and pulled the Horse King's head off. Looking at the rope end of the Horse King in his hand, the Ox King was stunned for a moment and then burst into tears. Old Ma, lass. Old Ma. Ah. Ah. The cries of the Bull King echoed throughout the mountains and forests, and the sound of grief was so loud that anyone who heard it would cry silently. This. Xiao Jie's raised hand stood there in a daze. He silently glanced at the Horse King on the distant mountain and was also stunned. Doesn't he know that his brother has the skill to die in his place? He cried so loudly that Xiao Jie thought he had beaten this guy to death. Asshole. At this moment, the Bull King suddenly looked up and glared at Xiao Jie. Lao Ma and I became sworn brothers and swore to live and die together. Today the old horse has died, but I, the old cow, will never live alone. The Bull King staggered to his feet and angrily shouted at Xiao Jie, "Old ghost, give me your life." After saying that, the Bull King rushed forward and revealed his true form. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jie blew a breath and sent it flying. Bang! The Bull King fell down the mountain, his body covered in blood but his will to fight remained intact. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Seeing this, Xiao Jie felt murderous in his heart. When he was about to raise his hand to kill the old cow, several big monsters rushed out from the side and blocked the Bull King. Bull King, let's go. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. There is still a long way to go. Lord Xiao, if you can spare the life of the Cattle King, we are willing to give him our lives in exchange. Boss Xiao Jie's wrinkles were a little dazed. The demon race is not like the human race. They believe in the survival of the fittest. Both sides will worship each other's strength and follow each other, but it is difficult to develop the kind of friendship that humans have. However, these monsters were willing to exchange their lives for the Bull King, which was something Xiao Jie had not expected. This old cow has such a high reputation among the monsters in Bayin Mountain. Xiao Jie hesitated. If he kept this monster, perhaps he could completely integrate the monsters in the Bayin Mountains. Go away. Old Ma is dead today, how can I live alone? The Bull King stood up and said, even if I die today, I will make you pay the price. Roar. The Bull King roared and continued to rush towards Xiao Jie, who frowned upon seeing this. Since you are determined to seek death, I will grant your wish. After saying that, Xiao Jie raised his hand and slapped the Bull King again, but just when he was about to slap him to death, a black shadow appeared in front of him, and then a huge horse hoof faced his palm print. Boom. The horse's hoof didn't even hold on for a moment before it was slapped away by Xiao Jie and crashed heavily into the mountain. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Bull King was also stunned when he looked at the Horse King in his arms. Old Ma. Aren't you dead? Old Ma rolled his eyes and glared at the Bull King unhappily. Have you forgotten that I know how to die in place of others? Ah. The Bull King was stunned for a moment, then he remembered something and was shocked. Is that your puppet? Nonsense. The Horse King was also helpless. As soon as Xiao Jie made a move, he knew he was no match for him and ran away immediately. He didn't expect that the Ox King actually forgot that he knew the art of dying in someone else's shoes. He actually thought he was dead, and then rushed forward to seek revenge. The Bull King is a man of loyalty and righteousness. He is not an ungrateful person. When he sees his brother is dying, he immediately comes to help. Why did you come back after running away? Xiao Jie was speechless when he saw the two people who were still arguing when they were about to die. Are all monsters so straightforward? Falling from the sky, Xiao Jie fell from the sky and looked at the Ox King and the Horse King. Your Majesty. Don't do it. The Horse King quickly shook his hand and said, this time it was our brothers who were rude. Please give us a chance. Although we brothers are no match for the king, at least we have some respect in the Bayin Mountains. If the king does not mind, my brother is willing to follow the king and serve the king at all times. After hearing this, Xiao Jie thought about it and realized that his prison warden was just in need of 2 prison guards. These 2 monsters had good cultivation and were just right. Okay. Bar. Xiao Jie waved his hand, and 2 hats fell on their heads. In an instant, the injuries of the Ox King and the Horse King recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining a powerful assistant. System reward, authority. Authority. When Xiao Jie heard the system prompt, he just raised his eyebrows slightly. In addition to authority, the system reward this time also included a magic weapon. He would come back and take a look at it later. Buzz. As the 2 hats thrown by Xiao Jie landed on the heads of the Ox King and the Horse King, golden light suddenly flashed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards the 2 of them. The vast spiritual energy quickly repaired the bodies of the 2 and they recovered quickly. At the same time, the 2 hats turned into 2 sets of armor and were put on the Bull King and the Horse King. It's actually a magic weapon. The Ox King and the Horse King were very surprised that these 2 sets of armor were even more powerful than the magic weapons they used. The 2 demons looked at each other, stood up and knelt on one knee towards Xiao Jie. This prince has spared my life by bestowing a treasure. We brothers will swear to follow you till death in the future. Looking at the little demon who was kowtowing to the Horse King and the Ox King, Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows slightly. Perhaps this time, there might be more than just these 2 under his command. With the Bull King and the Horse King here, this Bayin mountain range will truly become my backyard in the future. Xiao Jie chuckled and waved his hand, follow me. The Ox King and the Horse King followed with 7 or 8 little demons behind them and soon arrived at Bayin Mountain. Such a heavy kamui. I felt like my blood was about to stop flowing. No, I'm going to die if I keep going. However, as they walked up Bayin Mountain, those little demons began to experience strange phenomena. Every time they took a step up, it was as if a mountain was being lifted up on their bodies. My lord, what is going on? They were fine just now. Hearing the voices of the Horse King and the Ox King, Xiao Jie stopped, turned back and waved, and the pressure on the monsters was immediately relieved. The underworld is my divine palace. They are a demon race, they have no official position, no grievances, no crimes, and you can't approach them at will. Xiao Jie turned around, opened the gate of the underworld, and brought the Ox King and the Horse King to the warden. I see, but why didn't we have any impact? The Bull King scratched his head and said, I said it didn't affect me when I was close to the underworld before. Because we are destined to be together. Xiao Jie smiled and pointed at the prison gate, from now on, you 2 demons are the prison guards of the underworld. Sit in the prison of the underworld, watch over the criminals in the prison, and assist me in enforcing the laws of heaven and earth. After Xiao Jie finished speaking, the prison gate opened automatically. All kinds of shrill sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard from inside, and gusts of cold wind swirled out. The demon sensed something unusual about the warden and subconsciously stepped back. Old Ma, do we have a stable job from now on? That's natural. Hee hee, thank you very much, sir. We are brothers. We will do our best to serve you. Xiao Jie nodded slightly. While you 2 are guarding the prison, you can also beat up the monsters in the mountains. Now the underworld is in power. If you cross the line and cause trouble, I will enforce the law without mercy. Upon hearing this, the Ox King and the Horse King nodded quickly. The little demons were even more frightened, as these words were clearly spoken to them. Okay, take a look around the prison and get familiar with it. After Xiao Jie finished speaking, he withdrew his magic power to suppress the prison warden and turned back to Prince Zhao's mansion. Prince Zhao's mansion. Within the Fa palace. Xiao Jie, with disheveled hair and wearing a green shirt, sat down on a rattan chair in the courtyard. As soon as he thought about it, the system interface appeared in front of him. Reward, authority. Reward magic weapon, Ghost King 8 sedan chair. Xiao Jie casually clicked on the 8 sedan chairs of the Ghost King, and 8 dark red sedan chairs instantly appeared in front of him. The 8 sedan chairs were very magical. From a distance they looked like 8 small temples, decorated with exquisite carvings. Each one was so large that it required at least 8 people to lift it. 8 sedan chairs of the Ghost King, a low-grade spiritual treasure with a statue of a deity inside that can house the spirit and soul. It can listen to sounds coming from all directions regardless of distance, and at the same time form a node that can be activated by incense to ignore distance and authority and directly send the host's true body over. Xiao Jie sat up. With this thing, he could go around the world to do business. Buzz. He raised his hand to refine the 8 sedan chairs of the Ghost King, and then placed his own soul in them. Xiao Jie waved his hand and the 8 sedan chairs immediately flew in 8 directions. The Ghost King's 8 sedan chair is a lower-grade spiritual treasure with its own intelligence. It can move on its own even without anyone carrying it. I hope I can get a few cases stopped. Xiao Jie was helpless. As the judge of Yin and Yang, he had great power, but was not well known. The world is so big, and the only place that knows about him is Beiyin County. Moreover, Beiyin County has been almost taken care of by him, and now it is in urgent need of external expansion. Xiao Jie shook his head and looked towards another award world, and its information appeared in front of him. Authority. Authority, heavenly law, can correct all errors in the Book of Life and Death. Notes, the scope of heavenly law is determined by the scope of the place where the title is conferred. At this stage, heavenly law can only correct the information of all people in Beiyin County. At the same time, the larger the scope of heavenly law's authority, the greater the host's general authority. Can correct the Book of Life and Death. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. Does this mean that the system knows that the Book of Life and Death is a confusing account? System, the Book of Life and Death is at least an innate treasure, why are all the records in it wrong? Xiao Jie asked the question about the truth. The Book of Life and Death, an innate treasure, is not given a matching spring and autumn reincarnation pen, so he can only use it as a household registration file. What's even worse is that what is recorded here is still wrong, which makes Xiao Jie very uncomfortable. If the above information was correct, would he bother to find Wu Liang to investigate the case? He must have called out everyone's names one by one according to the Book of Life and Death. The host's soul is not an original creature of this world. Xiao Jie frowned. I know I'm a time traveler, what does this have to do with the Book of Life and Death? The Book of Life and Death is also a time traveler. The judge is also a time traveler. Xiao Jie glanced sideways. From inside to outside, it's a journey. The information in the Book of Life and Death, the authority of the judge, and the life of the host are all the result of the system stealing the original authority of the universe. All information comes from the original records of the universe. If there are any omissions, the system is not responsible. Forehead. Xiao Jie scratched his head, he finally figured it out. The system made it clear that this matter had nothing to do with it. He is indeed a profiteer. Xiao Jie shook his head, and with a thought, he accepted the system reward. Buzz. As Xiao Jie accepted the authority of heavenly law, the Book of Life and Death in the judge's hand in the underworld yamen trembled violently, and the next moment he arrived at Prince Zhao's mansion. The Book of Life and Death flashed with golden light and slowly fell into Xiao Jie's hands. The information was indeed corrected. Xiao Jie opened the Book of Life and Death and looked at the information and nodded slightly, but the corrected information only included people within Beiyin County. Expansion. We must expand. Just when Xiao Jie was worrying about how to expand, in an old house far away in Nanshui County, Zhang De and his 4 companions looked solemnly, staring at the men in white in front of them. Hero Song. We are the ghost messengers from the underworld, and we are here to arrest the suspect Kang Zhuo on the orders of the judge. No offense, please show some mercy. Zhang De said this politely with a bow, but the men in white sneered when he heard it. The underworld. I guess that wild god has set up his own court again. Considering that you have no sins and that you are being polite, go away. I will not argue with you about what happened today. The man in white waved his hand and slowly put away his sword. Zhang De was about to say something when he saw this, but he was frightened by the man's look and felt cold all over. Walk. Zhang De and his three companions gritted their teeth, glanced at the people in the ancient house, and turned to leave. A bunch of little devils. Seeing this, Song Xiaofeng shook his head and turned away. Bane Mountains. I've heard that Song Xiaofeng is a man of chivalry and courage, but I didn't expect that he would actually save the life of that old bastard Kang Zhuo. Song Xiaofeng is a sword king after all, how come he can't tell right from wrong? Heh, I think Song Xiaofeng doesn't live up to his reputation. On the way to Bane Mountain, Zhang De and his three companions talked non-stop. Originally, the case that Xiao Jie had handed over to Wu Liang had already been solved, and the evidence that Kang Zhuo secretly stole the child to make the human elixir had been basically verified. Seeing that the time was ripe, they planned to arrest the person, but unexpectedly, when they arrived at the Kang family's old house, they met Song Xiaofeng. This Song Xiaofeng is no ordinary person. He is one of the three great sword kings in Taiyan County, known as the White-Clothed Sword King. His innate sword energy can kill gods and demons, cut rivers and move mountains. He is also a chivalrous and courageous person who is unconventional and often stands up for others. So it is talked about and passed on by word of mouth. In the past, the four of them also admired Song Xiaofeng very much, but after this incident, this filter was completely shattered. So what if I'm the Sword King? Mortals are just mortals. So what if I'm the Sword King? Yes. Don't be sentimental. Now think about how you are going to explain this to the adults when you get back. The adults take this matter very seriously. If we mess up, we don't know if we will be punished. The four of them were very worried. After all, this was the first time they handled official business for Xiao Jie, and they didn't expect to encounter such a situation when they went out. Huh. Why are you all so sad? Just then, a voice came from above their heads. The four of them hurriedly looked up and saw Bai Wuchang standing on the tree carrying a small wooden stick. It turned out to be Lord Wuchang. Upon seeing this, Zhang De and his three companions hurriedly bowed and saluted. Why are you looking so sad for no reason? Jumping down from the tree, Bai Wuchang looked at the dead men with curiosity, and then suddenly realized, I understand, the things that the adults asked me to do were not done. Zhang De and his three companions were immediately embarrassed when they heard this. Is it written so clearly on their faces? Master Wuchang, you have been with Master Xiao longer than us, so you should know some of his temper. Yes, yes. Normally, at times like this, would adults blame us? Although we didn't fail to accomplish this on purpose, we did fail to complete it. If the adults blame us, we have nothing to say. The four of them talked one after another, and Bai Wuchang finally understood the whole story. I thought it was something. After Bai Wuchang figured it out, he immediately laughed, it's just that someone prevented us from catching the criminal. Why are you worried about such a thing? Hearing Bai Wuchang say this, Zhang De and the other three looked at each other in surprise. Is this a small matter? But then he thought, Bai Wuchang has been with Xiao Jie the longest, so what he said must make sense, so he asked hurriedly. Since your excellency has said so, do you have any way to deal with it? We really can't be blamed for our incompetence. Song Xiaofeng is the king of martial arts, very powerful. We really can't defeat him. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuchang smiled and waved his hand. Before you came, I was the one running errands for the adults. As someone who has been through this, your senior, today I will teach you some of the ways of working in the underworld for free. This is to teach them how to deal with this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang De and his companions hurriedly sat down around Bai Wuchang and looked at him very seriously. Ahem. Bai Wuchang cleared his throat and said with his hands behind his back. As everyone knows, we work in the underworld and catch evil spirits and demons who have committed heinous crimes. Each of them has extraordinary abilities. But look at us, we are old, weak, sick and disabled. Can you beat them? That's impossible. Zhang De and the others nodded in agreement. It was true that they could not win. If you can't win, why bother going up there and fighting like hell? Are you going to die? Bai Wuchang shook his head. You can't fight to the death. How can you make money if you fight to the death? So how did the adults do it? You can't just ignore it, right? That's right. After all, it was the judge's order. Zhang De and his companions were very curious. Now that something had happened, they couldn't just ignore it. The white squirrel waved his hand. Who cares? Of course I do. You can take care of everything within your power, but don't let your parents hear anything. But if you are unable to do something, please report it to the adults immediately and don't waste time. No matter how big the matter is, we just need to hand it over to the adults, and they will naturally handle it. We don't need to worry about it. After hearing Bai Wuchang's words, Zhang De and his companions suddenly felt as if they had been enlightened. The underworld is the place where problems are solved. Since you can't solve the problem, just hand it over to someone who can take over. They were hesitant and afraid of this and that. Instead of helping Xiao Jie relieve his worries, they were just adding to his troubles. Doesn't Xiao Jie know their abilities? Would you think that these four little brats who are not even grandmasters were letting a martial king win by retreating after being defeated? This is not releasing water, this is backflow. I see. Let's go and report to the Lord immediately. Thank you, Master Wuchang. Zhang De and the other three came to their senses, quickly stood up and bowed to Bai Wuchang, then quickly came to the underworld. Grown-ups. As soon as the four entered the room, they knelt down in front of the statue of the judge. Inside Prince Zhao's mansion, Xiao Jie heard the voice and his true body appeared in the underworld. What is it? The case of the Kong family stealing babies in Nanshui County has been basically verified, but when I went to pick up the person, I was blocked by the white-robed Sword King Song Xiaofeng. The four of us are no match for the Sword King. We can only retreat and report to the Lord, and wait for his orders. I have failed to do my job well, please punish me, sir. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows slightly and waved his hand. What punishment? Work for my underworld. If you can beat them, fight them. If you can't, come back. I will take care of the rest. Upon hearing this, Zhang De and the other three couldn't help but look at each other. Lord Wuchang, you have indeed learned the true teachings of Lord Judge. Xiao Jie stretched lazily, and the location of the Ghost King's 8 sedan chairs appeared in his mind. Nanshui County. There happens to be one nearby. He released 8 sedan chairs of the Ghost King, one of which was right at the edge of Nanshui County. Xiao Jie had a thought, and the sedan chair of the Ghost King turned around and flew directly into the old house of the Kong family. The old house of the Kong family. Song Xiaofeng and a woman disguised themselves and came to Kang's house. The Kong family is holding a 320th birthday celebration for Old Man Kong Zhuo, and the house is very lively. Song Xiaofeng and his companion arrived at the banquet and sat in the courtyard, looking at the Kong family members who were toasting with the guests in the hall. Master. Are you sure it was the Kong family who stole the child? Song Xiaofeng looked around the Kong family's house, his lips moved slightly, and his voice was accurately transmitted to the ears of the woman next to him. Sword King, rest assured. I have come all the way from Yuntai Temple for this matter. I cannot be wrong. The woman in green next to her raised her wine glass, smiled and nodded. Yuntai Temple is a famous and upright sect in the world. I still believe what it says. Okay, let's do it together later. While Song Xiaofeng was speaking, he and the woman next to him suddenly turned around and looked towards the door of Kang's house. Ding ding ding. The next moment, a bell rang at the door, and wisps of white mist poured in from the crack in the door, quickly spreading to everyone's feet. What happened out there? Someone, go out and take a look. The Kong family also noticed something was wrong and stood up and spoke to the servant next to them. What's going on? This ringing sound is really unpleasant to hear. That's right. The guests were very confused, and the Kong family looked very gloomy. A ghost. Master, there are ghosts. At this moment, the servant who had just passed by suddenly looked terrified and crawled back. Ghost, there's a ghost at the door. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. Nanshui County is not Beiyin County. The military strength of this place is very high, and the Kong family is not a small family. How could any kid dare to act wild here? Another blind guy is coming. It's just a kid, don't worry. Come on, keep eating. Many guests did not worry at all, thinking that it was just another ignorant little devil looking for death. However, Song Xiaofeng and the woman next to him looked terrified, their backs felt cold, and their true energy was suppressed so much that they could not move. The two looked at the door, their hearts filled with turmoil. Such a strong Yin energy. When did something so sneaky appear in Nanshui County? Just then, something appeared at the gate of the courtyard. Squeak. The air was filled with white mist and the wind was howling. Everyone in the Kong family compound held their breath and stared at the door. As the creaking sound slowly came, a dark red sedan appeared in everyone's sight. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, it slowly came in and stopped at the door. This. Everyone looked at each other, with surprise and confusion in their eyes. The sedan at the door was dark red in color and much larger than ordinary sedans. The decoration on it made it look like a small temple, with a bell on each of the four corners. To everyone's surprise, the sedan chair was not carried by anyone and just floated in from the door. Ding-ling. The bells rang and the sedan chair slowly landed on the ground. Seeing this, everyone from the Kong family walked forward. I don't know which ghost king has come. My Kong family is celebrating the old man's birthday today. Kong Sheng, the head of the Kong family, bowed and said, if the king comes to celebrate his birthday, my Kong family will certainly welcome him, but if not, no. A faint voice came from the sedan chair, which made Kong Sheng stunned. Kong Sheng opened his mouth, but was interrupted halfway through his words, which made him feel uncomfortable. Which mountain ghost is this? How dare he come to the Kong family in Nanshui County to cause trouble? The Kong family is considered a wealthy family in Nanshui County, and they are also a powerful underworld force. This guy is asking for trouble by looking for trouble with them. He is really asking for his own death. I haven't seen the Kong family's fire-splitting palm for a long time. I wonder if I can see it today. The Kong family is a family that originated from the underworld. They make friends with martial artists and therefore are not afraid of ghosts. However, in the corner, Song Xiaofeng and the woman in green were looking at each other and talking secretly. Can you feel it? The woman in green looked solemn and shook her head slightly. It is bottomless and immeasurable. Song Xiaofeng was silent for a while after hearing this. As the king of martial arts, his perception is able to detect any movement within a 10-mile radius. However, in his eyes at this moment, the sedan in front of him was like a bottomless pit. As long as his perception got within 10 meters of it, he would feel the piercing coldness penetrating into his soul. It seemed as if there was an invisible being living inside the sedan before me. When did such a powerful ghost appear in Nanshui County? Song Xiaofeng was very confused. Even the king of Wu could not spy on this existence. He was afraid that it was not a ghost, but the most evil creature in the legend. At this time, Kong Sheng's face was gloomy, his hands hung down, a wave of heat surged out of his body, and sparks began to emit from his dead hands. Since you're not here to celebrate my birthday, then you're here to cause trouble. Look for a job. I don't think so. A light laugh came from the Ghost King's sedan chair, the curtain moved slightly, and a piece of paper floated out and fell into Kong Sheng's hands. What's this? Kong Sheng opened the paper, took a look at it and his expression suddenly became strange. The underworld. Plaint. Summon our Kong family to stand trial. This turned out to be a petition from the underworld, summoning the Kong family to go to the underworld for trial. Kong Sheng was stunned. What the hell was this underworld? Is there still a place for ghosts to sue? A lawsuit. This ghost can file a lawsuit. The underworld, haha, what a strange story. Is there a place in the world where ghosts are sued? These days, ghosts are more extravagant than us humans. Everyone present laughed when they heard this. They never thought that there would be a place in the world where one could sue ghosts. The underworld. However, after hearing this name, Song Xiaofeng's expression became strange, and the woman next to him became a little curious. Does Sword King know the origin of this underworld? Song Xiaofeng heard this, thought for a moment and said, I met a few little ghosts at the gate of Kang's ancient house last night. Those few little ghosts claimed that they were the underworld messengers from the underworld, and they came here to interrogate the old men of the Kang family under the order of the Yin-Yang Judge. I thought it was another wild ghost from the hill setting up a private court, so I just dismissed him. Hearing this, the woman quietly moved to the side. Seeing this, Song Xiaofeng's face also turned dark. What is the judge of the underworld? How dare a wild ghost come to the human world to meddle in other people's affairs? Today is a big day for my Kang family. I advise you to be sensible and get out of here. Otherwise, I will destroy your soul under my fire-splitting palm today. Kang Sheng's palms trembled slightly, and the tablet in his palms instantly caught fire. His palms instantly turned charred and flickered with flames. Kang family fire palm. Ever since Mr. Kang retired to the mountains and forests and devoted himself to practicing Buddhism, the power of the fire-splitting palm has not been seen for 100 years. It's worth our trip to see the fire-splitting palm reappear today. It's the Kang family indeed. Seeing the pair of charred hands, the woman in green's expression changed slightly, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Fire palm. A light laugh came from inside the sedan. Interesting. Then I will learn the fire-splitting palm of your Kang family. As the voice fell, the curtain of the Ghost King's sedan chair slowly opened from the middle, and everyone saw that inside was a statue of a god dressed in red and wearing a turban. This is the judge. A broken stone. I didn't sense any ghost energy. It should be just a piece of stone. What's going on? Just when everyone was wondering if there was just a piece of stone in the sedan chair, the eyes of the statue slowly opened and its body began to melt. The next moment, the statue stood up from the sedan chair, spread its legs and stepped out of the sedan chair. The moment it came out, the statue had transformed into a handsome young man wearing a red robe and a scarlet scarf on his head. This. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The statue turned into a ghost. It is indeed a spiritual treasure. Xiao Jie glanced at his hands, then looked at Kang Sheng and raised his hand slightly. Come on. Let me see your Kang family's fire-splitting palm. Seeing this, Kang Sheng circulated his true energy and flew into the air, waving his palms, and a blazing flame rushed straight towards Xiao Jie. Tisk, that's it. You're exaggerating so much, I thought it was the great wilderness prisoner's sky palm. Xiao Jie shook his head, raised his hand slightly, and pointed a finger. Thunder burst out, and Kang Sheng was instantly electrocuted until he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and became motionless. The Kang family compound fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at Kang Sheng, who was covered in smoke in the yard. Time seemed to have stopped. Boring. Xiao Jie shook his head, raised his hand, pulled out Kang Sheng's soul from his body, squeezed it into a ball and swallowed it into his mouth. Kangjua. Xiao Jie took a look at the Kang family's old house, then walked straight into the backyard. Only then did everyone present come to their senses. Seconds are up. This Kang Sheng is at least a Dao Palace Grandmaster. This ghost is too fierce. I'm afraid the Kang family will have a hard time ending this today. After all the guests of the Kang family came to their senses, they were all terrified. Lu Xiaofeng and the woman in green looked at each other. Their expressions were even more exaggerated than those of the others, as if they had seen a ghost. Can ghosts use lightning? I must be drunk today. Oh my god, I actually saw a ghost playing with thunder. In this world, humans, gods, ghosts, and monsters coexist. Humans and demons absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth, and can communicate with the gods through martial arts and their physical bodies. The gods are inherently powerful, mysterious, and feed on incense. Ghosts are the most unpredictable creatures. Ghosts are not born naturally. They are mostly formed from the resentment that lingers after a person dies. They are acquired creatures that can cultivate their spirits by feeding on incense and fire, or they can absorb the evil energy of heaven and earth to become ghost cultivators. However, there is a consensus in the world, and everyone, whether human, ghost, god, or monster, all agree with this statement. Ghosts are afraid of thunder. No matter what level of ghost, there is a fatal weakness. Fear of thunder. Once a ghost cultivator breaks through to the evil ghost realm, he will suffer from thunder strikes every step forward. So there is a joke in the world. The end of cultivation for humans and demons is to become gods, while the end of cultivation for ghosts is thunder tribulation and the next thunder tribulation. Therefore, there are very few ghosts in the entire world who can reach the level of Ghost King, and ghost cultivators of higher levels are even rarer. Moreover, even the Ghost King cannot be completely immune to heavenly thunder, let alone cultivate thunder energy. But today, instead, they saw a ghost who could play with thunder. At this moment, Song Xiaofeng and the woman in green felt that the three views they had built up over hundreds of years were shattered. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire Kong family shook slightly. What's going on? It's the Kong family's backyard. Could it be Mr. Kong? The old man is over 300 years old this year. He broke through to the late Dao Palace more than 100 years ago. Now I'm afraid he has broken through to the Grandmaster of the Four Extremes realm. That ghost's power is too terrifying. The guests were all surprised, but just as they were confused, Shao Jia walked out from the back house with two people in his hands. The one on the left was Kong Zhuo, who had been beaten black all over and his cultivation had been destroyed. On the right-hand side was a woman in black, her body torn and tattered. She had been beaten to death and was about to die. Seeing this scene, everyone lowered their heads silently. The woman in black is the wild deity worshipped by the Kong family, the Lady in Black. The Lady in Black is dead. She can even kill gods. This ghost is too scary. Ghosts kill gods, these days all kinds of weird things can happen. Everyone was terrified. Although the wild god was transformed from a ghost, he was very restrained against sneaky things. This was the first time they had heard of a ghost being able to kill gods in all the years they had been in Nanshui County. Song Xiaofeng and the woman in green came back to their senses from their shock and looked at each other. This time they were not surprised, after all, this ghost was a master at playing with thunder. A trivial matter like killing a god is not a big deal at all. After all, in this vast world, some powerful monsters cultivate by devouring wild gods, and killing gods is not a rare thing at all. I came here for Kong Zhuo. But why didn't you kill him? Lu Xiaofeng and the woman in green were a little confused. The ghost killed Kong Xing without holding back, but did not kill Kong Zhuo and the lady in black. At this moment, Shao Jie threw Kong Zhuo and the lady in black in front of everyone, raised his hand, took out a petition, shook it and read it. Kong Zhuo. He is involved in more than 60 missing babies murder cases in Taiyuan County. His crimes have been verified by the underworld. He is now being escorted to the underworld for trial. After Shao Jie finished speaking, he dropped the petition and looked at the people around him from Nanshui County. If any of you have any clues, you can go to Baiying County and submit them to the Yinsi Yamen. Of course, if you feel that my judgment is wrong, you can correct it. After saying that, Shao Jie carried Kong Zhuo and the lady in black and turned into a puff of black smoke and returned to the Ghost King's sedan chair. Then the curtain fell and the Ghost King's sedan chair took off into the air. Baiying County Yinsi Yamen. Song Xiaofeng, you are from Taiyuan County, have you heard of it? Song Xiaofeng heard the message from the woman in green and was about to shake his head, but he found that the Ghost King's sedan chair, which was about to leave, suddenly stopped. At the same time, he keenly sensed a pair of eyes looking at him from the sedan chair. He seemed to notice me. Song Xiaofeng was a little confused. Did this ghost really know him? The next moment, the Ghost King's sedan chair landed again, and all the guests were stunned. Not over yet. However, the next moment, the curtain was drawn open and Shao Jie in red flashed in front of Song Xiaofeng, staring at the latter with a pair of red eyes. Are you Song Xiaofeng? The sudden scene made Song Xiaofeng stunned and a little at a loss. Seeing this, the woman in green next to her stood up silently, moved her stool and sat at another table. Yes. Song Xiaofeng nodded, and the next moment he felt a terrifying pressure pressing him to the ground. Boom. The entire ground rumbled, and Song Xiaofeng was embedded in the ground. A large pit in the shape of a humanoid appeared around him. This. Song Xiaofeng buried his face in the dirt, and was in a daze. Why? Song Xiaofeng was confused. Can't you beat him just because his name is Song Xiaofeng? Who did he offend? Stop the underworld from handling the case. That's the lesson. Shao Jie snorted coldly and came behind the woman in green. Next time you encounter a ghost messenger from the underworld investigating a case, don't meddle in other people's business. The woman in green nodded slightly, then lowered her head very low, without even turning around to look. Seeing this, Shao Jie turned around and returned to the Ghost King's sedan chair, and the sedan chair flew out of the Kong family. As the Ghost King's sedan left, the white mist that enveloped the Kong family dissipated, and the pressure on everyone's heart also disappeared. Oh my god, that ghost was so scary. The moment Gula came over just now, I felt like I couldn't breathe. You're still lucky. He just stood behind me and scared me to death. Damn it, the Kong family is so unlucky that they were targeted by this ghost. Let's go quickly. God knows if that thing will come back. After all the guests came to their senses, they all ran away in panic. Soon, the only people left in the yard were Song Xiaofeng, who was embedded in the ground, and the woman in green, who was sitting there with her head down. The two of them remained in this state for a long time. After a long time, the woman in green slowly raised her head. Her face was pale and she was soaking wet, as if she had been pulled out of the water. It's horrible. The woman in green gasped for air, her eyes filled with fear. Others could only sense a little bit of Shao Jie's terror. But she felt it deeply because the former's hostility was directed at her. At that moment, she felt like a small boat in the ocean, and Shao Jie was not the ocean. He is the heaven and earth that bears the sea. No peeking. What on earth did I encounter? The woman in green took a breath for a while, then stood up. She looked at her legs that were still shaking slightly, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Luckily I didn't drink any water. Otherwise I have to change my pants. The mighty king of martial arts was frightened to death. She will never be able to survive in the martial arts world again. That's right. Song Xiaofeng. The woman in green thought of something and quickly turned around to pull Song Xiaofeng out of the ground. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found that the other party was not dead. A wisp of true energy was passed into Song Xiaofeng, and he soon woke up. Let's go. The woman in green said nothing, patted Song Xiaofeng on the shoulder, stood up and walked out. Song Xiaofeng lowered his head and followed behind. The two left the Kong family, and as they were walking, Song Xiaofeng suddenly said something. You called my name on purpose. The woman in green froze, her eyes evasive. No way. Don't think too much. The woman in green said this, but her feet moved as if greased. She flew hundreds of meters away with a whoosh. However, the next moment, she shrank her neck, and a bright sword light flashed from behind, splitting the mountain in front of her in half with one sword. Huang Yuan. You old woman, I'm going to fight you. Hearing the horrifying roar behind her, the woman in green ran away without a second thought. The next day, everyone in Nanshui County walked out of their homes with black circles on their heads, muttering to themselves. Who was fighting with whom all night last night? Don't worry about who started the fight, it seems the Kong family was wiped out. What? Are you kidding? Am I kidding? The notice to exterminate the whole family is posted on the door. Ah. Do we have to issue a public notice to exterminate a whole family now? The door of the Kong family's old house was wide open, and corpses were scattered all over the floor. County Magistrate Chen Guangjin looked at the notice on the door with a terribly gloomy expression. Announcement from the underworld. These days, there are still ghosts trying to steal his life. At the gate of Kang's house, the people of Nanshui County pointed and talked, watching the bodies being carried out one after another. All of them showed shock and fear. The Kong family is a family of Jianghu people. Grandpa Kong had already broken through to the late Dao Palace realm 100 years ago. What is the origin of this Insi Yamen? Is the underworld a place where ghosts are sued? I heard that last night, the Kong family was celebrating the birthday of their grandfather. On the way, a ghost sedan came and claimed to be a judge. He must have been the one who wiped out the Kong family. What a ghost. This ghost has such a cruel heart. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng, who were in the crowd, looked at the situation inside and couldn't help but look at each other in shock. What's going on? As far as I remember, the judge only killed Kong Sheng, and the others didn't move. Song Xiaofeng was very confused because he and Huang Yuheng were the last guests to leave the Kong family. When they left, only Kong Sheng died in the Kong family. Kong Zhuo and the lady in black were both taken to the underworld. The others were all alive and well and were not killed. Huang Yuheng frowned slightly. After we left, the judge came back and killed everyone inside. But why? With the judge's strength, even if he killed everyone in front of them, including the two of them, could they still resist? It seems impossible if you think about it. To conceal one's tracks. After Song Xiaofeng finished speaking, he shook his head. If you want to cover up your tracks, the wisest thing to do is to kill the person. With Xiao Jie's ability to capture souls instantly, as long as he killed everyone at that time, no one would be able to find out about this matter. At that time, he was obviously only targeting Kong Sheng and Kong Zhuo, and others were not within his target, so he let everyone leave. Given the circumstances at the time, it was impossible for the judge to keep the news of the family's massacre secret, not to mention that he wrote an announcement about the massacre and posted it on the Kong family's door. This is clearly to let everyone know that it was the underworld that destroyed the Kong family. What do you think is going on? Huang Yuheng frowned and said, judging from the situation at that time, the judge must have come because of the baby stealing case. If the underworld is really a place where ghosts seek justice, then they won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Could it be that something happened to other members of the Kong family? Huang Yuheng couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the baby stealing case was done by everyone in the Kong family? If this is true, then this is a big deal. Seeing Huang Yuheng's puzzled face, Song Xiaofeng immediately waved his hand and said, why bother thinking about this? If you want to know the answer, why not go to the underworld? Huang Yuheng was slightly stunned. You mean to go to Beiyin County? Song Xiaofeng nodded. You and I came to Nanshui County for the baby stealing case, and now the case is being watched by the underworld. Do you dare to interfere in the affairs of the underworld? Huang Yuheng opened his mouth, thought of Xiao Jie's terrifying appearance, and laughed dryly. Ha ha, I think you are right. Let's go to Beiyin County and take a look. The two of them did not stay for long and went directly to Beiyin County. Master. What should we do about this? In the Kong family mansion, Qian Guangjin looked at the underworld notice in his hand with a terribly gloomy expression. The yamen runners around him all retreated silently, not daring to get close at all. The underworld. How dare you act wildly on my territory? The petition in Qian Guang's hand turned into ashes. He slowly raised his head and said, Black Bear. As his voice rang out, a huge man as big as an iron tower walked in from the door. Master. The big man spoke in a dull voice and bowed to the county magistrate, who waved his hands impatiently. Go to Beiyin County and inform the Liu family that the ghosts from his territory have run into my territory. If he can't control it, I will take care of it for him, of course. Qian Guangjin smiled and rubbed his hands. This price is certainly not low. Black Bear nodded, yes. Watching the Black Bear leave, Qian Guangjin snorted coldly. The Liu family is becoming increasingly useless. I can't even clean up a ghost on my own land. Hearing Qian Guangjin's words, the yamen runners around him looked at each other, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Beiyin Mountains. The underworld. At this moment, there were many people kneeling in the underworld, led by Kong Sheng, Kong Zhuo, and the lady in black. After them came the rest of the Kong family. Almost the entire Kong family, from top to bottom, from male to female, except for children under the age of 6 who had no self-awareness, basically all came. There was silence in the underworld for a long time. Xiao Jie put down the petition in his hand and raised his head with a cold face. Wu Liang. Send someone to verify the above matters one by one for me. Xiao Jie looked gloomy. Wu Liang walked out from the side, took the petition and was also horrified after reading it. Originally, he thought that the only two people in the Kong family were Kong Zhuo and Kong Sheng, and that it was he, the lady in black, who was secretly stealing children. However, what he didn't expect was that everyone in the Kong family was stealing children. From the direct descendants of the Kong family to the servants, no one is innocent. What shocked Wu Liang the most was that these people did not directly refine the stolen babies into pills. Instead, they used them to practice an internal martial arts technique called the Five Elements Gong. Use the heart as the furnace, life as the guide, condense the five elements, and achieve immortality. How can there be such an evil skill in the world? Wu Liang's hands were shaking. This five aggregates technique is very special. It can condense the five aggregates in the body. The formation of the five aggregates can not only stimulate potential and allow cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, but also prolong life and achieve the effect of longevity. However, there is a big drawback in practicing the five aggregates technique. It requires steady practice and one must not be impatient. One must take one step at a time to achieve success. If one is eager for quick success and instant benefits, the practice will overdraw the life of the practitioner. What a bunch of beasts! Wu Liang gritted his teeth. After obtaining the five aggregates of merit, he continued to practice, but his progress was too slow. Later, a mysterious man found him and gave him a method. Borrowing the body to condense the elixir. It is to find people with the five elements in their destiny and use their bodies to practice the five aggregates at full speed. After those people die, their heart will be a heart of the five aggregates. The younger the life, the more effective this method is. Among them, the five elements pill condensed from the body of an infant is the best, and is named Tianqin Yundan. Gathering 5 Tianqin Yundan pills will not only greatly increase your martial arts power, but also instantly extend your lifespan by 500 years. If one wants to practice successfully, one must use 5 babies as cauldrons for practice at the same time. As Wu Liang watched, his expression gradually became solemn, and finally he even felt a little frightened. Grown-ups. If this matter is really verified, I'm afraid it will be a big deal. Do we really need to investigate this thoroughly? Wu Liang felt a chill on his back. In order to cover up their crimes, the Kong family not only passed on the Wuyun Gong to everyone in the family. It was also given as a gift to many families in Nanshui County and Taiyan County. Wu Liang roughly counted and found that, not counting the people in Taiyan County, there were 5 families in Nanshui County alone who had obtained the 5 elements merit from the Kong family. And according to Kong Sheng's explanation, this group of people were also practicing in private. Wu Liang was sweating profusely. If he really investigated thoroughly, many people would die in Nanshui County. Check. Xiao Jie's expression was grim. Just go and check it out. Kill one if there is one. Every family is destroyed. Everyone in Ruananshui County has a problem. The evil spirit in Xiao Jie's body was boiling, then massacre the city. I will bear all the consequences. Dusk. A carriage came in from outside Beiyin County and stopped at an inn. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuhan got off the carriage. Is this Beiyin County? This place is nice. It feels much calmer than Nanshui County. Song Xiaofeng opened his arms. For some reason, he felt refreshed as soon as he entered Beiyin County, as if this place was different from other places. Huang Yuhan was the same. After carefully feeling it, she couldn't help but say, it should be that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is richer than other places. 2. After all, this place is close to the blessed land of Beiyin Mountains. Song Xiaofeng and the other men didn't think much about it. They looked around and came to the inn. Waiter, serve the food. After ordering some food and wine, the two of them ate and drank while looking at the diners from Beiyin County around them. They found that among the people coming and going in the inn, there were nobles and brightly dressed people, but most of them were ordinary people from Beiyin County. These people are in the same room, but they are happy and peaceful. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuhan couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. In Nanshui County, or even in any other county in Taiyan County, those who are brightly dressed and have status will not sit down to eat with ordinary people. But Beiyin County can. Just when Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuhan were very confused, they heard the sound of casual conversation. Life is getting better and better now. I never thought that I would have to eat out every now and then in my lifetime. This is all thanks to the judge. If it weren't for the judge, we would still be eating dirt now. That's right. Oh, I just remembered that I haven't gone to burn incense this month. I have to go tomorrow. Listening to the conversation of people around them, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng looked at each other. Judge, it looks like this is the place. Go and ask. Huang Yuheng signaled to Song Xiaofeng, who nodded and stood up. He reached out and, under the displeased gaze of the former, picked up the 2 dishes in front of him and went to the next table. Some older brothers. My name is Song Xiaofeng. Song Xiaofeng smiled as he placed the dishes and wine on the table and bowed to everyone. I just heard you mention the judge. But the Yin-Yang Judge? Zhang Er and the others at the table looked at Song Xiaofeng with some caution. Are you from out of town? Why are you asking about the judge? Song Xiaofeng smiled and said, I am from Nanshui County, and the rumors about the judge also exist in our Nanshui County. I thought the judge was the god of our Nanshui County, but I didn't expect that there are traces of him in your Bayin County as well. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the inn burst into laughter. Haha, brother, stop being so funny. The judge's underworld office is located on the Bayin Mountain in our county. It is the patron saint of Bayin County and has nothing to do with your Nanshui County. Then why did he go to our Nanshui County? Then there's no need to think about it. He must be going to arrest someone. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng looked at each other silently, the former nodded slightly, and sat down at the table quietly. So, the judge is the god of your Bayin County. That's not right. He is the god of your Bayin County. How can he control our Nanshui County? You're also going to our Nanshui County to arrest people. This is against the rules. As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter in the inn became louder, and everyone looked at Song Xiaofeng as if he were a fool. Song Xiaofeng scratched his head. Am I wrong? Can the sacrificial spirit still overstep its authority to take charge of matters? The people around laughed even more happily when they heard this, and after a long time, someone next to him patted Song Xiaofeng on the shoulder. You are a foreigner, you have very little knowledge. Song Xiaofeng quickly picked up the wine glass. Please give me some advice, brother. No problem. The man took the wine glass and said with a smile, let me put it this way. Although the judge is on the mountain in Bayin County, protecting the people of Bayin County, he is not the sacrificial spirit of Bayin County. After these words were spoken, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng became even more confused. Isn't it your sacrificial spirit? If I'm not a spirit worshipper, how can I absorb your incense? For every piece of incense offered, there is a cause and effect. Except for those innate gods, any wild god who wants to obtain incense must have a causal relationship with the worshipper. The judge is not the sacrificial spirit of Bayin County, so he has nothing to do with Bayin County, there is no cause and effect, and there is no incense to speak of. I said you were narrow-minded. Young people, you still need to watch and learn more. Song Xiaofeng looked embarrassed, and Huang Yuheng behind him was almost laughing to death. Song Xiaofeng, who is almost 100 years old, was patted on the shoulder and called a young man by a man in his 30s or 40s. If this were to get out, people would definitely laugh their heads off. Please advise me. Song Xiaofeng pinched his nose and bowed. The man smiled and said, it's actually very simple, because the judge is the righteous God who governs the laws of heaven and earth in the order of yin and yang. Does the righteous God who controls the laws of heaven understand? That is the guardian of the laws of heaven and earth. An existence that can be worshipped by both humans and ghosts. It's not anyone's private God. The righteous God of heaven and earth. True God. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng looked at each other, both somewhat confused. I wonder who this judge is from. There are 3 kinds of gods, innate gods, acquired gods, and wild gods. As the name suggests, the innate gods are a race of innate gods, and this type of god is the strongest. The second is the acquired gods, which are humans, demons, and ghosts who have achieved godhood through practice. The so-called righteous gods of heaven and earth in the martial arts world are all acquired gods. As Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng have been in the martial arts world for many years, they have indeed heard of people who have achieved enlightenment and become gods. But they had never heard of the judge's name. You may not believe it. The judge is a scholar from Bayin County. After being killed by the Lu family, he became a god. Ah. Become a god after death. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng were both confused. They had heard of people becoming ghosts after death, but this was the first time they had heard of people becoming gods after death. Brother, you didn't lie to me, did you? Song Xiaofeng looked unconvinced. Don't tell me you are making up stories for these two dishes of mine. Can a scholar become a god after death? And he has seen Shao Jie before. The ghostly aura that covers the sky and the sun can even affect the real world. You told me he is God. Whose serious deity is covered in black smoke. Hey, I told you you're ignorant. The man waved his hand and said, I may brag about other things, but you can find out the truth about this matter by asking anyone in Bayin County. If you still don't believe it, you can go to Bayin Mountain and see for yourself. The Yinsi Yamen is right there. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng looked at each other, the shock and astonishment in their eyes difficult to conceal. Can people become gods after death? Still so awesome. Let's not talk about them. Outside of Bayin County, no one would believe you no matter who you are. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a thunderous drum sound suddenly rang out over Bayin County. Careful. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng stood up suddenly and looked up at the sky vigilantly. They felt an unprecedented terrifying pressure from the drum beats. Take it easy. This is the sound of the injustice drum in the underworld. Perhaps someone has gone to the underworld to appeal for justice again. The diners in the inn couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Aren't you curious about the judge? If you go now, you can meet the judge. Hearing this, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng no longer hesitated, put down the silver and quickly walked towards Bayin Mountain. However, when they reached halfway up the mountain, they were dumbfounded. On the road leading to the top of Bayin Mountain, hundreds of people were shackled and crying, being driven away by 4 ghosts dressed in ghost costumes with whips. This. The two were shocked. Could this be the prisoner they wanted to interrogate? If I'm not mistaken, they should be from the Su family, Wu family, Lu family, and other 5 families in Nanshui County. Song Xiaofeng glanced at them and said in a deep voice, all of these families, except for a few, have come. Huang Yuheng was shocked when he heard this. It seemed that these 5 families had nothing to do with the baby stealing case. Why did the underworld capture them? Walk. Song Xiaofeng looked curious. Let's go and see how the underworld judges cases. Huang Yuheng nodded, and the two followed the team escorting the prisoners all the way to the top of the mountain, where they saw the underworld government office. There really is a government office. Huang Yuheng was a little surprised that there really was a government office run by ghosts in the world. The two looked at each other and followed the team into the underworld. However, as soon as they entered the door, they heard a cold voice coming from above their heads. Someone come. All pull the guillotine. Cut it off. Ah. Do you chop as soon as you enter the door? Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng looked up in surprise. So direct.